The panting boy, barely standing on his feet from fatigue, was walking down the street, holding his wounded shoulder and breathing heavily. Holding a sharp sword in his hands, he said that he didn't want to die and he needed to escape soon, but his strength was almost gone. The hero continued to move through the pain, wondering why he was the only one seeing this picture. Suddenly, due to his inattention, he stumbled, falling to the floor with a clatter and dropping his steel sword from his hands. The young man tried to crawl and call helplessly for help, but no one answered, and he was already barely conscious. Drops of sweat and tears ran down his face, and the hero tried to fight to the last, calling for help from others. This exhausted young man was the conqueror Yoshito Takemichi, who tearfully begged for anyone to come to his aid and save him. Suddenly, the huge foot of an unknown creature appeared in front of him and stepped onto the floor with a great rumbling sound. It turned out to be a top-class demon that began to approach the desperate Yoshito Takemichi. The monster's appearance was not friendly at all, which said that the protagonist could not expect any help. The young man got to his feet and still gripped his sword, calling himself miserable while looking into the eyes of a top-class demon. Gritting his teeth in heartache, Yoshito Takemichi admitted that he was a pathetic person who was perpetually looked up to. Then, with tears in his eyes, he cried out loudly and asked the top-grade demon if he was satisfied and enjoying it. The protagonist grasped his sword tightly and angrily exclaimed that he would not give up and would fight to the last drop of blood. He told the demon looking down on him that even if everyone was making fun of him, and even if the whole world had turned its back on him, it wasn't the end. Yoshito Takemichi began to gradually approach his opponent, preparing to strike, and the demon even froze in place for a bit. The hero was getting closer and closer, filled with rage and a desire for revenge for being constantly bullied. He confidently exclaimed that he would continue fighting until the very end and swung his sword at the top-level demon. Still, the demon was far from weak and resisted the attack of the protagonist, who was even momentarily confused. Yoshito Takemichi smirked slightly as he paid attention to the pain he felt after confronting his opponent. The young man struggled to crawl to the side, but the top-level demon began to summon a spell to finish him off. The spell was almost called for, and the enemy was not about to spare the young man who was wounded and powerless. Suffering from intense pain, Yoshito Takemichi did not give up and crawled toward the sword, then grabbed it because he was not going to give up. Then a bright light appeared that blinded even a top-level demon, though it didn't make him nervous. The demon used magic and shot towards the protagonist, for whom he had no pity or sympathy. A tense Yoshito Takemichi put his sword in front of him and began to cover himself, hoping he could survive. The young man looked around and realized that the situation was a stalemate as the demon's blow shattered the floor. After a few seconds, the stone blocks beneath his feet began to crumble and fail, which stressed the guy out. The protagonist looked at the top-level demon ahead of him, pondering the happenings in his life. Yoshito Takemichi reminded himself that he had just become a conqueror and his journey had just begun, but it looked like he wouldn't be able to survive. It was very hard for him to acknowledge his end since he hadn't even had time to do anything, but the demon had defeated him. With fear, he screamed at the top of his voice, trying to grasp at anything that wouldn't be to save his life, but the system notified him he was dead. The Heavenly Demon Tower was a mysterious building that was beyond human comprehension. All over the world, these towers began to appear, and their number increased exponentially every day. Once in them, it's as if one finds oneself in a game world where one is dealing with swords, magic, and skills. On top of all this, there are a bunch of monsters inside the game world, each of which are not at all friendly. In these towers, you can find magic stones and untold riches that would delight your soul for the rest of your life. Those who seek profit are called conquerors, and that is how the era of the hunt for quick riches began. But the life of a conqueror involves death, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it but accept that fact. Even though this tower is similar to the game, if a person dies here, they will die in reality, which made Yoshito Takemichi panic. Meanwhile, the protagonist lay somewhere in the ruins, but his heart continued to beat, which gave hope for survival. What was even more surprising was that in an instant, Yoshito Takemichi began to gradually open his eyes, regaining consciousness. Opening his eyes, he tried to stay cool and wondered if he was still alive after what had happened. Yoshito Takemichi had a severe headache and realized that events were repeating themselves, but he didn't know what to do. The system notified the hero that he was dead, and the activation of the infinite revival skill would trigger in 10 seconds. Infinite revival was a skill that no matter how many times a hero died in the Heavenly Demon Tower, he would rise again. An exasperated Yoshito Takamichi gritted his teeth tightly, saying that it wasn't a damn gift, but a curse that stuck to him. After graduation, all the protagonist did was work, as he had no other choice. He tried many low-paying jobs, but then the Demon Tower showed up, which was a big change in his life. Looking up at the tower, Yoshito Takamichi thought he could succeed as a conqueror, but he didn't know what lay ahead. The hero was aware that there was a real race for magic stones and treasure, and wanted to take part in it. He also expressed a desire to acquire a rare skill that none of the other conquerors had. They were skill stones with which a person could learn new skills, which was an indispensable thing for conquerors. The one who sold Yoshito the Stone of Infinite Rebirth was a man who peddled right outside the entrance to the tower, and the young man gave all of his savings. For the sake of the skill, he was willing to do anything, and even went into debt since with it the hero would definitely never die here. It wasn't long before the Infinite Revival skill was successfully activated by Yoshito Takamichi, causing his soul to be filled with joy. A permanent debuff was then activated, which said that upon death the person would receive minus 50 points to any characteristic. The endless rebirth was slowly sucking the strength out of Yoshito Takamichi's body, and there was nothing that could be done about it. During the whole time, the protagonist managed to die as many as 4 times, which means that a lot of points were taken away from him. The first death took away 50 points of defense, and his starting value was only 53. Thanks to that, Yoshito Takamichi could now be killed in just 1 strike, and there was no way for him to resist. After the second death, the young man lost 70 attack points, and on the third, he had already lost as much as 2,500 health points. Each of the deaths has given the protagonist any number of points, and he only had to regret what happened. The hero was currently viewing a digital scoreboard, where he saw that the last death had taken away 60 dexterity points. A laughing Yoshito Takamichi found this amusing, as he had 61 dexterity points, and with the debuff, only 1 left. Depending on the statuses, the body also changed, and if the hero lost agility points, his body would become heavy and unturnable, and he would not be able to reach the peaks. The protagonist tried to remain calm and cool-minded in everything while being burdened with debt. He was forced to accept his fate and move on, despite the hardships that were his burden. The young man was absolutely serious in all his thoughts, and the system notified him that very soon he would be resurrected. Yoshito Takamichi hated with all his heart everything that was happening to him, and suddenly resurrected after being slightly blinded by the bright sun. The slightly flustered hero looked around and immediately realized that he was back in this dangerous world. As he expected, his body weight had increased due to 1 point of agility, so it would be much harder for the young man to move. Looking around, a slightly surprised Yoshito Takamichi tried to figure out where he was, assuming he had been thrown to the bottom floor. Caution swept over his mind, letting the hero know that something was wrong here, for he was on a lower floor, but the atmosphere smelled like an upper floor. Yoshito Takamichi began to gradually move forward to look around the lower floor more and draw some conclusions. Up ahead, the protagonist saw something that made him very surprised and even excited, and he began to advance there. The young man realized that there was a skill stone ahead, which to top it all off was also gold, indicating that it was super rare. The guy immediately realized that he could sell it for a huge amount of money and finally be able to pay off all his debts. With an animal-like gaze, he looked at the skill gem and said that there was no way he would leave it here. Walking calmly towards the gem, Yoshito Takamichi noticed the lack of monsters and called it the easiest money. But suddenly he heard strange noises that could not but alarm him, though the hero continued onward. Still, Yoshito Takamichi stopped while frozen with fear, and he felt a sudden chill in his back. Sharp blades appeared from nowhere and flew everywhere at great speed, while the young man tried to avoid being hit. There was no way to avoid it, and multiple blades struck his body, and one went straight into the hero's eyeball, making him scream in pain. The system notified Yoshito Takamichi of another death and the activation of infinite rebirth at the same minute. A permanent debuff was then activated, causing the hero to lose 65 points to strength upon death. Breathing heavily, Yoshito Takamichi was pouring sweat while feeling shocked at what was happening and trying to catch his breath. The very surprised hero recalled the moment the sharp blade flew into his body, realizing that it caused instant death. Then came the realization that instant death had come because of the trap, causing the shocked lad to freeze in place. Emotions mixed together, and it all led to a hysteria-like state, and Yoshito Takemichi could barely hold back his tears. Still, the feisty protagonist gritted his teeth and asked if anyone thought all this hardship would stop him. The young man noticed that he didn't even have the strength to hold his arms because the muscle strength debuff had arrived. In an instant, a wary Yoshito Takemichi froze in place as he once again heard a crackling sound, but he already knew what it might entail. A huge monster that was like a dragon suddenly emerged from the ground and glared fiercely at the powerless guy. The huge demon analyzed the hero ahead of him with its red eyes showing its malevolent attitude. Then a huge wave of fire was immediately attacked and released towards Yoshito Takemichi, who was screaming in pain. There was no way to escape the young man's attack, and he was enveloped in a huge wave of fire that scorched his skin in a moment. The system immediately notified him of another death, the activation of revival, and the loss of 250 points to health. Reborn Yoshito Takemichi gathered his thoughts and began to leap aside, successfully dodging the demon's fiery attacks. His movements were like spinning rings in the air, which brought some success and helped him avoid another death. The very anxious protagonist feared for his life, but one moment the realization of the whole situation came to him. Finally, the protagonist realized why there was no one in this place, because everyone who came was seduced with that golden glow. After that, people would instantly die from the traps that left no chance of survival. The young man realized that if an ordinary person was trapped, he would never get to this gem. Yoshito Takemichi grinned with sweat on his face, making it clear that he wasn't going to give up and would go all the way. Rising to his feet, he said that right now, he was the weakest conqueror of the Heavenly Demon Tower. The fierce protagonist confidently exclaimed that his life was now worthless for fear of losing it. With a sharp start, he rushed forward toward the gem he had no intention of giving up and was eager to get his hands on. But suddenly, Yoshito Takemichi fell into another trap, and a heavy object fell on top of him, which he immediately noticed. At that minute, a debuff was activated, causing the hero to lose 80 mana points and 55 points to technical abilities. Another death made the protagonist wonder how many times he had died, and he also noticed that he couldn't feel his body. The debuff was activated, and the young man lost another 90 points to life force and 40 points to magic resistance. At that moment, he was screaming with intolerable pain and could see nothing, bleeding and being pierced through by sharp bayonets. Once again, a permanent debuff was activated, causing Yoshito Takemichi to lose 60 points to intelligence. The hero felt like he was about to turn into a vegetable, but still he smiled, as if something was filling his heart with life. All the efforts and losses were not in vain as the young man managed to get to the gem, and he realized that he had won. Then his eyes began to roll, and saliva dripped from his mouth, after which Yoshito Takemichi was like a vegetable that couldn't think straight. He then received a system notification asking if he wanted to use the skill stone he had received. The young man did not give any response, after which the system wrote that the use was authorized automatically due to the long wait for a response. At the same minute, Yoshito Takemichi received the inversion skill, which was highlighted in red on the digital scoreboard. After a few minutes, the main character suddenly opened his eyes, being surprised and not realizing what was going on. He began to slowly pull himself up and wondered why he wasn't feeling the effects of the debuffs, and it was as if his strength had returned. The young man decided to check the stats first thing and began to load the digital scoreboard, hoping to find answers to his questions. A flustered Yoshito Takemichi was very wary as he didn't understand what was going on with his stats. He noticed that all of his debuffs were gone, which was very unexpected and panic-inducing. As it turned out, all of the main character's debuffs turned into buffs, and he got a lot of points to all stats. Another system window appeared next to the digital stat board, which immediately drew the guy's attention. The window that opened said that Yoshito Takemichi had mastered a new skill that he didn't know about at that moment. This skill was inversion, which was capable of changing buffs to debuffs and vice versa, anything that could touch his stats. The very surprised hero pondered over the name of the skill, and in an instant, the realization of its effect came to him. He realized that thanks to this skill, all of his debuffs had turned into buffs, granting him immense power. Yoshito Takemichi then deeply wondered when he had time to learn this skill, since he didn't remember it at all. The young man turned his attention to the golden cube lying nearby, which contained a skill gem. He was very surprised to see it, because he remembered how hard he had worked to get it. A delighted Yoshito immediately recognized the rare skill stone and realized that as soon as he grabbed it, the system automatically used it. Also, the realization came to him that it would no longer be possible to sell the gem since it had been used. However, the hero thought it was all for the best, as now the infinite revival debuffs, thanks to the inversion, only made him stronger. He was endowed with unshakable confidence, and nothing could shake his self-esteem at that moment. Yoshito Takemichi clenched his fist tightly and confidently said that with such strength, he would be able to climb to the top, becoming a top conqueror and make a lot of money. The young man added with the same confidence that now he could become famous and there was no turning back. Then he turned around and said that of course it all sounded wonderful, but now it wasn't going to be easy for him to get home. The hero realized that he would have to go through deadly traps again to return to his native land. The young man realized that the traps would activate if he went through them and was nervous as he was close to death. Still, Yoshito Takemichi looked skeptically to the side, saying that even if that was the case, if he died from those traps again, he was already better off. But suddenly the main character grabbed his head and exclaimed that there was no way he was going through this again. He took into consideration that even if revived, he still felt that unbearable pain that he didn't want to experience again. The hero realized that he could not die too often, as it would have irreversible consequences. These dire consequences were that the young man risked going insane, so it was necessary to proceed with caution. With sweat on his face, he gripped the left sleeve of his sweatshirt tightly, beginning to pull it aside. Yoshito Takemichi's actions were very strange, but he kept pulling the sweater as if he wanted to tear it. The young man realized that his stats were quite high right now, all thanks to his newfound inversion skill. Looking away thoughtfully, the hero wondered what if now he could get through all these traps on his own. This thought didn't leave Yoshito Takemichi for a few more minutes, and he thought it over carefully, as he had no right to make a mistake. Stepping firmly onto the floor, the hero confidently wondered what the point of wondering was, since he had no other way in anyway. He spread his legs wide with his arm down and said with confidence that it was necessary to try to pass the traps. At an incredible speed, Yoshito Takemichi rushed from his seat, not even thinking of giving up and keeping a cold mind. The mechanism of the traps was very finely tuned, so there were no misfires and they were immediately activated. A huge number of arrows and sharp spears immediately flew towards Yoshito Takemichi, who was trying to remain calm. The young man ran straight at them at great speed, believing in his own strength and in the fact that he would manage to escape the doom and pass through the traps. He really tensed up when one of the arrows was right next to his eyeball, which spoke of the risk of another death. Still, Yoshito Takemichi was not confused, and this allowed him to react quickly, dodging the attack and remaining unharmed. The hero then landed sideways, finding himself already in the rear of the sharp spears that protruded from the stone floor. The surprised young man noticed that he could see absolutely everything she was in his vicinity. He turned his attention to the next wave of traps ahead and realized they needed to be passed at even greater speed. With a sharp start, Yoshito Takemichi rushed forward, realizing that he didn't even have a second to rest and couldn't stop. Great speed and effort helped the protagonist to fly through the traps unharmed. But there was still danger ahead, so he wasn't going to stop and continued to charge forward. Filled with a thirst for speed, Yoshito Takemichi noticed that he was moving too slowly and sped up. His speed allowed him to pass through another wave of traps, but that wasn't the end of it. He had to move on. The hero rushed forward toward the next wave, while the loud explosions of traps sounded all around him, pounding on his ears. A huge monster suddenly appeared ahead and stood right in Yoshito Takemichi's path, but it didn't scare the young man. The dragon-like monster opened its mouth wide and began to growl at the guy, showing its aggressive mood. The protagonist immediately used the digital scoreboard, making it clear that he wasn't going to bow down to some monster. Then he selected the right weapon in the digital display, namely a sharp steel machete, to deal with the obstacle that appeared. Firmly grasping the handle of the mochi, Yoshito Takemichi swung before delivering a powerful blow. A devastatingly powerful blow was struck at the dragon-like monster, causing its head to be severed. The protagonist is frozen in place, while being surrounded by many sharp bayonets because he has fallen into a trap. The young man's eye turned red, which spoke of his cold-bloodedness and lust for killing, as well as his lack of any compassion. At a tremendous speed, Yoshito Takemichi began to jump in different directions while swinging his sharp sword. Soon it was over. The young man exhaled with relief, realizing he had sent the danger into oblivion. All the traps had been broken, and the hero, standing in one place, had drawn many conclusions and was now sure of something. Every time Yoshiro Takemichi died, he activated a permanent debuff, but now it's different. The inversion skill, on the other hand, did the opposite, and the young man concluded that it would be a good idea to combine the two skills. The protagonist was filled with a thirst to become stronger and realized that he would become the strongest conqueror of the tower if he combined the two skills. He looked up and realized that this surface was a bit high, and he wouldn't have even thought of jumping up before. Yoshiro Takemichi then said that things were different now and spread his legs wide to try to make a jump. At high speed, the young man first pushed off the rock, leaving a huge crack, then tried to jump higher. The hero saw the goal in front of him, but at the same time did not see any obstacles and, ignited by desire, continued to climb higher and higher. At that moment, he was like an arrow that flew at great speed and spotted a horned demon standing nearby. Yoshiro Takemichi immediately lit up with the desire to fight him and avenge his previous death, the culprit of which was the demon. The protagonist apologized to him for waiting without much emotion, preparing to launch an attack. The top-level horned demon did not show any animosity towards him and only silently looked at the guy with a small smirk. The young man, however, picked up his steel sword and began to gradually approach the monster that was also approaching him. Soon enough, they got close together, where Yoshiro Takemichi tried to attack, but the demon blocked his blow. Effortlessly, he pushed the confident hero back, showing his immense strength and easy perception of the enemy. The horned demon then grinned as he prepared for another attack from Yoshiro Takemichi, who was determined. The confident hero drew his sword in front of him and asked the monster if he was trying to finish him off again. The devil brat became angry after those words and gave a full-voice wail that spoke of an impending attack. Yoshiro Takemichi realized that he had succeeded in waking the demon and asked him to attack soon, burning with the desire for retribution. The hero then lunged at him with his sword and asked how long he would last in battle with his measly one life, against his endless rebirths. The top-grade demon took a fighting stance and prepared for the enemy's attack while standing in one place. The enemy attempted to attack the protagonist, who successfully dodged while holding tightly to the hilt of his sword. The young man scurried off to the side to prevent the enemy from hitting him and waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Yoshiro Takemichi said that it was scary to imagine how much his stats had increased, then struck a jump sword strike right into the demon's paw. Then the young man bounced to the side, but his opponent did not retreat and continued to try to strike. The ruthless protagonist looked sternly into the demon's eyes and said that its attacks were no longer scary to him. The demon gritted his teeth as he realized that the young man was no longer as weak as before and could fight back with dignity. Following those words, Yoshiro Takemichi was dealt a crushing blow that was going to be fatal to his opponent. Bouncing back after the punch and landing, the protagonist said it was a significant victory for him. He noticed a bright purple light at the spot where the demon had fallen and was very surprised, not realizing what it was. The protagonist immediately rushed out because he saw it as a danger to his life and decided to reinsure himself. The purple beam of light began to erupt even stronger and was endowed with some sort of energy that endowed the fallen demon with life. As it turned out, all this time the monster had been filling up with power and was soon on its feet, trying to see Yoshiro Takemichi in the thick smoke. Extending a paw with sharp claws in front of him, the demon smirked insidiously as if plotting something against the young man. Yoshiro Takemichi slid a little on the stone floor, saying that his doom was near, but still surviving. Looking into the eyes of the demon standing nearby, the hero said he had been thinking about something the whole time, and it still bothered him. With a stern look at the top-grade demon, the young man said that he didn't look like a monster from the third floor. In the Celestial Demon Tower, the higher one climbs, the more dangerous an opponent one can encounter. Yoshiro Takemichi came close to the demon and said that clearly there must be monsters much weaker than him here. The demon suddenly stood firmly on its feet and spread its huge wings, spreading them wide, which amazed the hero. The monster prepared to launch one last attack, believing in his strength and eager to finally take down the cocky upstart. The protagonist was not confused and began to cover his face with his hands, saying that his stats had increased significantly due to the debuff. He then made a high jump, intending to strike in midair, but the demon already possessed wings and rushed after him. Yoshiro Takemichi had become much stronger than the conquerors of the third floor, but for a monster like a demon to be here, he hadn't expected it at all. Trying to hold off the onslaught of the enemy, The protagonist said he had never heard of such a winged monster. He deftly swung his sword to protect himself from the enemy who was closing in. The best solution for the protagonist was to make a sharp landing, which he did, leaving his opponent alone. As he landed on the ground, the young man continued to hold the hilt of his sword tightly, trying to catch his breath at least a little. Harshly and incredulously, Yoshito Takamichi looked at the demon floating in the air and asked what was wrong. The creature with violet eyes looked at the young man intimidatingly, showing with its gaze a desire to end him as soon as possible. The hero realized that he would not get an answer, and it could be said that he was not very lucky to meet a strong enemy. The powerful demon opened both paws, in the center of which were magical orbs with which he was going to massacre the young man. A smirking Yoshito Takamichi noticed this and wondered if the opponent had decided to use his other hand as well. The monster paid no attention to his ridiculous sarcasm and put a lot of effort into his attack, which alarmed the guy. He used magic power and exalted himself with air to make it easier to fight further. The completely calm hero didn't see him as a danger at all, and only asked with a smirk if he had taken the battle seriously. His silly jokes pissed off the upper-class demons, whereupon he roared furiously and prepared to tear the upstart apart. He started swinging his paw around, hoping to hit Yoshito Takamichi, who was agile, and he managed to dodge. Out of rage, the demon soared through the air and continued to launch attacks, throwing all manner of improvised objects from the hero. Yoshito Takamichi dodged as best he could, relying on his agility and believing he could survive all the attacks. The incessant bombardment made the protagonist very tense, but he kept running as there was no time to think. On the stone slab, he saw the shadow of a fierce top-grade demon who was right behind him at that moment. The demon, laughing bloodthirstily, reached out with its paw to Yoshito Takamichi, who was very nervous and trying to save himself with all his strength. Another incredibly powerful blow struck the stone floor, which cracked all over and left a large dent in it. Bleeding sweat, Yoshito Takamichi smiled, realizing that just a little more and he would turn into a cutlet. The protagonist made incredible efforts to hold off the onslaught of the enemy, who did not give him a break. An eye appeared in the center of the top-grade demon's open palm, looking directly at the young man, which was very frightening. The young man became very nervous as his skin was nearly torn off, and the pressure stopped more and more. The demon's power was fully demonstrated in battle, and it proved stronger, and Yoshito Takamichi was notified of another death by the system. A permanent debuff was activated, causing the protagonist to lose 40 points to physical strength. But after a few seconds, the debuff was changed to a buff, thanks to the inversion skill coming into play, and the points came back. The demon at that moment turned his back and started to walk away because he no longer felt threatened and relaxed. But suddenly he became very wary and froze in place as the furious Yoshito Takamichi rushed at him with his blade at that moment. The monster reacted quickly and immediately turned around, holding back the onslaught of an opponent who was completely desperate and fought to the end. The cold-blooded and ruthless Yoshito Takamichi looked intimidatingly into the monster's eyes, saying that he had rumbled it. The hero added that it was the worst thing the monster could do, after which he swung his sword at it, much to the demon's consternation. The young man continued to swing his sword left and right, while the monster tried to dodge and take steps back. He was very agitated as he couldn't resist with the cold-blooded Yoshito Takamichi, who was determined to kill him. With a frightening tone, the hero exclaimed that it was very painful and the monster would answer for it, after which he struck hard. The hero's physical strength increased, and now his blows were literally pushing the demon back. But there was one but. It still wasn't enough to completely massacre the enemy, so you had to turn on your wits. For all that, the monster was very scared and confused, but it only had to take the young man's blows. But still, he wasn't going to give up either, and decided to take his strength in his fist to make one last attack attempt. It seemed to Yoshito Takamichi that the upper-class demon's hands had increased in size, and many red veins appeared on them. The bewildered young man was utterly bewildered by what was happening, and it was as if his hands were restrained and he could not move. The system notified the guy of his death, after which a debuff was immediately activated, and he lost 60 points to dexterity. Immediately, the inversion skill was activated, which instantly returned the lost points to the hero's dexterity. The maximally focused Yoshito Takamichi realized that his agility had increased this time, which also spoke volumes. The young man opened his eyes in an instant and realized that the increase in agility gave him some sort of advantage, and he could act differently. Silently standing still, The protagonist stared emotionlessly at the demon standing in front of him, who was expecting an attack from him. Yoshito Takamichi complimented his opponent, admitting that he pulled off a pretty good stunt, and that's respectable. Suddenly, his eyes filled with rage and bloodlust, signaling that the monster would not fare well. After that, the protagonist rushed into the attack with sword in hand, harboring nothing but hatred and anger towards the top-grade demon. The monster was once again a bit confused as Yoshito Takamichi was beyond furious. The hero's fierce eyes turned redder and redder, and in an instant, he swung his sharp blade, intending to finish off his opponent. At tremendous speed, the protagonist impaled the demon frozen in place, drawing his blade through it. At first, the monster didn't understand anything, and even smirked, not realizing that his opponent's blade had gone through him. After a few seconds, realization came to him, and the dazed demon felt as if it had been shattered from within and began to dissolve. The cold-blooded Yoshito Takamichi only muttered softly that it was over, and the monster began to dissolve into space. The young man also added that it was expected since the demon only had one life, and he had initially lost when he engaged in battle with it. The rage began to fade from the eyes of the protagonist, who watched with little interest as the demon died. Yoshito Takamichi said that if a monster can get infinite life in its habitat, it can come to him. The hero looked at the monster with a strange look and said that after that, they could fight again as equals. At that moment, he was very confident and pleased with himself as he had managed to defeat a powerful top-grade demon. Being very tired, Yoshito Takamichi sat down on the stone floor and exhaled a sigh of relief, saying that he was able to overpower his opponent. The only thing the young man didn't like was that the demon had rumbled him twice, and although he was stronger, it felt too unpleasant. He then turned his attention to his steel sword, which had cracked after the battle, causing the guy to be surprised. The protagonist was utterly perplexed after the sword simply crumbled in his hands after a few seconds. Yoshito Takamichi didn't know how to react to that, and only said that apparently he needed to buy some normal weapons. He got to his feet and decided to start collecting magic stones, and then buy something normal. Not far from the young man were magical glowing stones, some of which were red and some of which were green. Soon the protagonist found himself in a heavenly demonic tower called Hermes, in a safe zone that was on the first floor. As you go to each floor of the demon tower, there is an area where monsters never revive. In the common people, it was called a safe zone, which was a real boon to the conquerors. In it, ordinary conquerors could take a break after heavy battles and catch their breath, as this was impossible to do elsewhere. While exploring the demonic tower, the conquerors were able to accumulate many useful items. And coming to a safe zone, they could sell their loot to merchants and buy new equipment. An overjoyed Yoshito Takamichi confidently said that the silver sword was much stronger than the previous one and decided to buy it. But at the same time, the protagonist remembered that the sword was very expensive because he had given half of the proceeds from the magic stones for it. Still, the young man began to ward off these thoughts, reminding himself that he wanted to succeed, and to do so, he could not skimp on weapons. He realized that it was a valuable investment for the future that would help him in future battles and minor skirmishes with monsters. Up ahead, Yoshito Takamichi saw several other conquerors chatting amongst themselves, but they paid attention to him, which looked strange. The hero realized it was just people discussing him, calling him a fool with endless rebirth. Upon hearing the discussions, the young man said that he had become famous as the weakest conqueror because he had been fooled and sold a useless skill for a lot of money. Then he turned around, saying that since they knew about it, they would have been better off warning him than regretting it now. The skill of endless rebirth was more of a curse of some sort for many conquerors, but for Yoshito Takamichi, it was different. For him, a person with inversion, this skill unfolded in a new way and took on other colors. And only he could unlock the potential of these two skills. Satisfied with himself, Yoshito Takamichi smiled imperceptibly as it was very cool and no one knew about it. Suddenly, he shrank back in exasperation as he heard the loud shouting of a man proving his point. The protagonist's hand trembled at the sharp shout, and he turned his attention to the crowd nearby, wondering what was going on. A confident fatty nearby was asking a man in the crowd who he thought could kill the boss from the 5th floor. He smugly poked his finger into his chest and exclaimed that no one else could do it but him, with the title of champion named Nogi Shisama. Yoshito Takamichi, meanwhile, remembered that once a conqueror kills a boss from a particular floor, he is given the title of champion. Once all the bosses from each floor are killed, the demon tower disappears, indicating that it has been completed. For defeating such bosses, you can get rare weapons that will help a lot in further fights. The hero realized that champions don't usually act so arrogant with their fellow conquerors, but here was no Gishi overconfident. Yoshito Takamichi was silently analyzing the situation on the sidelines, but at one point was very surprised as he turned his attention to someone arguing with the champion. It was a girl who said that Nogishi had cleared a tower that was only 2 floors with weak bosses and considered himself a champion. An angry Sekiyamona said that anyone could handle something like that, and her friend Shiramachi Yuri excitedly said that there was no point in arguing with him. The girl asked her friend to stay out of the way and said that the room with the boss was found first by them, and the scoundrel Noga-san wants to take all the laurels for himself. Yuri recognized that the reward for conquering the boss sounded tempting, but it was too dangerous and it would be better if the guys handled it themselves. In an instant, Sekiyamona calmed down a bit and fell silent while thinking about her friend's words. The haughty Noga-san asked with a smile on his face if he understood correctly that the conversation was over and he and his men could act. He asked the girls to calm down and watch as he and his unique equipment would put this boss to the ground in no time. The cocky braggart Noga-san presented everyone with his unique Aegis Mimshin shield, which can defend against any blow. The girls were silently frozen in place, trying to ignore the guy's bragging and remain calm. Suddenly, Shiramachi Yuri and Sekiyamona were called out by the suddenly appearing Yoshito Takamichi, whose voice they immediately recognized. The girls were very surprised to see the main character waving at them like nothing happened, not knowing what to say. He was immediately noticed by the cocky braggart Noga-san, who was annoying with his brooding face. The nasty fatty laughed provocatively and said that the loser Yoshito Takamichi had come to see them, then asked if he had heard what was being said about him. He called the protagonist a loser who was shoved some junk rather than a skill for a hefty price, trying to hurt the young man's feelings. The scumbag Noga-san called Takamichi pathetic and added that he didn't envy him, since he was the only one left to sit on the lower floors eating leftovers. The young man didn't take his words to heart and only exhaled, telling the girls that Noga-san and his men would deal with the boss themselves. An anxious Sekiyamona realized that things were heating up, but couldn't figure out what the hero was up to. Behind his back was an insolent, nosy provocateur who could not understand what he could do, but the hero did not take him seriously. Yoshito Takamichi said in an intimidating tone that the 3 of them would go to the boss on the top floor, showing the magic stone in the palm of his hand. He said that while Noga-san and his boys dealt with the biped, they would sort out the bigger fish. A surprised Shiramachi Yuri didn't understand what he was talking about and decided to ask again while starting to get worried. The hero told the frozen girls that he wasn't just offering them this for nothing and believed that the 3 of them could handle the boss on the top floor. Noga-san was pissed off that Yoshito Takamichi wasn't taking him seriously and was right in front of him discussing goals with the girls. The young man turned a cold-blooded stare on him, and the fat man shouted for him not to speak as if he were taller than him. The fat man then tried to strike in a fit of anger, but Yoshito Takamichi brought the upstart down with a sharp punch to the stomach. The absolutely calm hero effortlessly dodged his opponent's blow, landing another blow, but already in the jaw. After that, he began to walk away as if nothing had happened, realizing that the creep might still try to attack. A knocked-out Noga-san didn't realize what was going on, and his head was spinning after a powerful punch to the jaw. A few seconds later, he collapsed to the ground with a clatter, and Yoshito Takamichi was fully convinced that he had felled the fatty. The self-righteous upstart's bewildered companions asked how he was, and the bewildered Noga-san still didn't understand a thing. Being totally shocked, he asked what it was, and the hero calmly asked if he would be on the ground for long. The girls were very surprised at what they saw, and Yoshito said that now he was curious to see how the champions would handle the middle floor boss. Laughing slightly, the protagonist asked the champions if they would show him their real skills in a boss fight. After a while, the crowd was on the 4th floor of the heavenly demon Hermes Tower. Suddenly, Yoshito Takamichi was approached by a worried Sekiyamona, to whom he immediately turned his attention. The worried girl asked if the hero was sure he should have gone with Noga-san, and he didn't realize what she was talking about. The tense girl tried to explain her point of view and gently said that the young man wasn't particularly strong. The equally excited Shiramachi Yuri said she was worried too, because the monsters from the middle floors are very strong, and the hero might die. Yoshito Takamichi only laughed and took it lightly, asking them not to sweat it so much, and continued walking forward. Mona and Yuri were two conquerors the hero met while conquering this demonic tower. Sekiya was level 15 and Shiramachi was level 13. But compared to them, the hero was level 8 and understood why they were so worried. But the current Yoshito Takamichi, though not high-leveled, has fairly high stats, which already makes a lot of difference. The protagonist was fully confident that because of this, would be much stronger than the girls in battle. The young man was suddenly approached by Nogasan, who turned to him with a smile on his face that was incomprehensible to the hero. He said he let the guy for educational purposes watch him kill the boss in the middle floor, but asked him to stay out of the way. Yoshito Takamichi was sick of listening to this, and it was scary to imagine how the battle between the boss and that self-loving fatasse would turn out. Suddenly, the crowd stopped as they heard strange sounds like a monster approaching at high speed. Their instincts did not fail them, and one of the monsters decided to attack Nogasan from the air, swinging a sharp object in flight. The cocky narcissist was even a little confused as the monster managed to get close, taking him by surprise. He immediately went to great lengths to push his opponent away with the unique shield he had praised earlier. The ninja monster slid a few meters backwards, but managed to stay on his knees and not fall, which alarmed Nogasan. His opponent turned out to be a lizardman who had a rather good physical fitness, and he had a sharp blade in his hands. The lizard had become enraged and was showing his aggressive mood by growling, preparing to try to attack again. Nogasan was not one to be intimidated and only smirked in his opponent's face as his opponent was only one lizardman. Standing behind Yoshito, Takamichi coldly asked him to stop, but the fatty didn't take him seriously. The protagonist concentrated on his gut and said in an intimidating tone that the enemy was not alone at all. Being very tense, the young man began to look around, sensing the many lizardmen approaching. The lizards began to slowly surround the team, first starting with Nogasan and his boys, who were caught off guard. Yoshito Takamichi was in the company of slightly confused girls at that moment, but he himself was coldly preparing for battle. A very tense Nogasan didn't realize what was going on or where so many nasty lizards had come out of. A red lizardman, who had a different physique from the others, suddenly emerged from the shadows, and the rest of the lizardmen kneeled before him. The big guy turned out to be the captain of the lizardmen, who was the highest representative and commander of the pack. Confident in himself and his men, the commander held his sharp blade out in front of him, threatening the upstart Nogasan. Meanwhile, his subordinates pounced on the rest of the team, causing Yoshito Takamichi and the girls to tense up a lot. Although the protagonist was very tense, but he did not lose his grip and prepared for battle with the attacking lizards. His eyes immediately filled with rage and lust to kill, and his smile changed to a bloodthirsty smile that spoke of his fearlessness. A worried Sekiya Mona still didn't take the young man seriously, and with a shout she asked Shiramachi Yuri to protect him. The girl heard her friend's request and promised to do so, and Yoshito Takamichi froze in place with surprise after hearing it. He yelled that everything was fine, and they didn't have to worry about him since he could fight too. After his words, Sekiya Mona didn't feel any calmer and shouted that this wasn't the time to be a hero at all. The main character was struck by the fact that the girl did not take him seriously and did not believe that he could fight back against the enemy. In some ways, it even offended him, and he couldn't believe that he really wasn't considered a worthy conqueror. A tense Sekiya Mona said firmly, then the lizard captain was not Yoshito Takamichi's opponent, so he should calm down. She added that someone like him wouldn't be able to straighten him out, and those words really hurt the hero at that moment. It was as if the world inside him had turned upside down, and his pupils even shrank in size from shock, whereupon Shiramachi Yuri addressed him. The sweat-bleeding girl said that it was dangerous here, after which she persuaded the hero to stay away. Yoshito Takamichi expressed his disagreement and tried to prove that he wasn't weak, but Sekiya Mona was fighting lizards and didn't hear him. Shiramachi Yuri was also busy fighting and didn't pay attention to his words at that moment, being focused on the battle. The protagonist watched Nogasan and the others fight, realizing he could do that too, but no one believed him. Bleeding profusely, the young man said, with a smile on his face, that he too could fight, and extended his palm forward. He immediately put it down, as everyone was busy fighting and no one could hear him at that moment, and the hero himself was only standing still. Yoshito Takamichi realized that everyone was deeply convinced that he was just ballast, and it was a truly terrible feeling. There was still a fierce battle going on all around, with Nogasan and the lizard captain getting up close to each other. Suddenly, the lizard still struck at the cocky upstart, who didn't have time to dodge and was even a little confused. A bewildered Naga-san flew the air, and the shield didn't save him this time, and the lizard landed hard on the ground. Fathead managed to land on his feet and stand firmly on his own, even though the fall itself was very unpleasant for him. Suddenly, he felt a vibration under his feet that immediately drew his attention, making him tense up. A very tense Yoshido Takamichi immediately recalled the events that had happened to him earlier and understood what that vibration was. The entire perimeter of the stone floor beneath his feet failed, after which the hero himself began to fall into the abyss, while the others managed to stay on top. The nervous protagonist could not resist falling and realized that the situation was stalemate as he did not possess wings. Mona and Yuri were very scared because they couldn't do anything to help, and the young man wondered why he had fallen into the trap and not Noga-san. As the name Hermes Tower implies, it will test the conquerors on their reaction speed, because a trap may be waiting at every step. As it turned out, Yoshito didn't have the best reaction as he didn't manage to avoid the trap, but his eyes were filled with rage, and he wasn't going to give up. In a moment of freefall, he focused all his strength and exclaimed that he wouldn't just die from these traps. Having come to a rage, the protagonist made every possible effort at the moment of the fall, thus remaining unharmed. Rising to his feet, he shook the dirt off his pants and said he wasn't even hurt, and that could already be a reason to rejoice. With a little apprehension, Yoshito Takamichi began to look around the area around him, trying to see if he had been here before. From behind the concrete pillars ahead, the armed red lizards that had come to his soul began to emerge. The young man immediately realized that this area was swarming with a bunch of lizardmen captains who clearly wouldn't carry him in their arms. At the same time, he realized that there was nowhere to run, and with a smile on his face, he asked if this was a trap from which there was no way out. The cold-blooded Yoshido Takamichi suddenly said that unfortunately, the hopeless trap was for the captains, not him. After saying that, he looked at the lizards intimidatingly, sternly saying that it wasn't him who had fallen into the trap, but they had fallen right into it. The main character's intimidating tone made the lizardmen worry, and he added that he didn't care no matter how many of them were here. Still keeping the blade lowered, Yoshido said he finally got a chance to test his new sword. He said in a confident tone that he was even glad of this great opportunity, because it could not have been better. He then slid forward, swinging his blade in the process, causing the lizards to be scattered in different directions. Yoshido Takamichi said sternly, even though he was very glad he'd fallen just for them, calling them rowing lizards. The hero said that if the past him had been here, he would never have gotten out alive from this trap crawling with lizardmen captains. Suddenly, one of the captains jumped up and made a high jump, intending to launch an aerial attack. The young man was not at all confused and prepared his silver sword, realizing that this was another opportunity to test it. The bloodthirsty lizard looked at him as a victim, being confident, but unexpectedly suffered disappointment after a punch to the jaw. The furious protagonist was as focused on the target as possible and kept attacking the captain, who was no longer resisting. With a sharp movement, the cold-blooded and ruthless young man chopped the lizard in two, shouting that he could finish them all off now. Two more lizardmen captains approached him from the back and made a leap to launch an attack. But Yoshido Takamichi ruined all their plans by reacting sharply to their appearance, then ducked and prepared to strike. Shocked by his incredible speed, the lizardmen captains looked around in great surprise, not knowing what to expect. Without showing an ounce of compassion, the hero cold-bloodedly decapitated two lizards without even looking at the result of his actions. He then lowered his gaze to the floor, and with it his silver sword, asking the rest of the lizard crowd what was wrong. Looking sternly at the crowd of lizardmen, Yoshido Takamichi asked if they were scared since they froze in place after what they had seen. He also questioned in a firm tone why they didn't act, since they were so looking forward to food falling into their trap. Smiling provocatively, the protagonist asked the lizards to come up and kill him, since he himself is asking them to do so. The provocations from the young man had taken their toll, and the lizards were getting angry with him as he had hurt their feelings. A whole bunch of captains were once again pitted against him aggressively, which is exactly what the guy needed at that moment. Yoshito Takamichi dealt with the lizards with particular coolness, paying attention to the fact that there were quite a few of them here. With bloodthirsty eyes, he stared harshly at his opponents, not showing them an ounce of compassion during battle. Landing on the ground after another strike, he said that this many monsters were not enough to break through his defenses. After hearing those words, the three lizard men captains froze in place, looking at the guy with great bewilderment. Yoshito Takamichi's look at that moment was very intimidating, and he asked them if they knew about it. After mercilessly finishing off the remaining lizards, the cold-blooded young man said he was a pro at this. The last captain was powerless and lay on the ground with tears in his eyes, realizing that collapse was inevitable, and Hiro said he would kill them as quickly as possible. After a while, Yoshito Takamichi exhaled tiredly, saying that he was finally done and there was no more danger. He then noticed a stone archway nearby that led to another room, which interested the young man. Without any hesitation, the protagonist entered it and noticed that it was possible to climb back up the stairs. Ahead of him was a double door with patterns on it, which was the entrance to the original place. Exhausted by the events, Yoshito Takamichi walked through the double doors without a backward thought and realized he was back. Breathing heavily, he noticed that the stairs were very long, and Sakiya Mona and Shiramachi Yuri immediately saw the young man. A shocked Yuri immediately ran up to the protagonist while being panted, and he didn't realize what was wrong. The worried girl immediately began to ask if he was hurt, but the guy only shook his head, making it clear that he was unharmed. After that, the beauty calmed down and was very happy that he managed to survive, after which she began to smile sweetly at the guy. Yuri said they wanted to go down to him, but the hatch had closed and they didn't know how to find him. And Mona was scared to imagine what the hero saw down there. Trying to calm herself down, she asked Yoshito Takamichi if he had been attacked by monsters on the way back. At first, the hero was very shocked to hear the question, but decided not to scare the girls, and smiling, calmly replied that no. He decided to withhold mercilessly from the crowd of lizardmen, captains he had killed, saying that he had gotten to them without any problems. A bit worriedly, the protagonist wondered where Noga-san and the boys were now, since they couldn't be seen around. Sekiyamona said that the guys thought the young man was dead and decided to go to the boss, and they were trying to find a platform that would open the hatchway. Angrily, she added that they had activated the trap themselves and left, and Yoshito asked her not to simmer down and said that Noga-san always does that. Then he shoved his hands into his jacket pockets and lowered a slightly intrigued gaze to the floor, turning to the girls standing nearby. A sincere Yoshito Takamichi thanked the girls for trying to help him and not abandoning him in his time of need. The girls were very surprised that the main character apologized for making them worry. The embarrassed and slightly dumbfounded girls silently smiled at the young man who was acting so sincerely, which commanded respect. The hero suggested to the beauties to speed up, because there was nothing to discuss and it was necessary to go forward. Smiling, he said that maybe they could catch up with Noga-san and see him fight the boss. But suddenly, any smile from the protagonist's face disappeared and was replaced by the intense shock he felt at what he saw. Behind him, he saw a huge lizardman and immediately wondered if Noga-san and the rest of the guys hadn't killed them all. The blade-wielding lizard immediately rushed to attack from the air, and an agitated Yoshito tried to warn the standing Yuri. He was very afraid for the girl, who was in the very epicenter of danger and could have been hurt by the enemy. The completely calm Shiramachi Yuri didn't understand why he was so nervous and turned around when she saw the lizard behind her. The nervous protagonist immediately rushed to her aid, realizing that alone the girl would not be able to cope with the big man. He ran towards her at breakneck speed while Sakiya Mona froze in place and didn't know what to do. Yoshito Takamichi took a sharp leap, followed by a deep dent with cracks in the stone. At the very last moment, he managed to run up to the lizard, whereupon the hero set up his sword and prevented his opponent from killing Shiramachi Yuri. Frightened by what was happening, the girl was very surprised that Yoshito Takamichi risked his life for her. An aggressive Sakiya Mona also made a dash towards her opponent and exclaimed that she would deal with him. The attack was successful, resulting in the lizardman captain being defeated and pierced by a blade in the chest area. Sakiya Mona said it was very dangerous, and the lizard fell on its back with a rumble and gave no sign of life. Yoshito Takamichi only silently exhaled after a hard fight, being unemotional at that moment. The cheeks of the nearby Shiramachi Yuri blushed, and she said thank you to the hero, which was unexpected. At that moment, the sweet girl was very grateful to the young man for saving her from the clutches of the vile monster. The guy very rarely accepted thanks and didn't know how to respond to it, but still said it wasn't a problem for him. Sakiya Mona watched the cute couple standing off to the side with a smile, and it seemed to her that they were very suitable for each other. She emphasized that what was far more important was how skillfully Yoshito Takamichi had repelled the huge lizard's blow. Smiling confidently, The protagonist asked if he had now proven his usefulness in fighting his opponents. No one saw his intimidating face, but in his mind the young man said that now he was not ballast for the others at all. After a while, the trio was already on the 5th floor of the celestial demon Hermes Tower. Yoshito Takemichi used the digital scoreboard to familiarize himself with some information. Because the hero had interrupted a bunch of lizardmen commanders, he had leveled up to 10th level, which was pretty good. The young man realized that as you level up, stats increase. But thanks to the inversion with debuffs on buffs, his herd became much higher. After thinking for a while, he was upset, because the stat increase when leveling up was very insignificant, even though he fought a lot. The example Yoshito Takemichi took was that without buffs, he had 74 attack points. But when pumped, he was only given 2 points. The protagonist then smiled, saying in his thoughts that thanks to the inversion debuffs being cancelled, he had become too strong. Smiling very confidently, he looked over the digital scoreboard of personal information for a few more seconds, pleased with himself. A very surprised Shiramachi Yuri caught his attention with a request to look forward, where there was something mesmerizing. Yoshito Takemichi looked forward and wondered if this was the door to the middle floor boss where they were headed. Sekiyamona said that the Hermes Celestial Demon Tower was calculated to have only 10 floors. She added that even though it was the middle floor, the 5th floor boss had never been defeated before, and she and Yuri had found this room first. The girl also said that she should have gone back down to the safe zone to stock up and prepare for a protracted battle when she met the underdog Noga-san. The angry Mona was furious with the fat man and exclaimed that it was worth remembering how he had treated them like a pig. Yuri immediately began to calm her friend down and ask her not to get angry, and Mona began to slowly come to her senses. A smiling and a little scared Yoshito squinted at the big door and said that Noga-san and the guys must be fighting the boss by now. He said that even though they didn't make it to the battle, they would at least see what reward the others had gotten. Being tense, Yoshito Takemichi began to move forward first, never losing his grip and remaining ready for anything. The protagonist realized that there could be dangerous traps around and extra care must be taken. He stomped across the stone floor with extreme caution, and a stranger in a purple sweater flew through the space. Initially, the young man didn't pay attention to him and silently stared ahead, but it was impossible to overlook such a sight. At one point, he very nervously shifted his gaze to the side and turned his attention to the man in the air, much to his alarm. Yoshito Takemichi and the girls standing nearby were very scared because the man thrown into the wall destroyed it with his body. The stone wall collapsed and debris fell on the hero, who was breathing heavily and struggling to get to his feet. As he rose, he saw the silhouette of a man of considerable proportions, who spread his legs wide. It turned out that this person was the survivor Noga-san, who asked Yoshito Takemichi if he wasn't dead. Insidiously looking into the eyes of the nearby standing boss, the fatty said that since the young man wanted to see it, he could do so. He added that this was the middle floor boss, and was sure to straighten him out in a matter of minutes. The huge purple orc lord became enraged at the fatty's self-confidence and prepared to attack. He then took a short run up and jumped to turn the Noga-san standing still into mush with his axe. A worried Yoshito Takemichi shouted to the fatty to save himself, then as he was very worried about him. The still cocky Noga-san didn't show an ounce of fear, and gazed gleefully into the eyes of the bloodthirsty orc lord. At the last moment, he used his unique shield, which blinded the orc, giving him an advantage. Noga-san said very confidently that such a blow would be blocked in no time by his unique shield Aegis Mimictions. The knocked-out orc lord didn't realize what was going on and tried to attack, but he failed. Thickpaw said that when the lizard men attacked, he was certainly caught off guard, causing him to not show his full glory. He then confidently said that there was no way he would lose in a one-on-one fight with the middle floor boss. Brag Noga-san asked Yoshito Takemichi to watch the fight more closely, which the hero did with great interest. Fatty said that unlike such a little kid standing aside like a hero, the adults would fight to the end. The orc lord didn't listen to his rant anymore and rushed to the attack, smiling bloodthirstily at the fatty. An excited Yuri asked Yoshito how he was feeling, and he, holding his wounded arm, replied that he would live. Smiling, the hero admitted that Noga-san was incredible, adding that he couldn't even take one hit from the boss. The young man noticed that the fatty, though a braggart, was still on his feet and gave a pretty good fight back to such a bully. Noga-san, meanwhile, smiled lightly at the orc lord, confident and prepared to dodge attacks. The monster began to become enraged as the fatty's behavior was beginning to irritate him, and he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Being enraged, he exerted a lot of effort to strike a powerful blow that triggered a strong blast. Nogusan was still standing firmly on his feet and shielded by the blast wave. Remaining protected by his shield, he smiled in his opponent's face and showed no panic. His fighting attitude amazed the Orc Lord, who was sure that such a powerful strike would not leave his opponent alive. Enraged, he swung his axe and launched another attack, eager to finish off the tenacious Daffodil. The Orc Lord then swung his axe, raising it above his head, which spoke of his serious intentions. Eventually, the boss launched a series of attacks aimed at destroying Nogusan, who was saved each time by a shield. After the attacks were made, the Lord would warily examine the spot he had struck, and it would seem to him that the enemy was no longer alive. But suddenly, the surviving Nogusan asked if that was all he was capable of, which struck the monsters that moment. The self-righteous fathead provocatively asked if that's all a mid-story boss can do. He then intimidatingly said that if that was indeed the case, then the Orc Lord would never be able to defeat the champion, Nogishi Samu. Meanwhile, a completely calm Yoshito Takemichi stood off to the side and watched the fight with interest. Looking at the unique shield, he wondered if this was the power of the unique equipment that could be obtained for killing bosses. The hero took your attention to the fact that Nogusan's stats are mid-level, and he's only holding on due to that shield. The enraged Orc Lord grabbed his sharp spear and rushed forward again, eager to finally deal with the scoundrel. But the unkillable fatty just laughed and told the boss that he couldn't beat him just by swinging his axe. Once again, he set up his unique shield, causing the boat to feel the backlash and become confused. After that, Nogusan ordered his companions to attack without wasting time, and the guys rushed to attack the boss. The confused and bewildered Orc Lord couldn't keep his feet and fell down, not understanding at all how it happened. He realized that collapse was inevitable, and he would be brought down by some self-righteous people, but he didn't want to believe it. Nogusan wasted no time and made a high jump to finish the huge monster right from the air. Smiling irritatingly, the fat man told the Lord that he shouldn't have lost sight of him by calling him an idiot. A very powerful reaching blow was successfully delivered, causing the Orc Lord to flatten to the ground. At last, he only made a strange sound that signaled that there was no way for him to survive. Nogusan and his companions surrounded the dead Orc Lord, whose body occupied a considerable area on the ground. The cocky fatty then turned to Yoshito Takemichi, asking how he felt about the strength of a true champion. The main character, however, at first just silently looked him in the eyes, while only smirking slightly. At one point, he did say that Nogusan's unique shield was indeed strong and ended his praise speech there. These words were like a balm to the self-confident narcissist, who was very fond of praise. Nogusan asked where they, the mediocre ones, should climb the middle floor boss, and told them to thank the Great One of him for defeating the boss. Yoshito Takemichi, who was frozen in place, noticed something odd and turned to the confident fatty. The fat man didn't understand what was going on, and the main character with a smile on his face asked everyone to pay attention. Everyone around looked at the golden chest that appeared with great surprise, the yellow light of which even blinded their eyes a little. The delighted Nogusan immediately realized that it was a chest with rare loot that no one had expected to appear at all. He exclaimed that this chest was even bigger than the one that held Aegis Memshins, and added happily that they had made a big score. A stunned Yoshito wondered in his mind if a chest more luxurious than the one that held the unique weapon could be found on the 5th floor. The protagonist immediately smelled something wrong, and with a shout tried to stop Nogusan, who was opening the chest. He was very worried about his comrade, recognizing in his mind that he had let his guard down and made a number of mistakes. Yoshito Takemichi allowed himself to forget for a moment that there were many insidious traps in this tower. Nogusan opened the golden chest after all and froze in place as there was nothing in it but dust. This caused complete bewilderment and even a bit of anger to his Fatas, who expected to get a nice loot. Suddenly, a golden light engulfed the entire room, which blinded the eyes of everyone around them and made them very wary. Yoshito Takemichi, who didn't understand what was happening, covered his eyes but still tried to look carefully at what was going on. The bright light seemed to dry his eyes, and it was painful to look at, making it even more tense. Soon the bright golden light was gone, and the team tried to recover from what had happened, blinking their eyes carefully. The wary protagonist looked around and wondered where they were, for the terrain was completely different. Sekyamona immediately said that it was definitely not a team with a middle floor boss, and the nearby Yuri froze with excitement, Nogasan didn't like the terrain immediately and asked if they were messing around, and Yoshito didn't know what he was talking about. Being surprised, the fat man said that the atmosphere of this place was very unusual, and he had experienced such a thing only once. A tense Yoshito immediately inquired where he had sensed such an atmosphere, as it might be the answer to some questions. Nervous Nagasan, with sweat on his face, immediately replied that he had sensed such a thing on the highest floor of the Celestial Demon Tower. Suddenly, strange things began to happen around again, and a strong wind picked up, and a purple light began to envelop the room. In another part of the room, a huge throne could be seen, upon which sat an equally sizable creature in armor. The feet of the unknown creature were similar to human feet, but still had some distinctive features. As it turned out, this was all for a reason, because Nogasan had sensed such a thing in the room of the final boss, which was the creature. The huge demon immediately looked angrily and aggressively at the humans who had disturbed his peace. Then he jumped up from his throne and prepared to pounce on them, and the team was even a little confused. With a voice trembling with nerves, Yoshito Takamichi asked if this was really the final boss's room. The hero and the rest of the team immediately excitedly opened the digital scoreboard to find any information about it. The system warned that they had all been forcibly teleported to the room to the final boss of the Celestial Demon Tower, Hermes. The astonished Yoshito Takamichi couldn't believe it and didn't know what would happen next since the boss possessed immense power. He realized that it was the master of the tower, which was the Ogre Emperor, looking bloodthirstily at the frightened humans. The final boss was very determined and didn't like to waste time, so he immediately rushed to attack, taking his chance. The team was at a complete loss as the Emperor acted very quickly and took them by surprise. Without a backward thought, he threw a very powerful punch, destroying the floor, but Yoshito Takamichi managed to bounce to the side. The concerned hero recognized that the Ogre Emperor was indeed very different from other opponents. Also, the young man realized that no one but him would be able to give resistance to such a powerful boss. He immediately shouted to the others to leave, promising to detain the boss. But Nogasan asked him to stop talking nonsense. Turning around, the fat man asked Yoshito if he realized that he would die one-on-one without lasting a minute. The confused protagonist didn't understand why he was so sure he was dead, but he still didn't argue. The fearless Nogasan rushed to the attack and ordered his companions to run after him, while the hero asked them to wait. The enraged young man rushed after them with sword in hand, because he was not going to stand by while his comrades fought. He began to deftly swing his sword in different directions, gradually sneaking up on the final boss from the rear. The other two companions fought just as bravely and desperately, showing all their hatred for the enemy with their sword. Satisfied with the results, Yoshito said that at least a little, but it looked like they were able to damage the huge Ogre Emperor. The Emperor himself suddenly waved his hand upwards, which made the crew very wary as they did not understand his intentions. Desperately shouting with all his voice, Nogasan showed bravery and courage by rushing to attack the Emperor alone. Covered by a unique shield, he ran forward, shouting that he was the champion who would defeat the Ogre Emperor. There was no fear in the fatty's eyes, but only hatred for the enemy he wanted to get rid of as soon as possible. The Ogre Emperor brought him down with a sudden swing of his sharp blade, severely wounding the cocky Nogasan. Nogasan's eyes felt like the whole world had turned upside down as he couldn't believe that the shield hadn't saved him, and he was seriously injured. The shocked associate couldn't believe it, along with the excited Yuri who was sitting next to her. The bewildered protagonist looked at Nogasan, who was defeated before his eyes and gradually dying. The young man couldn't believe it, as the shield could block absolutely any attack, but this time even it didn't help. The system notified that Agasmemishin's characteristics were far weaker than the enemy's strike, and as a result, no longer recoverable. A bleeding Nogasan lay on the stone floor with no signs of life, and Yoshito Takamichi couldn't believe it had happened. The companion's soul began to ache for Nogasan, who gave no sign of life and did not respond when the team called for him. The boy immediately rushed to the body of his fallen comrade, while a very tense Yoshito shouted at him to stay away. The young man didn't understand why he was asking him to stay away from the body, with a slightly perplexed look from the protagonist. Meanwhile, the Ogre Emperor took his chance and swung his blade, striking the guy with a single blow. Soon a large pool of blood appeared on the floor, with the silver sword of Nogasan's comrade-in-arms lying in it. Yoshito Takamichi became angry as the monster had taken the life of another member of their team and needed to be finished off. With anger, the hero bit his lip, contemplating a further plan of action and realizing that he had no time. At that moment, the Ogre Emperor was looking straight at him, waiting for action from a guy he didn't take seriously. Smiling bloodthirstily at Yoshito Takamichi, the emperor began to gradually approach him, much to the alarm of the rest of the group. Frozen in place with fear, Sekiamona said they needed to run away immediately before he massacred them as well. The girl added that she should run right away, but then noticed that the process of sealing the doors had begun. She exclaimed that the protective magic had blocked the doors and it would be impossible for them to pass through now, whereupon the panic began. A frightened Shiramachi Yuri tearfully said that they would all die here because there was no way out. The ruthless ogre emperor did not stand on ceremony and immediately swung his sword to finish them off once and for all. At that moment, it was into the weeping Yuri, who froze in place from fear and needed the help of her companions. The crying girl realized that this was the end and just closed her eyes, waiting for the death that was about to happen. But the brave Yoshito Takamichi, who came to the rescue and repelled the attack of the ogre emperor, did not let her die. The main character said no way, and a very surprised Shiramachi Yuri and Sekiyamona watched this side. Trying to catch his breath, the young man said that they would survive, while looking at the emperor who didn't take them seriously. The hero's red eyes filled with rage, and he said that from now on, only he would die for as long as it took. The final boss wasted no time in idle chatter and continued to attack, shattering the stone floor beneath the young man's feet. Yoshito Takamichi reacted very quickly and suddenly began to run away to the side, as if luring the emperor some trap too. At one point, he tried to attack the boss, but noticed that he didn't even wound him. The stone slabs were left with huge craters due to destruction and cracks, and stone shards were flying in different directions. The ogre emperor became even angrier and reached out with his paw towards Yoshito Takamichi, who was dodging by running in different directions. The enraged monster swung his axe again to deliver a powerful blow, showing all his hero hatred. The powerful blow shattered the floor again, and with a wave, it threw Yoshito Takamichi, who this time couldn't stay on his feet. With that said, the young man adjusted very quickly and darted forward to keep himself from being caught off guard and attacked. With a sharp movement, he made a high jump before delivering a powerful sword strike to the ogre emperor's head. A surprised Shiramachi couldn't understand how Yoshito had managed to do that, and Mona couldn't believe he was fighting one-on-one against the Tower Master. The protagonist, meanwhile, fought valiantly, maneuvering and moving in different directions to avoid falling into the clutches of the enemy. He realized that even though he was strengthened by the buffs from inversion and infinite revival, it still wasn't enough. The young man said that, as expected from the Tower Master, his current strength would not be enough to win. The soles of his sneakers squeaked on contact with the stone floor as he maneuvered around a lot. Yoshito Takamichi decided to first test the ogre emperor for endurance before drawing conclusions. Fueled by his desire to kill, the hero said they'll see how many more times he dies before he finishes off the boss. At lightning speed, he began to move from one side to the other, gradually misleading the enemy. The hero observed caution and calmness in his actions so as not to do something stupid that could cost him his life. In an instant, he managed to strike with his silver sword right at the emperor's head, who had no time to react. Pushing off his head while in the air, Yoshito Takamichi swung his sword again for another strike. The ogre emperor was furious and rushed to the attack, because he had had enough of the antics of some pathetic human. The protagonist tried to dodge his attack while feeling for a bit of pain from the blowback. Being nervous, he gritted his teeth tightly and wondered if this was the limit of his abilities. Still, he wasn't going to give up and kept moving in different directions while trying to strike the emperor. A concerned Shiramachi Yuri was watching this downstairs and stayed out of the fight, but was very worried about her, our point. In an instant, her eyes went wide as she witnessed Yoshito Takamichi being killed. The system notified him that the debuff had been activated and he had lost 55 dexterity points, but the hero thought he was fine. The debuff was changed to a buff and the dexterity points returned, so there was nothing to worry about at all. Yoshito didn't worry about anything and knew that everything was fine since he could come back to life for as long as he needed to. Sekiyamona said it was an endless rebirth, and Shiramachi Yuri became even more worried knowing the consequences. She said that activating infinite revival activates a permanent debuff on a random characteristic afterward. Concerned, the girl wondered how Yoshito Takamichi was still capable of fighting. The protagonist, meanwhile, received another wound, dropping the silver sword from his hands and covering his face with his hands. The debuff was changed to a buff, and he gained 20 points to magic resistance, but they didn't do him any good. Enduring the powerful blows of the ogre emperor, In his mind, Yoshito Takamichi was saying that he needed a completely different performance. This time the system notified him that he had received 320 health points, but the young man still needed something else. He opened his palm tightly, saying in his mind that he really needed a buff to help him kill the Ogre Emperor. Yoshito Takamichi's fierce eyes were turning increasingly red, and his mind was filled with lust to finish off the final boss. The young man hoped that infinite rebirth would be on his side, and he would be able to gain a buff that would help him. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his red eyes, not realizing where he was, since he was fighting the boss just a few seconds ago. He immediately jumped up and began to rise to his feet, looking around and trying to figure out what this place was. Yoshito Takamichi looked at his sweaty palm, which didn't have a scratch on it and was very clean. The hero put his palm to his face, saying that he might go mad that way, for he felt the pain of death almost constantly. That said, he smiled as he finally got the bag he had needed all along. The young man got 140 points to his offense, calling it no small increase and adding that it was a definite success. After a few seconds, the digital it was gone, and Yoshito turned around as he heard the notification sound. The system notified him that he had obtained a new level of the infinite revival skill, and he was added the revival point ability. The young man became curious as to what this new ability was, and he decided to read more information about it. Having opened the desired page with information on the digital board, the hero began to familiarize himself with it carefully. After a couple minutes, he finished reading it and smirked, saying that it was clear to him now and it was time to try her out. The hero rested his hand on the floor to get to his feet, then concentrated to try out the ability. He was as focused as possible and closed his eyes as he was very curious about how the ability worked. At that minute, the system notified him that very soon he would be resurrected and asked him to prepare for it. The protagonist's eyes reddened again, and his face showed all the determination and readiness for another attempt at battling the boss. Firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, he rushed to attack while dodging the blows of the Ogre Emperor, who was also not slumbering. The system notified that the hero could now specify a revival point within a radius of 3 meters or more from the location of his last death. Yoshito Takamichi speculated that it was an ability conceived to reduce debuffs. He said that if one were to be reborn in the same place, death would definitely be impossible to avoid. The young man projected this situation in his head and realized that by doing so, the person would simply be spun up in a place where he would immediately die. The hero realized that this ability was just what he needed to escape the death noose and break its bonds. Walking calmly past the Ogre Emperor, the protagonist pondered the next plan of action. Time was stopped all around, and standing nearby were Sakiya Mona and a very worried Shiramachi Yuri, who was worried about him. Yoshito Takamichi, on the other hand, wondered what would happen if he could use this ability during battle. Using the ability the protagonist wanted to use before hitting the enemy's back and thought it was a good idea. He stopping time and prepared for battle, calculating all his moves to the smallest detail ahead. Firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, Yoshito Takamichi rushed to attack the Ogre Emperor, who did not expect him to come in from the rear. The hero's plan worked. He managed to strike and silver sword directly into the back of the boss, who immediately wailed in pain. A surprised Sakiya Mona wondered if the protagonist had teleported and was behind enemy lines. The young man turned his attention to Mona and Yuri and wondered if he was correct in realizing that they could observe the process. The enraged Ogre Emperor tried to lash out and stop himself from attacking, but the hero had already thought several moves ahead. Yoshito continued to attack, saying that Noga-san and the other guys were certainly still scum. He prevented the Emperor from even trying to hit him, as he was very maneuverable and moved from side to side. Remembering Noga-san's smug face, the hero coldly said that if he died, nothing would happen. The young man added that the others, knowing this, still showed him a modicum of compassion, which already commanded a drop of respect. Yoshito Takamichi wondered if it was right that he would get a unique weapon if he defeated the Demon Tower Master. The protagonist also admitted that at the moment he is not driven by the desire for profit, but by the desire to finally finish off the Ogre Emperor. The final boss was offended by his words and rushed to attack, harboring great hatred for his opponent and destroying everything in his path. At one point, she returned as she heard strange noises behind her back and thought it was the actions of the enemy. As it turned out, the Emperor's fears did not fail him, as Yoshito Takamichi was indeed in his rear. Furiously staring into the face of the final boss, the hero gripped his sword tightly and rushed into the attack, wanting to finish him off as soon as possible. The slightly confused yet still enraged boss looked at the young man's actions, wary of him. He didn't have time to react as Yoshito delivered a powerful sword strike to his head, leaving the boss barely on his feet. Still, the emperor was unable to stay on his feet, and he collapsed to the ground with a rumble, then began to convulse. The protagonist stood beside the dead emperor's huge paw, silently looking over his body and realizing that he had triumphed. The young man then hid the silver sword in his inventory, looking at the body of the huge final boss a little incredulously. The system notified that the Tower Master had been defeated, and unique weapons and magic stones were automatically added to the hero's inventory. Yoshito Takemichi said he was happy about the awards, but also felt strange and couldn't find an explanation for it. From the back, Shiramachi Yuri suddenly ran up to him and hugged the hero tightly, and he was even confused from surprise. With tears in her eyes and flushed cheeks, the sweet girl said she thought they were all finished, but thanks to him, they survived. Suddenly, the blue-eyed beauty caught herself acting a little too sincere and needed to be a little more restrained. Shiramachi Yuri stopped hugging Yoshito and apologized, saying that she didn't mean to do that, but it happened somehow on its own. Seki Amona didn't get particularly emotional and just thanked the protagonist, which was surprising for him. A little worried, the girl said that if it wasn't for Yoshito Takemichi, she and Yuri would have definitely died in this fight. But unexpectedly, she added that the way the main character fought was wrong, even though it made her uncomfortable to say so. Seki Amona emphasized that he had died at the hands of the Ogre Emperor, time after time for the sake of defeating him. The girl said it was a terrifying pain, and he shouldn't have had to endure it as he risked going insane from it. She then apologized that there was no way she and Shiramachi Yuri could keep the hero of so many deaths safe. Yoshito Takemichi stroked her head and told her not to take it personally, though it didn't make the girl feel any better. The young man was very sorry that they had to see something terrible, because every time you watch someone you know die, it is very painful. Lowering his gaze to the floor, the protagonist said, "I myself didn't want to die so many times because it's very difficult." Suddenly, the guy exclaimed that this really fucking hurt and he didn't want this, but he had no other choice. Remembering the unbearable sensations, Yoshito began to ooze sweat, saying that they couldn't even imagine how much it hurt. Seki Amona felt very awkward and didn't know what to answer, as a result of which she simply said that she understood. The hero tried to gather his thoughts and exhaled in relief, trying to formulate a sentence to say something to the girls. With a smile on his face, he promised to do his best not to die again, because he couldn't forget those terrible sensations. His warm words and smile warmed the souls of the lovely girls, who also smiled, and a spark of joy appeared in their eyes. At one point, the trio heard the system's notification sound and immediately began to turn around, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The system notified them that they had 10 seconds left before the tower disappeared, and they would be forcibly teleported out of it. A slightly surprised Shiramachi Yuri immediately remembered that the tower disappears immediately after the death of the owner. Yoshito Takemichi waved to his girlfriends and said that in that case, they would meet outside the demon tower. Exhaling, he looked around with a slightly saddened look, preparing to be forcibly teleported away. Lastly, the protagonist looked back at his fallen comrades who had perished from the clutches of the final boss. One of the dead companions was lying in a pool of his own blood, which caused the young man even more heartache. Yoshito Takemichi looked at the bodies of the dead and said softly that he would never forget them. The teleportation process soon began, and the young man gave a final farewell to his comrades, who could no longer hear him. Within seconds, he was in his own world, but the memories from his head wouldn't go anywhere so quickly. A dark-haired woman in a white suit sat in one of the offices and asked if the Hermes Tower had been conquered. She was sure that no one had ever even gotten to the top floors of the tower, and the subordinate had said that Hermes Tower no longer existed. He handed her an information tablet, telling her that a detailed report of what had happened would be turned in shortly. Mistress thought deeply about what was happening, placing her palm on the clipboard and going to express her point of view. She assumed that something interesting had happened, as destroying the tower was not something anyone could do. Meanwhile, Yoshito Takemichi opened his eyes and began to slowly come to his senses, not realizing where he was. There were other conquerors around who were just as confused and didn't understand how they had ended up in this place. They were all excited because they noticed the disappearing tower, something that could not be seen every day. The tower was disappearing right in front of my eyes, gradually dissolving from the top to the bottom, and it looked very frightening. Yoshito Takamichi was very interested in watching the process of the tower disappearing, which looked quite mesmerizing. The young man then looked at his hands, trying to remember what had happened to him a few moments earlier. Clenching his fist tightly, the protagonist said that he had managed to climb to the very top, which was what he had been striving for all along. The hero's clenched fist glistened in the sunlight, and he was very pleased with himself, for an important goal of his life had been accomplished. In an instant, the smile began to slowly slide off his face as all the events that had happened began to surface in his memories. Some of the people asked who had defeated the master of the demonic Hermes Tower, and Yoshito was deep in his thoughts. People were surprised, for the exploration only stopped at the 5th floor, and everyone was curious as to how strong the Tower Master was. The protagonist was slightly distracted from his musings as he heard people talking and listened to them. At one point, the young man pointed a finger at himself and said that he, Yoshito Takamichi, had defeated the final boss of the tower. With sweat on his face, the hero scratched his neck, saying in his thoughts that if it wasn't for the sacrifices of the guys, he would have been happy with this result too. Resting his hand on his knee, Yoshito said that this was the first time he had ever conquered a tower alone, and until he made a new reputation for himself, it was best to keep quiet about it. The young man was well aware that none of the people would believe him, and it was better to keep silent about it until better times. Looking at the others incredulously, he took into account that if they found out that the weakest conqueror had abruptly killed the Tower Master, there would be many questions for him. Moving furtively, the hero decided to sneak away unnoticed. But suddenly, he was spotted by Yuri and Mona standing nearby. Mona immediately recognized her buddy and called out to him, much to the surprise of Yoshito Takamichi, who hadn't expected to be greeted so immediately. The delighted girl asked with particular interest what unique weapon the hero had gotten for killing the Tower Master. The young man immediately called her an idiot, and the surrounding people immediately turned around, which made him nervous. The nervous people couldn't believe it, and remembered that this guy was the owner of the Infinite Rebirth Stone. One of the men looked at Yoshito Takamichi with disdain, calling him the owner of the most cheesy ability. He couldn't believe that this helpless kid had become a champion and managed to defeat the Hermes Tower's master. After a while, the hero would pull out a can of soda from the machine, and the girls would stand nearby waiting for him. Opening the tin can, the young man with sweat on his face nervously said that they were very lucky to escape from the crowd of people. Upon learning that he had become a champion, a crowd of people immediately pounced, asking him what weapons he used and if he wanted to join their squad. Mona apologized to Yoshito Takamichi, excusing herself for not even thinking about it, but he held no grudge against her. The smiling Yuri said that if he had single-handedly defeated the Tower Master and become the champion, no wonder there was so much attention on him. The young man felt strange, since he was the weakest conqueror of the most useless ability until recently. If he hadn't bought the Infinite Rebirth Skill Stone back then, his life might have turned out very differently. Interested in this matter, Shiramachi Yuri decided to ask the hero about the Infinite Rebirth skill. She immediately asked if it was true that he was given a debuff to a random characteristic when he died. The girl asked how it was possible that every time the hero was revived, it felt even stronger. Yoshito Takamichi felt very uncomfortable at that moment and didn't know what to answer, scratching the back of his head and trying to formulate a speech. He wondered if he should tell the girls about the inversion and how he would explain to them where he had found the gem. A flustered Yuri said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to answer her question, because she was just curious, but she didn't want to pressure him. The young man thanked her for her understanding and took a sip of his soda, for while it wasn't hard for him to tell them everything, there was one but. Mona intervened in the dialogue, saying that they would drop the subject while thinking about something else entirely. Far more important to her was the question of what kind of weapon Yoshito had gotten, and he'd picked up on the fact that she was outright burning with curiosity. The protagonist tossed the soda can into the trash can, asking the girl to wait a few seconds. The young man tried to open the inventory window to pull out the unique weapon he had received, but it wouldn't open. One of the girls said that it was logical since they were outside the Heavenly Demon Tower. The inventory window was a tool that could only be used while in the tower itself. Outside the tower, of course, one could not use swords, magic, or skills, and such people were unaffected by their stats. This restriction is designed to prevent conquerors from rampaging in the world outside the Demon Tower. However, there is an exception to the rule, and that is the only place outside the tower where you can enable the inventory window. Yoshito Takemichi and his friends immediately went to the ruins of the demonic tower. Approaching the line where the ruins of the demonic tower began, the hero held out his palm, which seemed to be endowed with some strange energy. He stared forward in wonder, trying to understand the changes that were taking place as he entered this area. Yoshito noticed that as soon as they entered the ruins, the atmosphere immediately changed, and there was no way to get used to it. This time, the hero managed to open the inventory window, which made him smile, because at least something made him happy. The girls began to look out of the window with particular amazement, and Mona was eager to learn the name of the unique weapon the young man had received. As it turned out, the weapon was called Phos Animos, which not everyone managed to pronounce correctly the first time. The protagonist immediately selected it in his inventory to bring it into the real world and finally try it out. A bright yellow light appeared all around, which made the trio a little wary, and they didn't realize what was going on. At first, Yoshito Takemichi looked worriedly at the inventory window, hoping that nothing terrible would happen. Soon, Phos Animos was successfully transferred to the real world, and he was able to take up arms to inspect the detail. The hero examined his blood-colored blade with admiration, the appearance of which he liked very much. The enthusiastic Shiramachi Yuri said that this was the treasure that could be obtained after defeating the master of Hermes' tower. Yoshito Takemichi looked at his new unique weapon silently and with a smile, remembering how he had gotten it. After waving it around, the hero said it was very light and easy to handle, and he was eager to try it out when conquering the new tower. The girls were surprised and even a little excited to hear that he was going to conquer new towers. Sekiya Mona suddenly had an idea in her head that she didn't want to take too long to realize. She immediately turned to Yoshito Takemichi, while Shiramachi Yuri silently watched what was happening. Mona suggested that the hero form a squad to conquer the new tower, which made the blue-eyed girl worried. The beauty immediately raised her hand and exclaimed loudly that she too wanted to join their squad. The bewildered Sekiya Mona and Yoshito Takemichi looked at the girl who was showing such a great desire to fight. Shiramachi Yuri then blushed a little and asked in a soft tone if the main character even wanted it. The young man briefly replied that he didn't mind, because they had known each other for a long time, so there was no point in refusing. The enthusiastic blue-eyed beauty looked at her friend, who was also pleased with his agreement. Then Sekiya Mona slyly looked at Yoshito Takemichi, who immediately noticed it and looked at her with a perplexed look. The flirty girl approached him and playfully asked him which tower he wanted to conquer next. The young man's face flushed with shyness, and the girl asked if he was satisfied with a tower of scale like Hermes or if he wanted something else. A confident Sekiya Mona was eager for adventure and said they could capture the tallest celestial tower Zeus. Shiramachi Yuri started to calm her down and told her it was too much, but it made the girl angry, and Yoshito silently thought about it. The girls turned their attention to him. When the pondering stopped, the young man started to say something. He said he wanted to go somewhere in the very first place after conquering Hermes, which sounded very intriguing. Concerned Shiramachi Yuri immediately asked where he was planning to go because she was worried about him. Yoshito Takemichi said that the first thing he planned to do was to go to the Tokyo branch, and he is not giving up on that goal. The protagonist then clarified that he needed to get into the Conqueror's control and sounded very firm about it. The girls were a little confused, and Sekiya Mona asked if he wasn't planning on going to the new tower. Yoshito put his palm to his face and said that he would be able to sell magic stones at inflated prices at the central office. Starting to sweat, the hero said that he really needed money because he had previously spent all his savings. He stunned the girls by saying that he had spent all the money to buy the stupid infinite revival skill and even went into debt. The two beauties felt very sorry for Yoshito Takemichi, as they could hear all the pain and fatigue in his voice. The Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office was a unit set up by the government to support them. In it, you can find new information on towers, their passage, monsters, and bosses, as well as buy weapons and sell magic stones at inflated prices. The department advised against doing business with merchants in the towers themselves because most of them are crooks who are willing to cheat. Also, central control exists to nurture the next generation of conquerors by training them from the ground up. In addition to unique weapons, Yoshito Takemichi was given some number of magic stones as a reward for defeating the Tower Master. He said he would sell them and he could pay off at least part of his debts, and he would feel at least a little better. He was greeted at the register by a polite employee who asked if he wanted to sell them magic stones, to which the hero replied, yes. Yoshito caught himself thinking that he was just now thinking about the number of magic stones and decided to check it out. The worker was amazed as he dumped a whole mountain of purple magic stones on the table that glowed brightly. The girl couldn't believe her eyes because earlier in her career, she hadn't had such cases and she didn't know how to react. The dumbfounded Yoshito Takamichi couldn't believe that either, that he had gotten a whole mountain just for winning the final boss. The manager apologized, saying that it would take some time to calculate the price of his magic stones. After a while, the hero came out with a wad of money and said that with it, he could almost pay off his debts. Holding the wad of money with trembling hands, Yoshito Takamichi smiled contentedly as he realized that he had become fabulously rich in an instant. He headed in the direction of his friends who were waiting for him outside while talking about personal matters. Seeing a big wad of money, the girls realized they needed to tell the main character that it wasn't that simple. Sekyamona jabbed her finger at him, saying that when people get a lot of money, they start spending it indiscriminately and fall into debt. She asked him not to spend the money on nonsense, and a frustrated Yoshito promised not to, even though he was already imagining buying things for himself. Suddenly, an unfamiliar dark-haired girl appeared nearby and turned her attention to the hero. The atmosphere for Yoshito Takamichi immediately changed, and he started pouring sweat without realizing what was happening. It was as if the stranger held him in a barrier, saying that she had heard about a guy who brought a whole mountain of magic stones and wanted to meet him in person. She began to approach the young man little by little, walking on a blue and very sharp heel that made loud noises. The emotionless protagonist looked at her and decided to wonder who she was, since they hadn't met before. The girl with the gorgeous emerald ones replied that she was the head of the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office. She then said in a soft tone that her name was Fuyun Rido, before walking up close to Yoshito. The charming girl asked if the hero would give her some of his time and called him the champion of Hermes Tower. Her emerald eyes darkened slightly and seemed to emit some kind of energy, and Fuyun Rido herself softly mouthed the young man's name. A wary Yoshito Takamichi thought about her name and realized why her face seemed familiar to him. Fuyun Rido was the head of the Tokyo branch who could rally all the conquerors around her, and was nicknamed the Monster in a Skirt. She was called that for a reason, for she had conquered 3 towers single-handedly, for which she had risen to the rank of head. She is known not only for her power and influence, because she can be easily seen in various talk shows, on the covers of fashion magazines and billboards. Currently, Fuyun Rido was looking with her emerald eyes in surprise at Yoshito, who didn't answer her question. A little worried, the protagonist asked what he owed to the very head of the Tokyo branch. The head replied that first he wanted to know how he had defeated the master of the Hermes Tower, when reports said that the conquerors had only explored 5 floors. She then showed the number 2 with her fingers, about to voice something else, and Yoshito looked at her perplexed. Fuyun Rido said she wanted to see what the new champion could do in person, which sounded a little intimidating. She learned that a trap had caused the group to be teleported to the top and said she was compiling a report on everything previously said for the other conquerors. The chapter thanked Yoshito Takamichi profusely for the story about the death of champion Nogishi and his squad members. The girl promised to contact the families of the fallen heroes and notify them of what happened. She first looked at the hero and the girls with pain in her eyes, and then said that death in the towers, even a champion, is not as rare. The branch head began to walk away, saying that still, it was very sad, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Fuyun Rido's voice was filled with sadness and pain as she felt sorry for those who had died, even though it was not her fault. Yoshito Takamichi didn't say anything to her and just watched silently, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Suddenly, a wave of memories came over him again, making him bite his lip, and the puzzle in his head began to take shape. In his mind, he said that in that terrible moment, the guys were fighting the boss, putting their lives on the line. That said, all they can hear in response to their heroism is just that the branch head is saddened. Realizing this made Yoshito Takamichi let more than one tear fall, as the leaders didn't care about the deaths of heroes. The young man immediately began to wipe away a tear, but he was also slightly relieved that Fuyun Rido was honest in her words. After a short while, they had already arrived at the training ground, which was incredibly large on the inside. Yoshito Takamichi and his girlfriends looked around in amazement as the head looked something up on the digital scoreboard. She then turned to the main character, to whom a sharp sword suddenly flew towards him, and he immediately caught it. Taking the sword in his hands, the young man said that it was very light, and Fuyun Rido said that it was an ordinary sword for swordsmanship practice. The head said they would use them for something, but she just looked him in the eye without saying anything. After that, the girl suddenly bounced to the side, causing the protagonist to be somewhat wary. Fuyun Rito still agreed that these light swords were the ones they would use in fencing sparring. She added that her duties also include assessing the abilities of the young talents, which is what they will do right now. A tense Yoshito Takamichi exhaled heavily, realizing that apparently he was not being given the right of refusal. Seki Amona began to support him, saying that if the hero takes this case seriously, he will defeat the chapter as well. The young man's eyes filled with lust for battle, and he confidently said he would try to fight in earnest. Fuyun Rito looked into his eyes and asked in a calm tone if he was ready, and the hero replied without a doubt that he was. Yoshito realized that his opponent was the head of the Tokyo branch and one of the strongest conquerors, but he was also strong. The hero reminded himself that he had recently defeated the Tower Master himself, so he would be able to give her a decent fight back. Holding out his palm in front of him, the young man said that the duel could begin, and Fuyun Rito stood silently in place. But in an instant, she moved to an unknown direction, which made Yoshito Takamichi very tense at that moment. In a second, the head of the branch came close to the protagonist, who did not have time to react and was confused. He didn't understand how the girl was capable of such a thing, and Fuyun Rito, meanwhile, prepared to deliver the first blow. The hero was nervously expiring sweat and trying to defend himself so he wouldn't lose the fight in the first minute. The branch head was completely calm and acted with a cool head, making no missteps. She held tightly to the hilt of the fencing sword, swinging it around while the nervous young man tried to dodge. A tense Yoshito Takamichi tried his best to defend himself, though he succeeded very poorly. But at one point he started to get good at it, and the maneuvers became more and more unusual, and he had to do a lot of tumbling. Despite this, the protagonist was very nervous and out of breath, but realized that you can't stop for a second. He scrambled to cover his body in any way, and at that moment, Fuyun Rito flew over him and wanted to strike. A nervous Yoshito Takamichi immediately turned around with intense apprehension to at least somehow anticipate her next actions. It triggered a small collapse in the floor, but the protagonist managed to stay in one piece, but slipped backwards a bit. Being behind the puff, he took every opportunity to catch his breath at least a little and tried to catch his breath. The hero realized that there was a colossal difference between the two, and he was able to defeat the boss because he was constantly dying while getting buffs. But Fuyun Rito had conquered as many as 3 towers without ever saying goodbye to her life, and that was their big difference. A very excited Yoshito Takamichi was deep in thought at one point, and the thoughts in his head stirred. The young man realized that no matter how many times he died, his strength was in his own persistence, and he realized it only now. He looked into Fuyun Rito's eyes with a smile on his face, coming to the realization that he was becoming stronger by looking death right in the face. In his thoughts, Yoshito Takamichi said that now, in order to compete with the mighty head, he should not be defensive. Fuyun Rito didn't stand on ceremony and rushed back into the attack, and the hero realized that he needed to look death straight in the eyes again. During the raid, the girl tensed up a bit as the protagonist began to behave differently than he had before. The young man lunged at her and looked at her with red, fierce eyes and said that she wasn't going anywhere from him now. The branch head was a little confused, but she tried to remain calm and immediately came up with a plan of action. The girl gripped the hilt of her sword tighter, and Yoshito Takamichi noticed that she had slowed down. He realized that now was the right moment to strike and swung his sword, which made the girl worried. But unexpectedly, Fuyun Rito dodged the sharp blow without much trouble, then ended up behind the guy's back. What happened was very surprising to a sweating Yoshito Takamichi, who had expected to defeat her with one punch. The branch head seized the moment and threw a punch, but the young man set up a block and was thrown upwards. The protagonist was very dissatisfied with the result and became angry, clenching his teeth tightly and thinking of a further plan of action. Fuyun Rito looked at the young man with a serious gaze and recognized that there was a rather unexpected lunge. Yoshito continued to move from side to side, saying that for humans and monsters alike, it was natural to avoid direct attacks from the enemy. He attempted to deliver a sharp sword strike again, but the cold-blooded branch head put up a block in time, preventing it from happening. The hero said that against her, you can't hesitate. Otherwise, all he'll do is only defend against attacks. The young man was alerted by her sharp blocking of the attack, after which the girl gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. She then threw the dagger in a sharp motion, pushing Yoshito Takamichi away from her, thus reducing the risk of being pinned against the corner. The protagonist, though, bounced back a few meters, but still stood firmly on his feet and wanted to know something from the girl. With a grin on his face, he swept up Fuyunrito's hesitation as he realized that he wasn't her equal at all. The young man added that it was only for a moment, and the head of the branch looked at him silently and listened. The guy went on to say that when he went on the attack, she instinctively slowed her hands down. Yoshito Takamichi then said softly and a little intimidatingly that Fuyunrito herself was giving him the opportunity to overpower her. He said that because of the infinite revival skill, he had to analyze his opponent a lot and apologize for the boring conversation. The protagonist didn't coddle anymore and rushed to attack, but Fuyunrito met him with dignity and set her sword up to block him. The young man's eyes turned red again, and he said that he realized that an ordinary person was unable to defeat the branch head. The girl looked at him with a stern gaze while remaining silent and not giving in to his verbal provocations. The main character's attack was once again repelled, and Fuyunrito sank into deep thought. In her mind, she said that she had read Yoshito Takamichi's dossier that detailed how his skill worked. She knew that the young man's skill was immortality, and that was why he was so treacherous going forward without thinking of the consequences. This fight was no exception, and Yoshito Takamichi was going for it, not worrying about the consequences at all. His assertiveness of fearlessness even frightened Fuyunrito a little, who felt a shiver run down her spine at the moment. She looked into the fierce red eyes of the protagonist, saying in her mind that this power was what made him a monster. But nevertheless, the branch head managed to repel his attack, then stabbed his sword straight into his jaw, knocking the young man out. He was badly bruised, and a distraught Yoshito Takamichi fell to the ground, still conscious. Fuyunrito walked up to him and softly mumbled that she would no longer hesitate during their battle. At that point, the main character felt really bad and said that even though he didn't die, he was still in a hell of a lot of pain. His pupils were still red, and he paid attention to the gaze of the branch head, who was acting very strange. Fuyunrito's emerald eyes began to light up, and her gaze itself was something akin to a surprised look. Suddenly, Yoshito jumped up from his seat, and in a second the blade was at the throat of the girl, who froze in place, being surprised. The young man said that the pain during death was far worse, while looking threateningly into the eyes of the head frozen in place. With that, Fuyunrito tried to remain calm, and there wasn't an ounce of fear in her eyes, but the blade was still at her face. A slight smirk suddenly appeared on her face because she liked Yoshito Takamichi's combative demeanor. The girl then snapped her fingers and began to walk away, telling the protagonist that she had seen enough. After that, she wanted to admit defeat, but she didn't have time to finish as the exhausted hero fell to the floor. The head of the branch did not understand what was happening to him because everything happened very abruptly and without any preconditions. A surprised Fuyunrito began to look at Yoshito Takamichi lying on the floor, trying to figure out why he had fallen. The exhausted Yoshito Takamichi felt very bad, which was evident from his face, and tried to say something. He said he didn't care at all about winning or losing and added that he was dying, and his eyes began to roll. After a few seconds, his eyes rolled up completely and Yoshito let out a gasp, and his loyal girlfriends immediately rushed to his aid. Shiramachi Yuri grabbed the spirit that came out through her mouth and began to stuff it back in, while Sakiya Mona was very worried about the young man. It was successful, and after a couple minutes the hero woke up, wondering if he had really almost died. A surprised Fuyunrito asked if he wasn't immortal, and Yoshito Takamichi said that wasn't the point. Looking down sadly and squinting his eyes, he asked if she got what she wanted and if he could go. The branch head replied that she did, but she wanted to have a very important conversation with him before she left. Yoshito Takamichi didn't know what she meant, and Fuyunrito said that as the head of the Tokyo branch, she recognizes his high level of strength and ability. Holding out an open palm, the head said that on behalf of the entire department, she would like to make a personal request to champion Yoshito Takamichi. The hero's female companions opened their mouths in surprise. After all, he had been approached by the head himself, and if it was a personal order of the branch, there would be a huge reward there. Fuyunrito promised that she would pay him enough for it, just that he might not even have to worry about it. From the surprise, Yoshito Takamichi was even a little confused and said he was grateful to her, but wondered about the personal order. The head immediately replied that just recently, the branch had recorded a new celestial demon tower. She said they've closed the entrance to the conquerors for now, but she wants Yoshito to be the one to go in there first. Fuyunrito had high hopes for the protagonist as she had convinced her of his strength and abilities. The head then added that she wanted him to gather information about a heavenly demonic tower named Persephone. She added that such was the Tokyo branch's personal order, something that didn't surprise Yoshito Takamichi too much, but did. The young man reminded him that such an investigation should be handled by branch agents and asked what he had to do with it. Fuyunrito stunned him by saying that they had already sent agents to investigate this heavenly demon tower. She added that they sent 2 teams of 5 men each to survey the tower, totaling 10 agents from the Tokyo branch. After that, the branch head said that of the 10 people, no one had ever returned, after which goosebumps ran down the young man's back. Hearing this made Shiramachi Yuri very nervous, and Sekiyamona assumed it was some kind of mistake. Fuyunrito lowered her gaze to the floor and said that she thought so too, so she ordered a rescue team to go. She said it didn't take long to find the victims because they were all dead already on the first floor, not far from the entrance. From the arrangement of their bodies, it could be inferred that they were all desperately running toward the exit, but failed to make it. A pensive Yoshito Takamichi asked if there wasn't a safe zone in each tower. Fuyunrito confirmed that it was, and monsters don't enter the safe zone, and the hero asked how people died then. She replied that on the bodies there were no wounds from the monsters, and their hearts had simply stopped, and they were only able to take the corpses away for examination. The head added that no one knows when, from whom, or how these people died, and this is the situation today with Persephone Tower. Yoshito exhaled heavily and asked if he understood correctly that they had decided to hire a person with the infinite rebirth skill for such a risky mission. Fuyunrito asked not to misunderstand her, saying she's giving him this order not because she doesn't consider his life. She said she had no one else to ask, for at the moment of all the conquerors, he was the only one who could handle the task. The branch head then looked emotionlessly into the eyes of the protagonist, asking if he would take the order. At first, the slightly nervous young man stared silently into her eyes, contemplating a decision that was not given easily. Afterward, he scratched the back of his head with sweat on his face and still agreed to fulfill the order from the branch. After a while, Yoshito Takamichi was already in the safe zone on the first floor of the demonic Persephone Tower. The first thing the protagonist decided to do was to take a deep breath through his nose to feel the whole atmosphere and prepare for further trials. After inhaling, he began to whip his head around to fully concentrate and rid himself of unnecessary thoughts. Yoshito thought soberly, remembering that he just needed to identify the cause of the loss of life and get back quickly so the others wouldn't worry. The hero remembered the crying Shiramachi Yuri who didn't want to let him go, and he didn't want her to get even more anxious because of him. After that, he decided to focus on the task at hand and opened the inventory window, figuring it was a good time to use the new weapon. Without too much thought, the young man took the unique weapon out of his inventory, anxiously awaiting its appearance in the real world. He looked admiringly at the blood-colored blade called Phos Animos, which looked amazing. Somewhere nearby, silhouettes of unknown creatures could be seen in the fog, which gradually approached the young man. As it turned out, they were aggressive skeletons who were going after the soul of a stranger, disturbing their peace. But Yoshito Takamichi wasn't slumbering either, and at the same minute his bloody blade flew at them, the arrival of which they hadn't expected. It immediately reached its target and pierced through one of the skeletons, who was shaken from surprise. Several more skeletons were defeated by the hero's sudden attack, whose eyes began to fill with rage again. Smiling in thought, the hero said that Phos Animos was light and deadly, and he expected nothing less from the unique weapon. Yoshito Takamichi then decided to test out what else his new unique blade could do and went ahead. Suddenly, he became very alarmed because a strange magic began to appear around him, surrounding him from all sides. It was a kind of purple mist, and upon seeing it, the protagonist began to cover his face with his hands to protect himself. Being wary, the young man wondered what else was going on while keeping his blade at the ready. A digital system display suddenly appeared in front of his face, which immediately drew the young man's attention. Yoshito Takamichi began to familiarize himself with the information on the digital scoreboard, which could answer some questions. After reading the information, it became clear to the hero the reason why the agents of the Tokyo branch died. There was a warning on the red digital scoreboard that the young man was under Persephone's curse status and would die within 2 minutes. At that moment, the sweat pouring out of Yoshito recognized that Fuyunrito had done the right thing in deciding to send him away. He called it unsurprising that the agents ran for the exit in a panic, as such news was clearly not something to be happy about. Now the hero has learned that it is worth it for a person to leave the tower, all debuffs and buffs will automatically be removed from him. When the agents received notice of the curse, they immediately headed for the exit in a panic. He realized that as soon as they reached the safe zone, the curse immediately took effect. A nervous Yoshito Takamichi realized that it was no surprise that there were no wounds on the agents' bodies, since they had been killed by the tower itself. Then the young man turned his attention to the strange clouds ahead, which by their whole appearance made him uneasy. One of the clouds was behaving very strangely and moving, which made the protagonist suspicious when he noticed it. Standing in one place with a wide stance of his feet, Yoshito Takamichi prepared to meet any danger. It seemed to him as if one cloud had run off somewhere, whereupon the young man wondered where it was going. With a wry smirk, Yoshito Takamichi said that it was a fatal mistake to underestimate him. He wondered if the unknown opponent thought the curse could handle his endless rebirth. The system warned the hero that Persephone's curse status had been placed on him, and he was about to die. But the inversion skill came to his rescue and completely restored his health, which Yoshito thanked him for. Then the energy-filled hero rushed forward, saying that thanks to the curse, he felt an unprecedented burst of strength. He immediately ran after the fleeing cloud because he wanted to know where it was going. The suspicious cloud made Yoshito Takamichi wary, and he made the decision that it was worth following up. Soon the hero stumbled upon another room with a cursed fog that he couldn't stand, but he had no choice. The young man concluded from experience that an ordinary conqueror would not last a minute in this tower. Looking at the fog, Yoshito Takamichi noticed that it began to rapidly thicken, which made him even more alarmed. Then he walked a little farther where the fog was almost gone and noticed something interesting up ahead. The protagonist immediately realized that in all likelihood, he had found the source of this curse and began to examine it. Suddenly, a sharp throwing object that was shaped like a disc flew near his head at high speed. A very tense Yoshito Takamichi managed to come back in the last moment, and the disc flew the other way. The object crashed into a stone wall, right into a small explosion, and the hero looked at the spot where it had been released from. There was also an unknown creature in a black robe upstairs that was triggering the magical spheres. This creature was the superintendent of the cursed source, who did not recognize outsiders and looked at Yoshito unkindly. The superintendent wasn't going to be tisk-tisked, and immediately released another batch of magical spheres towards the young man who was frozen in place. The protagonist didn't slow down and moved in different directions, dodging balls while being ready for anything. This really pissed off the cursed source watcher, who was beyond furious and didn't know what to do. Being enraged, it raised a huge fountain of liquid from the cursed spring, which alerted the hero. Alarmed, Yoshito Takamichi turned his attention to the thick fog that was appearing, which was greatly reducing visibility. The fog was increasing in size more and more rapidly, and the superintendent was behind it, which gave him an advantage. Then the strange monster began to clap his hands, rejoicing at his little victory and the fact that he had led the kid astray. Yoshito wasn't confused at all, and his eyes turned red again, and he realized that it was the superintendent who had manipulated that damn cloud. The protagonist has come to the realization that a huge pile of debuffs were put on to get him killed. His musings were suddenly interrupted by a skeleton who was behind the young man's back and swung his sword. The nimble Yoshito Takamichi had time to react and strike with his bloody blade, thus disarming the skeleton. He immediately realized that the head of the cursed spring had called for backup, and the three skeletons were looking at him bloodily at that moment. Soon, a whole crowd began to surround the protagonist, who took up a fighting stance and prepared to fight. The young man successfully blocked one of the attacks with his unique weapon, but another skeleton was right at his back. He wasted no time to take the chance, but not the whole sword strike straight into Yoshito Takamichi's back. The hero began to lose blood rapidly and turned his attention to the pain that prevented him from fighting any further. Soon Yoshito fell to the floor and began to gradually die from the pools of blood proper, and there was nothing he could do to help himself. The manager of the cursed spring laughed loudly and rejoiced, for he had managed to deal with the man who had come to his land. The protagonist, meanwhile, was no longer showing any signs of life, lying in a large pool of his own blood. But after a few seconds, the inversion skill came to his aid again, fully restoring his health. Yoshito Takamichi was suddenly resurrected, then made a leap to finally reach the superintendent. Swinging his sword, he said that this whole tower, the curse of the superintendent, and to him like a potion of complete restoration. This was followed by a powerful blow that chopped the superintendent in two with its incredible power. The protagonist then immediately turned his attention to the cursed source to make sure it was no longer a danger. The young man was very surprised because the cursed spring changed color to a crystalline blue and assumed it had cleansed. Soon Yoshito was at the Tokyo branch, where Fuyunrido asked if it was true that the branch agents were killed by the curse. She found it hard to believe that a tower of such dire consequence even existed. The head then said that wasn't what was important and asked Yoshito Takamichi if he had managed to find a way to get rid of the curse. With a confident smile on his face, the hero tossed her the bottle that was proof, saying that of course he did. Fuyunrido caught the flying bottle that contained a crystalline blue liquid. Yoshito said that he killed the manager of the cursed spring that spread the curse, but after his death, the spring was purified. The system wrote that it was now Persephone's holy water, which was a potion that could lift the curse and give immunity to it. The hero said that with this potion, absolutely any conqueror would be able to enter the tower and survive in it. He began to tell me that he had gotten to the 3rd floor after defeating the superintendent, and there was a cursed spring on every floor. At that moment, the young man deeply analyzed the situation and realized something very important for the operation. Yoshito realized that in order to survive on each floor of Persephone's tower, one must purify the springs all the way to the top. Fuyunrido thanked him for his work, saying that through his exploration, he had not only brought them valuable knowledge, but also made it possible for others to conquer the tower. She then added that such work should be paid generously and thanked the champion once again for his hard work for the good of their country. The head stunned Yoshito Takamichi by laying out a small pyramid of wads of money and saying that she thought this reward would be more than enough. The dumbfounded young man couldn't believe it and asked if she was joking, but the head was completely serious. She asked if she should double the reward, but the discouraged guy exclaimed that it was already a lot. After a while, Yoshito was walking down the branch hallway, being a bit gnarled, causing people to be perplexed. The hero has completed a special assignment, conquered the Tower of Hermes, and now he has not just a pile, but a whole sea of money. A passing child told his mom that the uncle was very strange, and she only asked him not to point his finger at passers-by. A couple days later, Yoshito paid off all his debts, but even after that, he still had a lot of money left and went to a brand-name clothing store. Passers-by laughed from his strange outfit, because the leopard fur jacket caused only a smile. Yoshito Takamichi didn't care about the opinions of the people around him, but he still felt kind of weird. Not far away, the young man heard Sakiyamona's voice and immediately became nervous as he didn't want her to recognize him. She said that Persephone was now open to all comers and suggested that Yuri take Yoshito to set out to conquer her. The very stressed-out main character made sure it was his girlfriend's and hoped they wouldn't notice him. Lowering his gaze, the young man tried to walk past the girls discussing the special mechanics involved with the water in the tower. The hero managed to get past them unnoticed, but he still didn't relax because everything could change at any second. Still, the girls walked a few meters forward, after which Yoshito Takamichi exhaled with great relief. But suddenly, Sakiyamona stopped and turned around to look at the passerby, and he sensed it. Yoshito Takamichi, who was standing still, became nervous again because he felt her staring straight back at him. The girl approached the young man suspiciously and examined him incredulously, but he did not look her in the eye. A stunned Sekiyamona looked closely and realized it was their friend Yoshito, who she hadn't expected to see in such an outfit. The nervous protagonist immediately exclaimed that she was mistaken, but the girl couldn't believe it. The tense young man said loudly that it was just the first time in his life that he had gotten so much money and wanted to please himself somehow. The girls didn't emphasize his bad taste and said they understood that, because it was his business how to spend his money. Still, Sekiyamona said his outfit sucked, to say the least, and Yoshito said it was cruel. Then she asked if he would go with them to conquer Persephone's tower, for that was what they wanted to meet him for. A slightly worried Yoshito Takamichi asked where she was in such a hurry and warned that the conquest would be quite difficult. Mona said that magic stones that were under a local curse were worth a lot of money, and you could make a fortune off of it. Yuri complimented that thanks to the branch, the strategy to conquer the tower was developed in just a few days, but Yoshito still asked why the rush. Sekiya exclaimed that it was all because he wasn't the only one who wanted to live a life of luxury and asked him to help them become rich too. Shiramachi Yuri said a bit shyly that if Yoshito went with them, the tower conquest would be fun. Yoshito Takamichi was thinking soberly and realized that if the girls took enough potion, they definitely wouldn't die from the curse. He pleased the girls with his agreement to go with them, but he wanted to set conditions first. The girlfriends began to listen very carefully to the demands he was going to make before he shipped out. The blushing young man only said that he needed to change his clothes as soon as possible before departing. Meanwhile, inside Persephone's celestial tower lay the body of a weeping man, whose eyes showed all the horror he had experienced. Near his palm was a bottle containing a crystal potion that had been extracted by Yoshito Takamichi from a purified cursed spring. Also around the man lay several more dead conquerors, and their bodies were guarded by a ghost-like creature with a scythe. The unknown monster was completely covered in a white robe, and there were 3 sharp spikes sticking out near its neck. His face was like a skeleton with his eyes glowing pink and purple colors, inspiring terror. On the 10th floor of the demonic Persephone Tower, meanwhile, sword-armed skeletons were rampaging. One of these received a powerful rebuff from Yoshito Takamichi, who had a unique weapon at his disposal. The protagonist managed to effortlessly block the skeleton's attack, which spoke of further carnage. The young man looked sternly at the skeleton, who, although he couldn't show much emotion, he was stunned by such a fighting technique. A few seconds later, an entire row of swings of the unique blade was spent, taking the life of the skeleton. Yoshito Takamichi deftly dealt with him and stood in the rain of bones, looking up proudly, which commanded respect. The surprised Sekiyamona started clapping and said that he really had gotten much stronger, and Shiramachi Yuri just froze in place. The hero reminded them that they've already gotten this far, so it's no surprise since he's pumped. But the truth was that level-up points didn't play a role for his stats, and now his powers are justified by his high level, which is pretty handy. The young man contented himself with the fact that at least a little bit of level-up points added up, and then turned his attention to the scoreboard that appeared. It was a system warning that the effects of the Persephone Holy Water Potion would wear off in exactly 1 minute. Yuri got worried, and Mona said that on this floor, the spring had already been cleansed, and they were unlikely to fall under the curse. Taking out a couple bottles of holy water from the inventory window, the girl said that still, it was better to back up. She then tossed one of the bottles to Yoshito Takamichi, who caught it and turned his back to the girls. The tense young man clutched the bottle in his hand, realizing that if he took even a sip of this potion, a curse would be cast upon him due to the inversion. With sweat on his face, he carefully turned around, looking at his smiling girlfriends, and continued to ponder. Yoshito Takamichi realized that he had missed the moment when he should have told them about the inversion, and wondered if he should tell them. Turning around, still a bit tense, the young man asked the girls to listen because he had something he wanted to tell them. But at one point he became very alarmed as an unknown skeleton-like creature loomed over his friends. The monster placed its bony paw on the face of the frozen Shiramachi Yuri, who didn't realize what was happening. Torture and the skeleton dragged the girl behind him, and the dazed Sekiyamona was very scared and screamed in fear. She was very afraid for a close friend who had accidentally dropped Persephone's holy water bottle. The skeleton meanwhile continued to swiftly scurry away, holding Shiramachi Yuri firmly under his bony arm. The girl was very frightened and could not break free from his clutches, and the monster was not going to let her go. He pressed his hand too hard around her throat, thus choking the girl a bit, and she tried to loosen his grip a bit. A tense Yoshito Takamichi immediately realized what kind of fog he had encountered earlier on the spit, but it was no use now. Meanwhile, a red digital display was visible in the eyes of the frightened Shiramachi Yuri, which threw her into a state of bewilderment. The girl was amazed that the system warned her of the curse status and was also told that she would die in 2 minutes. Yoshito Takamichi became even more nervous because he didn't expect that this monster could cast a curse. He realized that Shiramachi Yuri had been caught by the merciless monster and didn't even have time to drink the holy water to Persephone. Sakyamona's eyes filled with rage, and she mindlessly rushed to save her friend, screaming that she would help her right away. The bloodthirsty monster wasn't scared of her at all, but the girl still wasn't going to retreat and prepared to strike. Suddenly, the mighty skeleton twirled his sharp scythe in his hand, hinting that there would be no mercy. The fury from Mona's eyes immediately disappeared, and she was wary because she hadn't expected him to be so deft. Then there was a powerful explosive blow that threw the girl aside, and she could not resist it. Shiramachi Yuri was very worried about her friend and screamed in fear as she watched the horror of it all happening. Sekiyamona survived the blow and landed firmly on her feet, and Yoshito shouted at her to immediately fall backwards. Filled with lust for battle, the hero immediately rushed to the attack, saying that he would deal with the skeleton himself. Grasping the hilt of the bloody sword firmly, he began to strike, but the skeleton managed to block them. The main character didn't like it, but he wasn't going to give up his intentions and continued to probe the ground. Furious, the young man swung his sword even harder, hoping to do some damage to his opponent. The powerful skeleton became angry, and his eyes filled with rage, turning redder and redder with each passing second. In his bony hands, he held two blades firmly, which he used to block Yoshito Takamichi's blows. The young man tensed up as he realized there was no way he could hit the skeleton, but he had very little time to think. The hero recognized that this monster was definitely not the little scum they had killed on their way to the top of the tower. He then decided to bounce back, hiding behind Sakiya Mona's back to gather his thoughts and think of a plan of action. Yoshito scrutinized his opponent, but he still didn't understand anything and continued to think. The protagonist recognized that the skeleton was clearly strong, but all he was doing was only defending himself, and it was unclear why he would do so. A wary Sakiya Mona told her comrade-in-arms that they needed to hurry because the setup was heating up. Being very excited, the girl said that there was less than 90 seconds left before the debuff was activated. A terrified Shiramachi Yuri could barely hold back her tears and begged the skeleton to let her go. But he didn't care about her pleas. In an instant, he looked at the girl with his bloodthirsty eyes, and that look made her freeze. After that, the monster began to chuckle intimidatingly, which further alarmed and frightened the confused Yuri. The monster pulled the girl even tighter against him and began to exalt himself above the ground while looking at Yoshito and Mona. This monster was the executioner of souls, which was characterized by its unmercifulness and bloodthirstiness. In that minute, the puzzle in Yoshito Takamichi's mind came together, and he realized the meaning behind the powerful skeleton's actions. The young man realized that the executioner was biding his time until Yuri's potion ran out so he could attack her, capture her, and watch her fear of death. Sakiya Mona was worried about him, and an enraged Yoshito Takamichi rushed to attack, exclaiming that he wouldn't forgive the scumbag executioner for this. Within seconds, their blades were already clashing in a duel, with the hero clenching his teeth tightly, eager to take down the monster. The executioner of souls was not intimidated by his rage at all, and only continued to chuckle, effortlessly holding back the onslaught of his opponent. His frivolity annoyed Yoshito Takamichi, who was making a great effort and wasn't about to give up. The skeleton firmly grabbed Shiramachi Yuri under his arm, then turned his back to the protagonist. Right in front of the young man's eyes, the monster roared away at a tremendous speed, making him even angrier. Sakiya Mona exclaimed that they couldn't let him go, and Yoshito Takamichi rushed forward, saying he knew it without her. The executioner of souls, meanwhile, wrapped up at the first turn, but the hero kept up and even sped up to catch up with him. They ran after the skeleton at high speed, for in its filthy clutches was their friend. Suddenly frozen with shock, Yoshito Takamichi and Sakiya Mona saw something strange they never expected to stumble upon. A numerical cluster of skeletons stood in their way, summoned by the executioner of souls in the air above them. Upon seeing the opponents who had come running after him, the executioner immediately ordered his subordinates to destroy them. Yoshito Takamichi noticed that the skeleton was serious about killing, and Sakiya Mona just froze in place. The hero noticed her behavior and asked what was wrong and if she was scared of the monsters. But the girl only smiled and said he couldn't wait to see her like this, and gripped her blades tightly. After that, Mona was attacked by one of the skeletons, but she wasn't scared of it at all and was ready to fight back. After a few seconds, the skeleton's bones were differentiated in different directions, and it didn't even have time to try to attack. A confident Sakiya Mona excitedly said that she even got a second win. Her fighting attitude was much to the liking of Yoshito Takamichi, who asked his companion if she would cover for him. The hard as flint Sakiya Mona said he might as well not ask, since everything was already obvious. The pair then rushed to attack the soul executioner, who desperately tried to attack them, but the attempts were futile. The furious duo prevented the crowds of skeletons from even trying to attack, as they had no time for ceremony. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared that was different from the others in that it was an archer who had already drawn an arrow. As it turned out, there were two other archers like him besides him, and soon the trio were firing arrows toward the enemy. Sakiya Mona was a bit confused because the sharp arrow had already almost pierced her head, which was cause for excitement. Yoshito Takamichi came to her aid at the last moment, deflecting all the arrows with a single swing of his blade. The tense young man asked the knocked-out girl if she was okay after what had happened, and she said she was. The hero was incredibly angry at his opponents, but remembered that there were less than 60 seconds left before the curse was activated. He immediately spread his legs wide and spread his arms apart, coming even more furious and prepared for the final move. An enraged Yoshito Takemichi said he would clear the way and rushed into the attack, destroying all the skeletons in his path. In an instant, the hero turned his attention to a digital display that appeared, the reason for which was unknown. A ring called the Dead Man's Secret Offense fell out to him. Wearing it would cause a person to take lethal damage every 5 seconds. Familiarizing himself with the ring's abilities, Yoshito chuckled slightly and wondered what kind of useless nonsense it was. He said no one in their right mind would ever wear that ring, but he was curious to do so. When asked by the system if he wanted to equip the ring he had received, Yoshito Takemichi answered without hesitation, yes. Soon the ring was on the middle finger of his hand, and the system notified him that he would now take lethal damage. The hero understood that this ring with the inversion skill would restore his health, so he might not worry about defense. After that, the confident young man rushed to attack the crowd of skeletons without a backward thought, eager to deal with the executioner of souls. Skeletons one by one were killed by his unique blade that took their lives with just a gentle touch. A furious Yoshito Takemichi took aim at the executioner of souls and said that now was the time, and he was trying out his new skill on him. There was no mercy in his eyes because the hero only wanted to take revenge on the monster. He was eager to try out the Fosanimo skill, for it was a special combo consisting of 7 strikes where each successive one would be stronger than the previous one. The hero realized that if he slowed down even for a second, he would have to start over, and remembered that the skill took a long time to recover. Due to his long recovery, the young man had previously been reluctant to use it, but that had now changed. But unexpectedly, all his plans were shattered by a sudden blow from the executioner of souls, which made Yoshito Takemichi scream in pain. A worried Shiramachi Yuri started crying, then as she was very worried about the main character. Slightly defeated, Yoshito fell to the floor, injured, but he wasn't about to give up. The ability healed his deep cut very quickly, after which the protagonist returned to the battle with his previous mood. He tried again to deliver an incredibly powerful blow, which the executioner of souls once again blocked with his blade. A confident Yoshito said that he now regenerates his health every 5 seconds. This strained the executioner of souls who had previously doubted his powers and not taken him seriously, but now he found it harder to hold back the onslaught. But he had a couple more trump cards up his sleeve, and the monster decided to use magic, pushing the guy aside. He took his chance and distanced himself, but the assertive Yoshito Takemichi immediately rushed towards him. The insidious monster began to chuckle annoyingly, as this was another trap for the hero. Soon there was a massive explosion, after which Yoshito Takemichi began to bleed to death and was unable to survive. But an inversion immediately came to the rescue, and the death status was changed and health was fully restored. The executioner of souls tried desperately to stop him from attacking, but the attempts were futile, and the hero was getting close to him. The monster became very nervous, and Yoshito Takemichi said in an intimidating tone that it was time for the 7th strike. Looking fearfully into the eyes of the executioner of souls, the hero swung his unique blade, realizing that he would win this battle. The 7th strike triggered a powerful chain of inflorescence that signaled a successful combo. After this combo, the executioner of souls could not survive and began to gradually dissolve into space. Shiramachi Yuri was missed from his grasp and began to free fall to the floor while unconscious. At that moment, she risked losing her life due to her head hitting the floor, but Yoshito Takemichi immediately rushed to her. The protagonist managed to run up and caught the falling girl, who began to slowly open her eyes, regaining consciousness. Quickly regaining consciousness, a shocked Shiramachi Yuri couldn't understand what was going on, or why he was holding her in his arms. Smiling, the young man said she was safe now. The delighted girl told him thank you. Just then, Sekiyamona came running to them, reminding them that Yuri still had a curse hanging over her and needed holy water immediately. Yuri immediately poured a bottle of holy water on her hand, and her friend said it was definitely okay now. Still, Mona said they should keep the holy hand underwater, and Yoshito Takemichi noticed something strange. In front of him, the guy saw many red digital windows that alarmed him, and he didn't realize what it was all about. But after a few seconds, it came to him that it was all because of the ring worn on his right hand. Yoshito Takemichi looked at the glowing ring and wondered if he would always get that notification. He read again that by wearing a dead man's secret offense, One would take lethal damage every 5 seconds. Suddenly, the gemstone on the ring cracked, which the protagonist did not expect at all, and became very wary. The bursting ring began to spew forth with an incomprehensible energy that frightened the young man even more. Yoshito Takamichi looked at the eruption of energy with great apprehension, not understanding the reason for it, and withdrew his hand to the side. His girlfriends, meanwhile, stood off to the side as if nothing had happened, and the young man assumed the ring had exploded. Looking at the ring incredulously, the hero wondered if it had broken, which was very unfortunate. What was even more surprising was that, in an instant, the ring glowed with a pleasant purple light that was almost blinding to the eyes. Yoshito Takamichi's face changed maximally from bewilderment, and his forehead even turned slightly red, covered in sweat. The system notified that the limit on the number of deaths from the dead man's offense had been exceeded, and it was now transformed into a rusty ring. The friends asked what was going on, and the young man replied that the object he had picked up had suddenly changed right on top of him. He realized that the ring had no effect on him, so he decided to take it off to start figuring out what had happened to him. Yoshito Takamichi then asked his girlfriends what their next plan of action was, because it was impossible to stand in one place. Sekyamona said that Yuri was clearly tired of everything going on, so they should take the magic stones and call it a day. Shiramachi Yuri felt very uncomfortable and apologized to her companions for everything. Her friends standing next to her only laughed and said they understood, so she shouldn't worry. The girl then confidently asked her friends to provide her with mining magic stones on this floor. A couple moments later, she was already fighting the skeletons in full force, with her companions cheering her on. But after a couple hours of them being tortured, they begged Shiramachi Yuri to stop, but she got into a taste of it and wouldn't do it. The sweep of Persephone's tower was going smoothly, and many conquerors, as well as branch agents, were sharing the knowledge they had gained about the floors of the tower. It took only a week to find the boss's room on the 30th floor of the tower, which was a staggering figure. However, it wasn't all smooth sailing, and Yoshito Takamichi was meanwhile in the canteen of the Tokyo branch of the Conqueror's office. A slightly sad young man sat at the table, sipping coffee and pondering the essentials of life, wishing he could be alone. Suddenly, he heard a man nearby asking his comrade if he had heard of the boss of Persephone's tower. The man also asked if his friend had heard that rumor that the door to the boss's room was sealed and no one had been able to open it. A surprised Yoshito then shifted his gaze to his girlfriends who entered the dining room, apologizing for the wait. A smiling Sekyamona asked the protagonist if he wanted to visit Persephone's tower boss today. The girl pushed back her chair to sit down, and the young man asked if the door to the boss house wasn't sealed so no one could get in. The friend acknowledged he was right, but said a good friend of hers shared a clue on how to open this door that was stored on the upper floors. A tense Yoshito asked loudly if she was serious, and Sekyamona asked him to be quieter so as not to attract attention. She whispered softly that she had learned something about the door to the boss, and the protagonist began to listen to her intently. The girl only spoke of the brink of death and the offering of rotten proof, which sounded very incomprehensible. Somewhere beyond the brink of death was a huge, open, bony hand that held a tantalizing, glowing orb. A wary Yoshito Takamichi looked earnestly into Mona's eyes, asking what the phrase she said meant. The girl also warily replied that she had no idea, and that was where the conversation came to its silly end. They were puzzled because they didn't know what to do now, but a smiling Shiramachi Yuri said she had a suggestion. The girl said that many of the conquerors in the towers had a ring with a death debuff, which was not a bad clue. Sekyamona was surprised to ask Yoshito if he had the same ring Yuri was talking about. Yuri said that every person who has ever been to the tower can definitely get a ring like this. Yoshito pulled the ring out of his inventory, and the girl added that many speculate that the ring and could be the clue to unlocking the passage. The hero remembered that after this ring fell out to him, it didn't fall out to him again from other monsters. He thought deeply about Mona's expressions about bringing up rotten proof of a game, not death, after which everything became clear. Shiramachi Yuri said thoughtfully that people tried to put that ring on, but the boss room never opened to them. Yoshito Takamichi suddenly turned around and began to silently walk away, and the surprised girl asked where he was going. The interested hero replied that he was going to Persephone's tower because he wanted to find out something. He tossed the ring with a smile, saying that apparently it would help him open the door leading to the tower boss. With an even more confident smile, Yoshito Takamichi caught the ring, saying that his hands were like a magic key. The young man realized he had made a cool statement, but at one point wondered what if he was wrong. He imagined Sekiyamona stepping on his lower back, making him suffer in pain, and saying it was a huge shame. The hero realized he wasn't ready to see contempt in his girlfriend's eyes, and the pensive Shiramachi Yuri, meanwhile, had something she wanted to say to him. The girl wondered what made him think his ring would be able to open the door to the boss's room. Yoshito said that when he put it on, the lethal effect exceeded the allowable limit and the ring changed right on top of him. A dumbfounded Yuri shrieked and asked if he had been wearing the ring on his hand all this time, and the guy was even a little confused. Then she remembered that the hero had the infinite revival skill, so it made sense. Yoshito withheld the fact that it was about the inversion, but said that after the change, the ring didn't have any effect. The system didn't give out any information about the ring, and the protagonist asked his girlfriends if they thought the whole thing was strange. However, after his recent hunch, Yoshito Takamichi realized everything and decided to try to explain it to his girlfriends. Removing the ring from his finger, the young man explained that it was necessary to raise the debuff to the limit beyond death for the ring to rot, becoming rusty. His insight delighted the girls, and with a little giggle, Sekiyamona admitted that Yoshito Takamichi was pretty good. Then the hero said he realized it recently, and the girls whispered behind his back, happy to have him on the team with them. All of these words were just an assumption on his part, and he didn't know if it was true or not, but his girlfriends were overjoyed. A flustered Yoshito looked at the ring, saying in his mind that he didn't want to disappoint his girlfriends and begged it to work. A great fear of disappointing those close to him was evident in his eyes, but the young man tried to drive the bad thoughts away from him. After a while, they were on Persephone's 30th floor, outside the boss's room, where Mona was trying to open the door in a sweat, but nothing was working. The girl said nervously that there was no way she could do it because the door wouldn't move at all. Smiling at Yoshito Takamichi standing behind her, she said that she hoped for him and told him to start acting. The hero wants to be anxious. He tried to calm down, telling himself that everything will be fine and you just need to believe in yourself. Exhaling heavily, the collected young man clenched his fist tightly, an important ring worn on his middle finger. With sweat on his face, the protagonist raised his fist with the ring, telling the door to open and saying he had the right to enter the room. Yoshito Takamichi's misgivings had failed him, and the door to the boss's room would not open even with the help of the ring. He didn't immediately panic and decided to wait a few more seconds, but the result didn't change. The bewildered hero couldn't believe he'd made a mistake, and the girls interjected, suggesting that they should wait a little longer. The young man was not going to back down from his intentions and clenched his fist even tighter, after which the ring glowed with a blue light. He tried again to unlock the door leading to the boss's room, showing particular determination and persistence. The effort bore fruit, and the door was opened at the same minute, which was a great cause for rejoicing. Mona and Yuri rejoiced, and Yoshito's heart dropped and he exhaled with relief, realizing he hadn't turned out to be some kind of freak in their eyes. Then he caught himself getting too caught up in his thoughts to open the doors and forgot about something very important. Yoshito Takamichi remembered that this door leads to the room with the boss, from where a cold and intimidating atmosphere was immediately believable. Drops of sweat began to trickle down the hero's face, and biting his lip, he reminded himself that this was the boss on the 30th floor of the tower. The young man realized that the local boss must be much stronger than the one he had met in Hermes Tower some time ago. He realized that it would be very foolish to go fight the boss without preparation, and turned to Yuri and Mona standing behind him. Yoshito Takamichi suggested that the girlfriends retreat and prepare for the boss, then come back and fight. The protagonist let his guard down and didn't notice that a huge black hand came out of the room with the boss. With the help of gravity, the arm dragged him abruptly behind him, which stunned Yoshito Takamichi and his girlfriends. She then planted him in a room with his boss, and the confused young man just tolerated it because he couldn't resist. He then fell to the floor and somersaulted backwards, trying to stop sliding and stop to collect himself. The knocked-out Yoshito Takamichi understood absolutely nothing and was very nervous, but he didn't panic. The nervous hero shouted to a flustered Yuri and Mona to stay out of the room, and they didn't realize what he was saying. The huge door suddenly slammed shut right in front of the girls who entered the room, causing even more excitement. After that, the sealing process began with a red mark that appeared on the huge doors. Yoshito Takamichi began to rise to his feet, realizing that just opening the door wouldn't work that easily. Suddenly, a huge blue portal appeared in the closed room, but the hero tried to remain calm. After that, a huge silhouette began to emerge from the portal, which was very problematic to see at first. A huge paw with long claws stepped onto the floor of the room, making the hero a little wary. Soon the portal disappeared, and in its place was a huge long-haired monster with elf ears. Yoshito Takemichi and his girlfriends remained calm, ready for a fight and realizing that this was the boss. The boss acted cool and calm at first and hid his face while cradling his head in his hand. But soon he showed his true colors, and his eye was red, which spoke of bloodlust and lust to kill. The mysterious monster slammed the Boston on the floor, making it clear that no mercy would be shown and it was ready for a fight. With his long and vile claw, he pointed at the trio who were coldly waiting for the battle to begin. The boss then began to chuckle insidiously and intimidatingly, and his red eye glowed even more. Suddenly, he took advantage of the force of the wind, which made the team barely able to stand on their feet but resisted with all their might. Experiencing great hardship, Yoshito Takemichi drew his bloody blade, realizing that there was no other way out. The hero said that since he himself had opened this door, it was up to him to deal with this powerful boss. The Bone Elder priest threw off his hood, revealing his bright blue mane and readiness for battle. He then displayed his aggressive growl, which indicated that the boss would soon launch an attack. With the help of magic, the first powerful attack was launched, which made the team worried. The wary trio still stood still, taking no action, though time was short. As it turned out, with his magical ability, the priest summoned many skeletons that were ready to beat the runny nose. They emerged in droves from the blue shells the elder had launched and immediately tried to identify targets. A whole crowd of aggressively inclined skeletal acolytes were ready to fight, looking bloodthirsty at the team. Yoshito Takemichi immediately realized that the priest was calling for backup, and this was his main battle tactic. In his thoughts, the protagonist said that he was sorry because he thought of ending things one-on-one, but things turned out differently. Firmly grasping the hilt of the unique blade, he rushed into the attack at great speed, leaving a streak-like trail behind him. The young man thought to take the priest by surprise and wondered if the enemy thought he would beat him on foot. An enraged Yoshito Takemichi made a high jump to launch an aerial attack and grab the priest's horns. He was startled when, at the last moment before striking, the elder created a protective barrier around himself. The hero did not expect this turn of events at all and looked at the priest with wide-open eyes. The red-eyed opponent looked at him with a small smirk, still in complete safety. In the same minute, the huge protective barrier exploded, and the unharmed priest was on the floor watching. Yoshito Takemichi was thrown aside by the blast wave, but stopped sliding, angry that the boss had used a barrier. Behind his back was suddenly a sword-armed skeleton who was not going to show any mercy and swung. The hero was immediately stabbed through with the sharp blade of the insidious skeleton, who only gloated at this. Choking on his own blood, a stunned Yoshito Takemichi looked at his opponent who had caught him off guard. The skeletons weren't about to give up his chance at survival and swung again to finish the hero off, whereupon he died. Still, the debuff was changed to a buff and the lost points returned, and Yoshito stealthily attacked the skeleton. The priest novice was going to fight to the last and set his sword up, blocking the hero's attack. The young man grabbed the hilt with both hands so hard that the veins in his arms began to protrude. He clenched his teeth tightly, holding back the strong onslaught of the skeleton, which although it was an ordinary knuckle, it was very strong. The enemy swung his sword, and the hero noticed that his attack power and reaction speed were much higher than the guys from the lower floors. At one point, Yoshito Takemichi got very nervous as his opponent didn't give him a break and clamped him in a vice-like grip. The young man realized that he could handle a couple in the elder's novices, but he didn't know what to do with such a huge number. The two skeletons started climbing on top of him and trying to paw his arms, but Yoshito didn't give up and tried to throw them off of him. The sturdy skeleton cradled the powerless young man's head and slammed him to the floor, pinning him down hard and giving him no chance to get up. Soon the elder who was lying on the floor, Yoshito Takemichi, was approached by an elder who was looking at him arrogantly. At that moment, the powerless hero needed support and could not resist expressing his hatred for the boss verbally. One of the skeletons was still pinning his head to the floor, and the elder laughed irritably, looking away. Suddenly, the young man noticed that they were looking in a different direction. At what exactly, it was unclear. As it turned out, the crowd of skeletons were looking at Mona and Yuri, who were ready to fight back, even though they were very nervous. Shiramachi Yuri noticed the approaching magic sphere, which she immediately tried to repel. The balloon was successfully detonated, which spoke of the great danger to the skeletons because they were in danger of being destroyed. The cold-blooded and ruthless skeletons were confused as they realized that this was their imminent downfall. Something like a magical whirlpool was approaching Shiramachi Yuri, but she wasn't afraid and silently watched it. The enthusiastic blue-eyed beauty exclaimed that she had succeeded, but it was too soon to rejoice. In an instant, her chin quivered, and drops of sweat began to run down her face, and she couldn't control it. A crowd of skeletons were approaching her, one of them gritting his teeth in an annoying manner that even scared the girl a little. The bright blue eyes of the skeletons looked very frightening, and they slowly approached Shiramachi Yuri, wanting to finish her off. Meanwhile, Sekiyamona was fending off an attack from one of the skeletons nearby that was just as tough as the others. The girls got nervous because there was nowhere to run and no plan of action, and the skeletons were surrounding them. An angry Yoshito Takamichi yelled for the skeleton to immediately remove its bony hands from his head. The young man thought of Mona and Yuri, who needed help but froze at one point, dousing himself with sweat. As it turned out, the hero froze because an elder was standing in front of him, who prepared to stick a blade into his head. After only a few minutes, Yoshito's dumbfounded hand was already severed, leaving him in a state of shock. The protagonist immediately began to experience unbearable pain that almost made the veins in his eyes burst. Soon he was screaming at the top of his voice, looking at his severed arm and realizing that he would definitely not be able to fight back now. The gloating elder only smirked as he watched the young man's torment, which brought him pleasure. The skeleton standing behind him wrapped his bony hands around Yoshito's face and began to thrust his sharp claws into his mouth. Suddenly, the left leg of the protagonist was also cut off, and tears involuntarily flowed from his eyes and veins appeared on his face. The elder's minions were very surprised at what was happening, but they stayed out of the way and silently watched the leader's actions. The priest himself continued to cheer, while Yoshito Takamichi screamed in unbearable pain that wouldn't subside even for a second. He nearly lost his mind from the pain, and even his eyes began to roll, and saliva ran down his cheek from his mouth. The protagonist looked at the elder standing in front of him, and his face began to be touched again by the bony hands of the skeletons. 4 bony paws covered his face, and Yoshito Takamichi no longer possessed the strength to even scream. The skeletons began to eat him alive, and the gloating priest only watched silently, enjoying the soulful countenance. No one could come to the aid of the protagonist at that moment, and he was left to accept his death. After a while, the limbless Yoshito was left lying in a pool of his own blood, living out the last moments of his life. He could still think despite the unbearable pain he had endured, and he saw the elder beside him. The bloodthirsty priest stared into the bloodied lad's eyes, laughing and gloating at the loss of his limbs. A strange smile appeared on the face of the bleeding Yoshito Takamichi, and saliva flowed down his cheek, after which he died. Left to himself, the elder began to chuckle insidiously, realizing that victory was once again on his side. His chuckle turned to malicious laughter and hearty glee as another stupid kid died at his hand. At that moment, Yoshito Takamichi suddenly opened his eyes, hearing strange sounds and trying to figure out what was going on. Before his eyes, he saw the intimidating face of the elder priest, who was smiling at him in a frighteningly intimidating manner. In a cold sweat, the hero immediately jumped up, screaming in fear and trying to recover from the horror he had seen. The young man immediately recalled the moment when the elder mercilessly chopped off his arm because he began to scream. The hero immediately examined his hands and realized that they were fine, and the digital scoreboard said he was dead. Then the moment of chopping off his left leg, which had horrified Yoshito Takamichi with unbearable pain, came to mind. These memories brought great fear and tears to his eyes, and the young man wrapped his hands around his face. He remembered his strange smile just before he died, as a large amount of blood ran down his head. Yoshito Takamichi screamed at the top of his voice, feeling like he was going crazy and not knowing what to do next. The character also recalled the surprised faces of the boss's minions as he stripped him of his limbs. The gloating face of the elder priest, who was only satisfied with the guy's severed limbs, also came to mind. Exuding sweat, Yoshito Takamichi began to slowly come to his senses, trying to gather his thoughts. He realized that such a horror he would never forget, and in his eyes he could see the sadness and weariness of what was happening. The saddened young man then looked at the digital scoreboard, telling himself in his mind to go back. Clenching his fist tightly, the protagonist said that if he didn't do anything, there was no telling what would happen to Yuri and Mona. He told himself firmly that he needed to go back and kill this boss to save the girls, then activated the infinite revival skill. The hero repeated that one must not give in to fear and understood everything, but he was bothered by a strange physical sensation. The young man couldn't understand why his body was walking around and paid attention to his trembling hands. The system notified him that he would die if he didn't confirm the activation of the skill, and the hero decided he had to change his revival point. In the same minute, the revival point was changed and Yoshito Takemichi was back on the battlefield where he saw a large crowd of skeletons. Also nearby, he saw the agitated Yuri and Mona, who were huddled by the crowd and confused. The very intense main character immediately concluded to draw the attention of the crowd, giving the girls a chance to escape. The loud cry was immediately heard by the elder priest, who looked at the boy with a perplexed look. The protagonist tried to squeeze his palm to pull off a small hold, but he lacked the strength. The skeletons paid no attention to him and continued to press the girls against the wall, which made the young man feel even heavier on his soul. He stood in one place with his blade in his hands, being tired of everything that was going on, and called himself a lowlife. Yoshito Takemichi was very embarrassed and admitted that he was so scared that he couldn't even move. Meanwhile, his dear friends closed their eyes and hugged each other, preparing to die because the skeletons had already completely pinned them down. The sweat-bleeding protagonist clenched his teeth tightly, and his mind and heart that moment were filled with anger. He looked fiercely at the elder, who was smiling irritatingly, and lit up with the desire to get it over with as soon as possible. The red mark on the door leading to the boss room, meanwhile, glowed even stronger and strange signs appeared on it. Suddenly, it burst into flames, creating a massive fire around it, which began to spread rapidly in different directions. Tears began to come to the eyes of a discouraged Yoshito Takemichi, and he realized that he was so weak that he couldn't save his girlfriends. With pain in his eyes, he immediately turned around, trying to figure out what was going on and why the flash marker had exploded. As it turned out, the door was blown open by an unknown conqueror who, holding a flaming sword, entered the room. Conqueror looked at the boss, saying that there were rumors that there was no way to open this door, so he decided to use force. Dispelling the unpleasant smoke, the man said there was no way anyone could have told her that the door had already been opened by someone before him. Mona, meanwhile, embraced Yuri, looking at the unfamiliar conqueror along with the surprised skeletons. The astonished elder priest and his minions looked at the man who had come to them alone with great surprise. A crying and very exhausted Yoshito Takemichi also turned his attention to the conqueror, while being broken mentally. The man felt a little uncomfortable with everyone's silence, and realized that not everything was as rosy as he thought it would be. The two skeletons, meanwhile, took their chance and pounced from behind on Yoshito, who was distracted. But a strange conqueror came to the rescue, who put up his sword and thus saved the bewildered lad. He pushed the flustered Yoshito aside, saying he'd cover for him, and continued to maul the bony monsters. Conqueror said the guy could take it easy, but he froze in place and watched with his mouth open in shock. Smiling, the confident man said that as long as King Kogura Okimomi lived, no one would die here. He was the very king who, with his charisma, inspired confidence even at first sight. The sweating Yoshito Takemichi was even more surprised because he didn't expect to meet the king. The title of king was awarded to people who conquered towers with 100 floors, and in Japan, such people can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Kogura Okimomi gripped the hilt of his sword, telling a surprised Yoshito that they would chat about it later. The king then said that now it was time to burn the place to the ground and triggered the fire with an ability. Everything around them began to rapidly ignite, and the skeletons died one by one, unable to resist. The king took advantage of the ability of the Arenho's front, which was able to make the land scorched. The skeletons frozen in place did not even have time to move and were burned to ash in a few seconds. A bewildered Yoshito Takemichi looked at what was happening around him with great surprise and couldn't believe it. The elder priest, meanwhile, was still alive and would not give up, even though he realized that he had little chance. Suddenly, he made a high jump, after which he was in the air and about to take his feet. The boss's look was worried, and he had hoped to get away from the place in a flurry, but he thought so in vain. Kogura Okimomi noticed the monster's escape and asked where it was going, but the elder only smirked. The king immediately tried to attack it, but the monster fought for life with all methods and used his shield. The barrier would be no barrier at all to the overwhelming power of the mighty king, who struck another blow. The walls around them began to crumble from the incredible power, but the protective barrier still held up under the strain. The elder's mind began to seize with panic, and he hoped for survival, making every possible effort to maintain the barrier. Yoshito Takamichi stood to the side, and suddenly there was a powerful explosion of the barrier the elder was protecting himself with. The acrid smoke and copious amounts of dust made the young man cough, and he covered his face to keep anything out of his eyes. The absolutely calm Kogura Okimomi meanwhile looked at the floor, realizing that he had succeeded in destroying the barrier. The barely alive elder priest let out his last cries, screaming in anger, but that didn't scare the mighty king at all. The king, without looking but very accurately, hit the monster on the head, which finally confused it. He himself remained cold-blooded and only stared silently forward, smoke coming from his fist after a powerful punch. After this blow, the elder collapsed to the ground with a rumbling sound, no longer able to resist an attack. Kogura Okimomi heard this and looked back at him with his emotionless gaze, realizing that victory was on his side. Then he exhaled with relief because it was all behind him, and he could catch his breath. Suddenly, the king turned to Yoshito Takamichi, who immediately became very tense and began to streamline with sweat. Kogura Okimomi looked into the boy's eyes and asked him to kill the elder, who had caused him so much pain. The stunned hero interjected what he had just told him, not understanding why he was being honored in such a way. The king said he had no idea what the priest had done to the boy, but asked him not to let fear consume his mind. At that moment, the man looked very seriously into the eyes of the confused young man and asked him to destroy the elder with his own hands. Streamlining afterward, Yoshito Takamichi began to approach the monster lying on the ground, not very confidently, very nervous. With a trembling hand, he clenched the hilt of his blade tightly, and gathering his strength, he thanked the king for the honor. The monster was still alive and immediately looked at the approaching threat, but it could no longer fight back. The ruthless Yoshito Takamichi unmercifully launched a series of attacks aimed at destroying the elder without any pity. At that moment, he confidently swung his blade, glaring angrily at the powerful boss who had caused him so much pain. The priest only suffered defeat in incredibly powerful blows, no longer being able to even raise his hand. In an instant, Yoshito Takamichi confidently stated that thanks to the king coming to his aid, he was able to pull himself together. Standing behind him, Kogura Okimomi smirked because he saw the guy's potential, and he liked his fighting attitude a lot. Looking at the bony hand of the already dead elder, the king noted that the boy seemed to have overcome his fear. The protagonist confidently confirmed that this was indeed the case, while looking into the man's eyes without much emotion. Placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, Kogura Okimomi said that in such a case, without hesitation, he could only say one thing. The king enthusiastically congratulated the protagonist, calling him the champion of the heavenly demonic tower, Persephone. The very flustered young man didn't know what he was talking about and began to flow in sweat again, looking into the man's eyes. The hero began to deny that he was the champion and said that she had so much on her last strike, and the king listened to him in silence. A nervous Yoshito Takamichi exclaimed that it was Kogura Okimomi who had single-handedly defeated such a powerful boss, not him. The king said that it didn't matter what or who contributed because the tower felt that the reward should go to the protagonist. The system, meanwhile, notified the young man that he had received unique weapons and magic stones that had been added to his inventory. Still agitated, Yoshito began to say that he could give everything to the king because he didn't deserve the reward. The brave Kogura Okimomi only smiled, softly saying that he would get around to it, which amazed the young man even more. He said this award would help the guys get stronger, which made him respect them even more. Shiramachi Yuri and Sakiyamona began to laugh joyfully along with the protagonist while feeling safe. Happy at that moment, the young man smiled at them, while Kogura Okimomi stood behind and was completely calm for them. At one point, he said he didn't need the money, so they might not worry about that at all. The king then slung the huge sword on his shoulder, saying that the weapon suited him fine, and asked then why he should not give the reward to the young men. The bewildered trio of young boys looked at the king, who was perfect in their eyes, with great surprise. An overjoyed Kogura said that since Yoshito wanted to thank him, he could show him the weapons he got after defeating the boss. He was creepily curious, and the hero looked at Mona, saying in thought that he had a slight sense of déjà vu. Then he very tentatively tried to say something, and the king didn't understand why the guy had such a change in his face. Opening the inventory window with a sweaty hand, Yoshito said that this time the unique weapon was like a staff. The hero immediately jabbed a finger at the staff to take it from his inventory to the real world and try it out. The spellbound trio stared open-mouthed at the appearance of the staff, while Kogura Okimomi smiled confidently. The astonished Yoshito Takamik opened his mouth wide as he watched the magical properties of the staff that mesmerized. It was now clear to him what Arcanu Aqua was really like, and the surprise and delight still didn't leave his face. Kogura Okimomi pondered the magic staff and asked the kid how he was doing with magic. Taking the staff in his hands, a somewhat frustrated Yoshito Takamichi said that he was pretty bad with magic. But then he remembered that some of the three of them were good with magic and decided that the staff might be useful to this man. Turning around, the protagonist held out the staff to Shiramachi Yuri, saying that she had magic. While the girl was a bit confused, the young man asked if the girl wanted to take the staff for herself, but she didn't say anything back, which seemed rather odd. The hero once again questioned the girl, but she was still flustered and didn't know what to answer. Still putting her hand on her chest, Shiramachi Yuri said she didn't deserve such a weapon. Her unexpected words stunned Yoshito Takamichi, who wasn't at all clear why she felt that way. The girl said that she once discussed with Mona that she didn't do the main character any good this time. She said that it wasn't just this tower, because in the past battles it had been of no use either. Suddenly, Shiramachi Yuri firmly said that they were like ballast to Yoshito Takamichi, which only hindered the fight. Sekyamona suddenly startled the hero by saying that they had thought about it and decided that he would be better off without them in the squad. The young man immediately began to convince them otherwise, saying that he was completely useless this time. He said if it wasn't for King Okimomi of Kagura, things could have ended unknown for them. Sweating from nerves, the hero tried to assure the girls that without the king, he wouldn't have saved them and couldn't protect them. After hearing those words, Sekyamona smiled gently as she felt Yoshito Takamichi's worry and realized that he didn't want to let them go. A smile appeared on the hero's face and he felt a little calmer, and the girl said that he answered his own question. Smiling slightly, she said that he was forever protecting them and they couldn't even help him with anything. Yoshito Takamichi tried to prove him otherwise, but he was running out of arguments and there was nothing more he could say. At that moment, it was as if the girlfriends were standing on the other side of the cliff, and the protagonist realized that he would not be able to jump to them. His skin turned pink from nerves, and drops of sweat flowed down his face profusely, and the young man himself even trembled slightly from nerves. Sekyamona suddenly exclaimed that this was why they decided to become stronger and stop being ballast for him. A very surprised and a little confused Yoshito Takamichi didn't understand what she was talking about at first, but he listened attentively. Shiramachi Yuri supported her friend, confidently stating that they would conquer the Celestial Demon Tower on their own. Mona also confidently complimented that this is how they can become stronger and stop being ballast. She then smiled and asked Yoshito Takamichi to wait for them, and he was shocked at that moment. Shiramachi Yuri said goodbye to the hero and asked that the unique magic staff stay with him. Suddenly, the staff was thrown into her hands, which was quite unexpected, but the girl still caught it. She didn't realize what was going on and looked at the staff, which looked amazing, with great surprise. An emotionless Yoshito Takamichi said that since that was the case, she would need the staff more. A dumbfounded Yuri didn't know how to react. He smiled at his friends and advised them to use the resources to become stronger and conquer the Demon Tower. Shiramachi Yuri was in a stupor and didn't know how to thank the protagonist who had given her such a gift. Yoshito turned his attention to the system notification that Persephone's tower boss had been defeated, with 10 seconds left before she disappeared. At the end, the main character told his girlfriends that they would see each other again soon, after which everyone returned to the normal world. Once back in the normal world, Kogura Okimomi approached the guy and said it was a rather mature goodbye. Being completely calm, Yoshito Takamichi said he didn't think so while looking at one point on the ground. He said that thinking about what had happened only felt lonely, and the king smirked after hearing that, remaining silent. Suddenly, the man turned to the young man, calling him by name, and he turned around and asked in surprise how he knew his name. Kogura recalled that his girlfriends addressed him by his first name, and that he no longer had partners now. The confident king asked with a smile if Yoshito Takamichi wanted to join him since he was alone. The hero asked if he had nothing better to do and said he was generally okay with it, but wasn't quite sure. Kogura Okimomi reached out and said that he had been summoned by the head of the Tokyo branch, and the guy listened to him silently. The man said he worked with the towers of Chubu Prefecture, and Yoshito immediately remembered Fuyunrido, who was the head of the branch. With a serious face, the king said that it was not very nice to refuse the head, so it was necessary to go. He said he decided to pass the time before the meeting, so he went to Persephone's tower, where there were many adventures to be had. The man also added that that's where he met Yoshito Takamichi, who was emotionlessly listening to him at that moment. The protagonist was still curious as to why Kogure Okimomi decided to help him, since he wasn't familiar with him. The young man realized that the king hadn't seen the power of endless rebirth, so he didn't know that he didn't have to worry about it. Kogure Okimomi replied that he had heard from branch head Fuyunrido that Yoshito would be one of the best conquerors of this generation. At first, the stunned hero froze in place because he could not believe the words he heard. He then asked loudly if the head seriously said that, and the king nodded his head, confirming it. The man said he was surprised to hear Yoshito's name in the boss's room and didn't expect to meet them so soon. Yoshito Takamichi chuckled slightly and hesitantly said that he ended up doing nothing in that battle. Kogure Okimomi smiled and said that he gained valuable experience. He will try better next time. Then he looked at the time on his phone and said that they seemed to have defeated the boss too, and there was still plenty of time. The man stepped firmly onto the stone slab, quickly coming up with a plan of action and about to voice it to the young man. The king told the guy that they were going to go shopping now to get some distraction and pass the time. He said that he would show Yoshito how to spend his money properly, since he had just become a champion and it was hard for him to manage his wealth. Kogure Okimomi said that as an elder, it was his duty to instruct the young man in this matter as well, and he listened to him interestedly. The enthusiastic Yoshito Takamichi realized that there were only a few kings in Japan, and they were all filthy rich. The young man couldn't believe he was going to get valuable advice from the rich man himself, and he was eager to learn something new. After a while, the protagonist came out of the clothing store, and he had gorgeous black glasses on his eyes. The guy also acquired himself a Nash pendant with a blue stone that was immediately eye-catching. Yoshito Takamichi, along with Kogure Okimomi, came out of the clothing store in luxurious outfits, showing all the pathos with their mere appearance. After donning their new outfits, they showed up to meet the branch head, Fuyunrido, who was already waiting for them. The woman didn't recognize them at first and asked who else they were, while remaining unemotional. A nervous Yoshito Takamichi exclaimed that he knew she would ask him that, and he didn't like it very much. Fuyunrido said they both looked like weirdos and added that she just couldn't help but ask that. Kogure Okimomi put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him that he should behave with dignity, and the young man cooled down a bit at that moment. He said that wearing such expensive clothes, they should feel confident because they earned it with blood and sweat. The head confirmed that this was true, but still said that they had absolutely no taste in clothes, which was stupid to deny. An angry Yoshito slapped the table and shouted, asking if she really understood much, and said that she probably didn't follow fashion. He also said that at home she must be wearing an old shirt, and here she is reproaching them with something. Fuyunrido only looked at him emotionlessly, not responding with any aggression and remaining silent. The head decided to show everything without words and reached into a nearby locker for a magazine that had pictures of her. She placed the magazine on the table, and Yoshito Takamichi immediately took notice of it and stood to examine it. The cover of the magazine featured Fuyunrido, who was wearing a gorgeous turquoise down jacket. The head then jabbed her finger at the title, which spoke of 7 fashion looks recommended by a trendsetter, which she was. After reading the astonished Yoshito Takamichi immediately fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Standing behind Kogure, Okimomi laughed out loud at the antics of Fuyunrido, who took the guy down so beautifully. Then the king still decided to ask the head of the branch why she had summoned him and what she wanted to discuss. Fuyunrido replied in a serious tone that since the king himself had been summoned, it only meant one thing. She said the Tokyo branch was planning a large-scale operation, which sounded very alarming. Yoshito Takamichi was still green and didn't understand the massive operation in question, but he was willing to find out. Fuyunrido said that their target was the tallest heavenly demon tower in Kanto, which was called Zeus. A pensive Kogure Okimomi asked the head if the Tokyo branch had decided to take on this tower after all. The woman said that the number of dead conquerors in Zeus Tower was increasing day by day, and she, as the head of the branch, had made a decision. She added that she could no longer ignore with her danger, so the decision was made to launch a massive operation. Fuyunrido said all volunteers who agree to take part in the operation will have access to some of the treasures from the higher floors of the tower. In her head, she imagined the joyous conquerors carrying away whole chests of gold, realizing they had become fabulously wealthy. The head added that they are recruiting not only fighters, but also logistical staff, because they need personnel from different areas. It was also said that Zeus Tower was simply not comparable to other heavenly demon towers in terms of danger. Fuyun realized that even with all the preparation, there would be a lot of casualties. But to reduce the number, she wanted Kogura to fight on the front lines. She recalled that it was Kogura Okimomi who was the king who conquered the tallest demonic tower in Tube, Hephaestus. The king did not hesitate long to confidently say that if, with his support, fewer conquerors would suffer, he would agree to take part. Yoshido Takemichi, standing next to him, felt a bit awkward and said in his mind that he was superfluous in this dialogue. Suddenly, Kogura Okimomi declared that he would only fight on the front lines on one condition, and the head immediately asked what his condition was. The king abruptly embraced Yoshido Takemichi, saying that he would go to conquer the tower if he went with him. Fuyun Rito immediately replied in a calm tone that he didn't mind, which spoke of the fulfillment of the king's condition. Yoshido Takemichi was shocked by what he heard, because he had not volunteered to participate in any large-scale operation. Kogura Okimomi rested his head against the guy's head, saying he relied on him and called him partner. From nerves, the startled Yoshito began to sweat and then screamed at the top of his voice, scaring the birds flying over the branch building. It wasn't long before the partners were already kneading their shoulders, being inside the heavenly demonic tower of Proteus, where the hero was a bit uneasy. Filled with excitement, Kogura Okimomi asked Yoshido Takemichi if he was ready to go swing and gain power. Earlier, Fuyun Rito said that the strategic group of conquering the Zeus Celestial Demon Tower was still in the formation stage. She instructed her partners, said they were free to pursue other towers until then. Kogura Okimomi asked her, in that case, to advise the towers so they could get a bit of a boost. He said that before going for such a major operation, he wanted to give some coaching to Yoshido Takemichi, who was nervous. The hero made the king laugh by asking if he had better not go to the conquest of the Tower of Zeus then, and he replied that it was out of the question. The knocked-out protagonist didn't understand what good it would do for the king to take him along on such an important operation. Kogura Okimomi lowered his gaze to the floor and said that it was all about him wanting Yoshido Takemichi himself to become stronger. He added that he wanted to see from the front rows how the young man would achieve this, and it would be a good reward for him. The bewildered Yoshido Takemichi still didn't understand why he had to do this, but this time he didn't bother to say anything. Fuyun Rito pondered for a bit and said that there was one tower that just fit the king's request. She said that it was about the heavenly demon tower Proteus, where they should go to get some training. The head added that there is no anomaly in that tower, but the level of local monsters there is quite high. It was also said that a large number of magic stones could be obtained in this tower, so it became especially popular among the conquerors. Kogura Okimomi pondered over her words and said that it would be foolish to refuse, since it all sounded very interesting. He didn't waste any more time chattering and told Yoshido Takemichi that it was already time for them to head to the tower. Laughing, the king said they would raise the hero's level and take down the tower master. But Yoshido didn't share his optimism. They were currently inside the demonic Proteus tower, where a knight in armor appeared in front of them. Kogura Okimomi asked the protagonist to demonstrate his skills and asked if he could handle this opponent. A nervous Yoshido Takemichi tried to calm down and exhale to gather his strength and show what he could do. He then took a fighting stance, holding the hilt of his sword tightly, and the knight at that moment slowly approached him. The protagonist didn't waste time talking, and being fierce, rushed into the attack, quickly getting up close to the enemy. The opponent immediately used a blocking attack, which confused Yoshido a bit and prevented him from striking. The rage from the young man's eyes never went away, and he continued to be assertive in his fight with the knight. Still, the protagonist managed to deal a powerful blow to the knight's armor, but he didn't do much damage with it. The knight tried to block his attacks, but Yoshido Takemichi insisted and tried to pin him against the wall. The enemy fell slightly, but immediately tried to get up and grabbed his weapon to fend off the hero's onslaught. He leapt exalted the hilt of his huge sword above his head to deliver a mighty blow to the hero who knelt beneath him. Yoshido Takemichi smirked, calling it too predictable, and struck at the knight, quickly outpacing him. The weakened knight stood on one knee, trying to recover and gather his strength to return to battle. Meanwhile, the self-satisfied protagonist exhaled with relief, smiling and realizing that victory would be his. An excited Kogura Okimomi shouted to the guy not to relax because the opponent was still alive. The young man was a bit confused and immediately turned his attention to the knight, who rose up very quickly and tried to attack him. Soon he panicked, because the enemy launched his sword at him, which flew at an incredible speed right into the face of the hero. Kogura Okimomi said in his mind that he could have stopped him, but before they were on the battlefield, something had to happen. The nervous king remembered that they would have to fight shoulder to shoulder, so he must see Yoshito's ability in action with his own eyes. Unfortunately, Yoshito Takamichi failed to repel the enemy's attack and was stabbed through with his sword in unbearable pain. Kogura Okimomi was very worried about his young partner, who, being impaled, flew off to the side. The young man, who had no strength to resist, fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, with a huge sword still sticking out of his rib cage. In a few seconds, the hero bled completely, and in his eyes he could see all the horror he had experienced in the battle. The bloodthirsty knight gloated at this and walked over to the bleeding guy's body to draw his sword. The unkillable Yoshito suddenly jumped up and cut off the knight's arm with a sweep of his blade, which was astonishing. The enraged hero said in an intimidating tone that he was hurt, calling his opponent a conniving brat. At that moment, Kogura Okimomi realized what infinite rebirth was and became convinced that the guy really couldn't die. In his mind, he said that Yoshito Takamichi was the only one who could be a worthy partner for him. The rugged hero, meanwhile, presented his blade to the knight's throat and said it was pointless to fight any further, for he was unarmed. But his opponent had more than one more trump card up his sleeve, and he pressed his arm in the shoulder area, which triggered an incomprehensible magic. A thick blade suddenly emerged from his ribcage and pierced Yoshito again, not expecting it at all. The hero, though dead, triggered a skill that gave him back his lost points, and he began to approach the knight while holding his heart. He was very angry at his opponent and took a high leap, rushing at him to attack with his blade. The enraged Yoshito exclaimed that for a heart pierced twice, the treacherous opponent might not even dream of mercy. The knight was far from timid and continued to fight, confidently repelling the attacks of the attacking hero. Yoshito Takamichi wasn't going to back down from his goal either, and continued to try his best to strike. The hero was very nervous because he couldn't strike a decisive blow due to the knight blocking his attacks. At one point, he noticed a brilliant purple light nearby and became even more nervous. As it turned out, it was another throwing blade fired by the enemy, which Yoshito managed to dodge. He managed to stay on his feet and look sternly into the knight's eyes, trying to anticipate his next action. At that moment, the protagonist was struck by the sudden appearance of another similar knight who was just as aggressive. In a few seconds, sharp throwing blades were already flying at the young man, but he had no plan of action. Both blades fell a few meters from Yoshito Takamichi's feet, which was incomprehensible to him, and he simply froze in place. After that, the bloodthirsty knights rushed to attack, and the protagonist still didn't know how to resist them. Soon the young man was surrounded by several such knights, and he asked if they had been taught that it was ugly to attack one in a cluster. Yoshito Takamichi didn't stand on ceremony anymore, and immediately tried to attack his opponents, but they were still on their feet. One of the knights with a sharp swing tried to throw a punch, which the young man blocked, but it was very difficult to hold him back. The protagonist swung his blade in a full turn, but the two opponents managed to dodge, remaining unharmed. Yoshito Takamichi, who had come to a rage, fought in sweat as he tried to throw punches and dodge his opponent's blows. At one point, he still made a blunder, and a small cut appeared on his cheek, which no longer pleased the hero. The young man realized that if he continued to fight like this, he would die again, so he needed to change his plan of action immediately. But suddenly he turned his gaze to the side as he heard footsteps approaching him. As it turned out, approached the protagonist at that moment was Kogura Okimomi, who wanted to express his point of view. He said he had already seen enough from the hero's side, after which he prepared to fight the knights himself. With a single swing of the king's blade, two powerful knights were destroyed before they could even react. In a few seconds, they were all thrown back into the wall and died without a chance of survival, and the king only watched in silence. Kogura Okimomi then told Yoshito Takamichi, standing next to him, that his power was truly unique and there was no denying it. He then looked forward sternly, saying that now it was his turn to show what he could do. At that moment, two tenacious knights pounced on him from the air, swinging the blade that was in place of his right hand. The cold-blooded Kogura Okimomi gripped the hilt of his fiery sword tightly, preparing to give a fitting rebuff to his opponents. The firepower was so strong that the two attackers were immediately burned to ashes. In his heart, the king rejoiced and enjoyed how quickly his opponents were killed by his mighty sword. Stunned by such power, Yoshito Takamichi silently watched on the sidelines, unable to stop wondering. Kogura Okimomi only smiled, realizing that once again victory was on his side, and very quickly at that. Then he turned to the dumbfounded Yoshito Takamichi with a serious face because he wanted to discuss something with him. The king said he wanted to show him a different level of power, but his opponents somehow died quickly. A stunned Yoshito said that he had already realized how strong Kogura Okimomi was, so there was no need to try. The slightly frustrated king said he too wanted to demonstrate how desperate he was to fight. Being a bit angry, the man added that the hero's style was truly unique, so he couldn't replicate it. This infuriated the young man. He asked if the king had just called his style desperate, whereupon a brief argument ensued. Kogura Okimomi then spread his shoulders wide and proudly said that in any case he would have a chance to still show himself. A panting Yoshito Takamichi decided to ask his guide what their future plan was. The mighty king looked forward and said that according to Fuyin Rito, this tower was overflowing with magic stones. He began to tell me that these stones gave them, the conquerors, unusual abilities, but they were also adored by monsters. Kogura Okimomi completed the story by saying that magic stones make both monsters and humans stronger. It was said that if they found a vein of magic stones, they would definitely meet stronger monsters as well. The experienced conqueror instructed his young partner and asked if he understood the hint. Yoshito Takamichi, with a smile on his face, decided to put it in a simpler way and said that they were starting to hunt strong monsters. Kogura Okimomi said that since the guy understood everything, it was already time for them to go hunting, and held out his fist to him. Somewhere in the depths of the tower, meanwhile, was a mine of magical stones where other conquerors worked. One of the young lads was working very hard and trying to mine a magic stone with a pickaxe. Meanwhile, the smiling girls sat on the rocks, chatting amongst themselves and sipping water. There were many magical blue stones around, which were of great value and not easy to obtain. The joyful people were chatting among themselves, but they didn't even realize that there was a mysterious monster among the pile of cobblestones. Soon, Yoshito Takamichi also came to the magic stone deposit on the 25th floor and was very surprised. He was fascinated by the huge amount of magic stones that gave off a very bright blue light. Kogura Okimomi immediately asked the guy if this was his first time in the magic stone fields. The very interested young man replied that he had never once found something like this in the heavenly demon towers. Then he remembered that he had brought a pile of magic stones last time and received a huge amount of money for them. With that in mind, Yoshito Takamichi began to examine the vast amount of rocks around that were potential riches. The young man realized that if he took out all the stones here, he would become fabulously rich, and he was very happy. He immediately looked at Kogura Okimomi and firmly said that they needed to get a pickaxe right now and start mining rocks. A drop of sweat ran down the king's face, and he said he appreciated his young partner's zeal, but there was one but. The man asked why, then by Yoshito's logic, the conquerors here had not yet become fabulously wealthy. The young man immediately thought about the matter and assumed that it was all because they were bringing too few helpers here. Mentor said that in such deposits with a bunch of stones, if you took a stone, there wouldn't be much magical power there. He began to explain to the young man that one large stone gives rise to several others of the same kind, but smaller. Kogura Okimomi added that each one absorbs a bit of the original stone, making the magic in each one not so much. Toward the end, the man said that even if Yoshito Takamichi took out this entire deposit, he definitely wouldn't become rich. He explained that all these people were not conquerors but stone miners, whom the Bureau took care of and put them in the protection of the conquerors so that they could work. The king said such people pay the Bureau a small percentage of the stones mined, so it's a lucrative way for the conquerors to make some extra money. Yoshito Takamichi understood everything after the explanation, and meanwhile the girls were rejoicing in the multitude of magic stones. Two of them said they needed to find bigger rocks and push on, and the hero pointed out that the three of them were having a lot of fun. He immediately thought of his girlfriends Shiramachi Yuri and Sakia Monet, whom he missed dearly, but they had gone to conquer the tower. The memories were very painful and brought on sadness because the young man had come a long way with his close girlfriends. Looking at the happy trio of girls, in his thoughts he recognized that working alone wasn't much fun. He was suddenly distracted from his musings by Kogura Okimomi, who called out to the young man and was rapidly approaching. The joyful man embraced the guys, began to squirm in his face, which was very unexpected and a little annoying to him. Yoshito asked what he wanted, and the king asked if among the girls was the one he fancied, for he had just been staring at them. The young man was very uncomfortable talking about it, and Kagura asked him to share what type of women he was attracted to. The nervous hero replied that he had no type and didn't want to talk on the subject at all. Kagura Okimomi folded his arms at his chest and called him a boring guy for his years, which sounded very wild for a hero. Suddenly a thought popped into the king's mind, and he asked Yoshito if he liked any of the girls around him. The first thing Yoshito Takemichi thought of was the beautiful Shiramachi Yuri, whose cute smile he liked a lot. But the king asked if the two girls who were with the young man in Persephone's celestial tower weren't cute. The young man clearly in his mind also pictured the charming Sekiya Mona, who was equally beautiful. He also remembered the blue-eyed cutie Yuri, who was always very friendly and calm. Kogura Okimomi, in addition, suggested that Yoshito might be attracted to girls like Fuyunrito. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the hero, who was feeling very uncomfortable, the man asked him to lay it out as it was. Meanwhile, she exclaimed that they were in the heat of battle and asked the strangely behaving Yuri to focus. Yoshito Takemichi, on the other hand, abruptly pulled the king's hand away from him and nervously asked what kind of stupid questioning he had started. The young man recalled that they had come here to train and asked what kind of love comedy he was playing out. With a serious look, Kogura Okimomi looked at Yoshito, pointing his fingers at him, which was incomprehensible to the guy at that moment. In a harsh tone, the man called him shy, and the hero got even more angry and asked him to shut up. Then he heard one of the girls behind him ask to turn suddenly to an interesting place she had found. As it turned out, the girl found an incredible deposit of magical stones, where there were a lot of them. Overjoyed, she grabbed her pickaxe and immediately swung it to start mining the jewels as soon as possible. After the blow, the girl dropped the pickaxe and exclaimed that it hurt a lot, but she didn't understand why, because it was much easier with other veins. The flustered maiden was trying to figure out what was wrong, and Yoshito Takemichi, standing nearby, was peering at her carefully. The trio of girls at that moment hadn't yet realized that it wasn't a rock deposit at all, but a lurking monster with red eyes. At one point, a very tense Yoshito Takemichi turned his attention to the deposit and realized it was a bloodthirsty monster. The red-eyed monster that had come to rage no longer hid and made itself known. Stone dust began to fall everywhere, and the dazed girls froze in place and didn't realize what was happening. In panic, they immediately rushed out, naively believing that they could escape the huge bloodthirsty monster. The monster immediately struck an incredibly powerful blow with its entire body, resulting in a violent vibration. The stone monster wasn't going to recover and continued to attack everyone around it, raising a lot of dust and smoke. With the ability, he held a few crystals in the air, which soon turned into dangerous weapons. Several crystals turned into sharp throwing objects that were launched at people. The bewildered girls cried and screamed in fear, falling to the ground and trying to take cover from the threats flying at them. They realized that the crystals were so sharp that they would easily pierce through them, leaving no chance of survival. In an instant, the monster released dozens of crystals from which it was impossible to escape, which frightened the girls even more. To the aid of the confused stone miners, Yoshito Takemichi suddenly rushed to the rescue and acted very quickly. Without a second thought, the hero rushed to attack the stone monster, swinging his blade relentlessly. With a smile on his face, the young man asked if the girls were hurt and told them to run, saying they would take care of things here. The delighted girls smiled sincerely at their suddenly appearing savior and followed his request. They immediately rushed away, and Yoshito Takemichi only looked at them while grinning slightly. The young man smilingly said that he wanted to show his best side, but ended up being pierced through by 3 sharp crystals. A few seconds later, he collapsed from massive blood loss, realizing that he would soon die without a chance. The character said that he was dying so stupidly again, but if he was able to keep anyone safe, it wasn't that it was a bad thing. The bloodthirsty stone monster cheered, realizing that it had won an easy victory, and its red eyes glowed with joy. Yoshito Takemichi wondered when he would become like Kogura and be able to also defeat strong enemies and instill faith in the weak. The stone monster, meanwhile, was about to crush the powerless guy lying on the ground under the press. The protagonist was relentless in his thoughts, saying that he wanted to become like the powerful Kogura Okimomi. Yoshito Takemichi reminded himself that he had managed to conquer a few demon towers and make some money. But there was one but. He wondered what he should do next, for he had absolutely no clarity or purpose. The hero has not yet found an answer to this question, although it sometimes worried him very much and did not go out of his head. However, after meeting the powerful Kogura Okimomi during a duel in Persephone's demonic tower, something inside him changed. The protagonist recalled how skillfully his greatest mentor wielded the sword and burned with a desire to become the same. The young man found himself wishing he could be that cool conqueror too, remembering the moment he had saved the girls from the monster. He realized that all of this required a lot of effort, and with all his might, he endured the pain of being pierced by the sharp crystals. Yoshido Takemichi really wanted to become the very conqueror who protects the weak, becoming a hero to them. Presently, a merciless monster crushed him with a press, after which the hero died. But with the help of the ability, the lost points returned. The young man thought deeply about the pressing matter at hand and enumerated what he had in order to achieve the desired result. His eyes lit up with rage again, and he said he had everything but combat experience to do so. The hero then rushed to attack the stone monster and asked if it would help him gain experience. Without an ounce of fear, Yoshido Takemichi ran at his opponent, prepared to use all of his skills in battle. In an instant, he made a high jump, grinning intimidatingly at the monster and swinging his sword. The monster didn't have time to react, and the protagonist mercilessly delivered a powerful blow to one of its surfaces. After striking, he immediately felt that the monster was quite strong, but he wasn't going to back down from his goal. Falling to his knees from exhaustion, Yoshido Takemichi looked at the monster's eyes and wondered how he could cut it down. The young man then looked at the nearby Kogure Okimomi, assuming he could help him. Meanwhile, the king was calling all the peaceful stone miners to him, saying he would escort them to a safe zone. One of the men asked him if he was sure of what he was doing and if the guards should stay here to keep the monster from going any further. Kogure Okimomi said that fighting that monster wouldn't be to their liking, so they should leave immediately. The king then looked at Yoshido Takemichi and confidently told the guards that the young man could handle the huge creature himself. The tense young man heard this and looked at his mentor, while not sharing such confidence. At that moment, several dozen sharp crystals flew at him, which threw the protagonist into a stupor. Still, he came out of his stupor very quickly and took up a fighting stance, swinging his sword and ready to repel the attack. After dodging a whole wave of crystals, the young man began to move forward quickly to strike another blow at the monster. Kogure Okimomi called out loudly to Yoshido Takemichi in an instant, who immediately turned his attention away from the battle and turned his attention to him. The king laughed and sarcastically asked the young man if it was true that they had him as a pretty smart guy. This infuriated the protagonist even more, who gripped his sword tightly and asked if he was mocking him. With a chuckle, the man said he was referring not to his intelligence level at all, but to his stats. He explained that if the stats were high enough, he could figure out how to break through this huge monster. The monster meanwhile continued to attack, completely calm for its safety. Kogure Okimomi raised her hand high up and said that she was relying on Yoshido Takemichi, who was facing a tough battle. The serious hero looked at the monster sternly at that moment, saying that it was much easier said than done. Looking at the monster, the young man remembered that intelligence was an important metric for magic classes. The higher this score, the more powerful and complex spells you can use during combat. Thanks to the inversion, Yoshido's intelligence had increased, but not enough for him to use magic, and he wasn't sure if it would help him in any way. The system wrote that the intelligence score had reached a new mark, and the skills of magical intuition and energy manipulation were available to the hero. The magic sense skill said that the young man was now able to recognize the magical power of the creatures around him. Manipulating magical energy in turn made it possible to concentrate the surrounding magical energy into a single point. A surprised and somewhat wary Yoshido Takemichi wondered if the beginning skills of the magic class were now available to him as well. Then he remembered the system notifications that the debuff had been changed to a buff earlier, and he gained 34 points to intelligence. The hero wondered if he should use these skills since he had paid for them with the agonizing pain of death. Without thinking long, Yoshido used his newfound magical sense, looking sternly at the huge stone monster. He noticed the purple haze around the monster and wondered if it had magical power. A pensive Yoshido took into account that he couldn't use this skill to its full potential yet, so he needed to concentrate. Taking advantage of the skill, Yoshido's face changed and began to bleed profusely with sweat, as if he had seen something terrifying. It became known that the entire body of the bloodthirsty stone monster is protected by a magical barrier that prevents it from causing damage. The sweat-bleeding hero realized why he couldn't break through the bloodthirsty monster and decided he needed to change his plan of action. The monster wasn't going to waste any time and began to prepare for another series of attacks aimed at Yoshido Takemichi. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty creature stretched its thin, long legs and now looked like a huge spider. Yoshito Takamichi immediately assumed that he was going to shoot out the magic that was in the magic stones. From nerves, he froze in place and realized that this was very bad, but he had no plan to counter the enemy at that moment. In an instant, the monster began to attack, causing the ground to leave the hero's feet, and he flew off to the side. The young man was thrown into a wall nearby and hit his back against it before falling to the ground, trying to regain consciousness. The exhausted Yoshito now didn't understand what was the point of these skills if he couldn't overpower the monster anyway. With a tired look, he began to examine the stone monster, which at that moment gave him some respite time. The hero noticed that after such a powerful blow, the monster's barrier was less stable, and that gave a little hope. With a smirk, he began to slowly rise from his knees, and little by little a puzzle began to piece together in his head. The picture quickly came together, and Yoshito Takamichi immediately rushed to attack, apologizing to the monster for making him wait. The monster was awake and tried to fend off his attacks, but the hero dodged and threatened to rip off the damn magical shell. Looking at his opponent with excitement, he added that he would do it with one precise and very powerful blade strike. The magic barrier began to gradually collapse, but initially there was no result and more effort was needed. Yoshito realized that the monster wouldn't be able to attack and defend at the same time, and if it continued to attack with the same force, the barrier would collapse. But then the young man wondered what if he concentrated the magic in one point and hit the monster with it. To achieve such power, he decided to destroy the magic stones around him and saturate the air with energy. The monster still stuck to only one tactic and launched another batch of sharp crystals towards the enemy. He wasn't going to show any mercy to a human who had come into his territory. A whole dozen crystals hit the ground without even a shard hitting Yoshito Takamichi, who was deftly dodging. The protagonist nimbly dodged the enemy's attacks, gradually getting closer to him. He then turned his attention to another wave of sharp crystals flying at him, which he had to destroy in midair. Yoshito Takamichi began to swing his sword very sharply in different directions, destroying the crystal one by one. None of the throwing objects managed to harm him because they were all destroyed at a distance. The nimble protagonist got a taste for it and proceeded to smash the magical stones around him, saturating the air with energy. In an instant, the young man stopped and looked around, realizing that he had done quite a bit already. Many magical stones were destroyed by his blade, and he decided that should be enough. Suddenly, Yoshito Takamichi froze in place because he sensed that the huge creature was right behind him. The monster didn't stand on ceremony and immediately launched a powerful attack, shattering the huge slabs of stone beneath it. The hero managed to bounce to the side, and coming to a rage, he used the skill of manipulating magical energy. The monster crystals flying at the young man at that moment were stopped in flight, giving him an advantage. He was still standing still, holding the blade in his hand and trying to figure out what the magic skill provided. Yoshito realized that the skill of manipulating magical energy allowed him to gather it at one point. After that, the hero clenched his sweating fist very tightly, saying in his thoughts that although he didn't have a magic class, he could do something too. Being very angry, he prepared for the attack, in his mind saying that if it would help break the monster's shell, then he was ready. Yoshito Takamichi smiled confidently, realizing that this amount of magic should be enough to destroy the barrier. At lightning speed, he rushed to attack the monster, confident in his strength and ready to put forth the right effort. Yoshito did not hesitate and immediately struck the stone monster's shell with his powerful blade. But the power was not enough, and the magical barrier gave only a small crack, but it did not upset the hero. He bounced back sharply and landed not far from the monster, about to use his backup plan. The protagonist grinned intimidatingly and said that it was time to blossom again, then used the skill. In action, he decided to bring the unique skill Chain of Inflorescence, which without a misfire activated at the same second. What was happening began to strain the monster, who immediately released a batch of sharp crystals towards his opponent. An exasperated Yoshito decided that he would reflect 7 of his so that he could get an enhanced punch that would give him an advantage. After that, the hero lunged at the monster, saying in his mind that he would then endow the enhanced strike with magical energy and break the barrier. The monster, however, grabbed 2 crystal piles and was about to hurl them at Yoshito, leaving him no chance of survival. The young man became very tense, but he was not confused and immediately tried to bounce to the side to remain unharmed. He managed to bounce off a flying pile of crystals, which crashed into a wall nearby and shattered. Yoshito laughed and said that thanks to the monster's pebbles, he was able to regain his magical energy again. The hero made a high jump and swung in flight, saying it was time to get what he deserved. The stone monster was very surprised and even froze a bit as it watched the fearless young man rushing towards it. Yoshito Takamichi swiftly ran at him, preparing to launch one last series of attacks and finish off the monster. The monster tried to release crystals at him, but the hero came back from them, which made it even more frightening. Bloodthirsty looking at the monster, the young man said that he wouldn't stop it with this and swung his blade. Soon, Yoshito was struck with a blow endowed with immense magical power and amplified several times by a unique skill. With such an unexpected move, the protagonist astonished even Kogura Okimomi, who was watching the battle nearby. He felt proud of his young partner and recognized that Yoshito Takamichi had outdone himself. Empowered and enraged, the hero threatened the monster that he would destroy its body and shell with a single blow. After these words, an incredibly powerful blow was struck, triggering a huge explosion of the monster's shell. The chain of the inflorescence did its job, and the powerful magical barrier began to collapse, which was very unexpected for the monster. At that moment, he was confused because he realized that his shell was shattered and there was no way for him to survive. The destruction of the barrier triggered another powerful explosion, after which the monster could not stay alive. Yoshito Takamichi was immediately thrown aside by the blast wave, and the stone monster was burning from within. The protagonist fell backwards onto the ground in a not-so-gentle manner, coughing up dust and trying to gather his thoughts. In an instant, he opened his eye, looking up with sweat on his face while feeling the pain from the fall. Standing over him was a broadly smiling Kogura Okimomi, who was very proud of the way his young partner had shown himself. After seeing his comrades smile, Yoshito Takamichi smiled slightly as well and closed his eyes, feeling safe. Without further ado, they showed a thumbs up, which spoke of the success of the operation. Rising to his feet, the hero asked if the rest of the conquerors were okay or not, and the king asked if he doubted it. The delighted girls nearby were overjoyed that their savior had survived and defeated the bloodthirsty monster. Yoshito Takamichi looked at the girls dumbfounded by his beauty and said that now there was one less problem. But suddenly there was a sudden rise in the stone slabs, which provoked strong vibrations underfoot. The main character understood absolutely nothing and was very nervous, but tried to keep a cool mind. Right beside him, a huge iron maw emerged from the ground, which threw the young man into a stupor with its appearance. In the same minute, the merciless iron creature swallowed Yoshito Takamichi, with only his blood dripping from its mouth. Kogura Okimomi was very worried about his partner and couldn't believe that an unknown creature had swallowed him. The girls saved by the hero cried and trembled with fear, hugging each other and trying to calm down. Yoshito Takamichi quickly revived and bounced aside to avoid falling into the jaws of the huge monster again. Sweating with nerves, the young man began to wonder who this other thug was and where he had come from. This huge monster was a steel destroyer that was like a powerful dragon and was composed of iron. The hero was surprised that the monster just burst through the wall and ate him and assumed it was an abnormal monster. At that moment, he froze in place and examined the incredibly large monster that looked at him bloodthirstily. With a trembling and sweating hand, Yoshito Takamichi held the hilt of his blade, unsure of his readiness for battle. The monster didn't stand on ceremony and tried to attack Koguru Okimomi standing nearby, much to the dismay of the protagonist. The king immediately began to defend himself and hold back the monster's onslaught with all his might, though it was given with great difficulty. Still, there was a smile on his face as always, and the man said that the monster was behaving well and was quite strong. Kogure Okimomi still managed to repel the monster's onslaught, which looked very surprising to those around him. Smiling, the sweating king said it was best not to mess with this guy unless you wanted to end up in his belly. He then decided to go to extreme measures to finish off the mighty monster as soon as possible. The king utilized the ability of the Arenko's front, which summoned a super powerful fire that was immediately aimed at the enemy. The dragon-like monster immediately began to burn with a powerful fire that it was unable to extinguish. Standing nearby, Yoshito Takamichi covered his face with his hands to avoid the risk of foreign bodies hitting his eyes. But in an instant, he changed in his face because he was shocked by what he saw and couldn't believe it. The hero noticed that the monster wasn't bad and realized that Kogura Okimomi's flames weren't taking it. The young man immediately turned to the king, who said that apparently their opponent was immune to fire. The iron monster really didn't care about the fire attacks, and it only grinned in its opponent's face. Kogura Okimomi was not going to back down and said that in that case, They would have to fight the monster the old-fashioned way. After saying that, the king rushed to attack the huge monster with just his sword, not feeling the slightest bit of fear. The dragon-like monster opened its mouth wide and roared at the top of its voice, hoping to frighten the human. The king began to try to attack it, but the monster managed to dodge, and the blows landed on the stone slabs. The man was not going to give up and made high jumps to increase the power of the strike. One of the strikes was successful and went straight for the dragon's iron tail, which had a slight misstep. The monster roared in unbearable pain, and Kogoro Okamomi was convinced of the correctness of his actions. Making a leap, the king threw the stones into the dragon's mouth and asked, did he really think that the enemy would get into his mouth so easily? Suddenly, something like launchers appeared in some places on the monster's body, which was very alarming. Kogoro Okamomi tried to keep a cool mind and not jump to conclusions, so he watched silently. A bayonet-shaped object with an iron tip suddenly flew out of the launcher at high speed. The iron-tipped chains were aimed at destroying the enemy, which was the monster's crowning trick. The wary king got a little nervous, saying in a sweat that he certainly hadn't expected such a turnaround. The chains with iron rotors then began to attack him, but the man was not confused and tried to dodge them. He bounced to the side with all his might, keeping himself out of harm's way and trying to remain calm. His partner was suddenly joined by Yoshito Takamichi, who couldn't stand by and just watch. A very tense Kogoro Okamomi noticed this and became very worried about the youngster who was in danger. At that moment, a chain with a sharp iron tip was pointed directly at the hero, who became nervous upon noticing it. He unfortunately didn't have time to react, causing the huge rotor and half of the chain to pass right through his body. Yoshito Takamichi said that he was in a lot of pain, but was also glad that he was able to get close to the monster. His eyes reddened again with bloodlust, and the young man himself said that now they would test how strong the dragon's eyes were. Without the slightest hint of compassion, he stuck the sharp blade right into the center of the huge monster's eyeball. From the unbearable pain, the dragon screamed at the top of its voice and threw itself off Yoshito Takamichi, who was a bit confused. The hero wasn't too happy with this arrangement, as he realized he could have thrown a few more punches. In flight, Kogoro Okamomi came to his aid and grabbed the guy under his arm, thus securing his further fall. At that moment, Yoshito Takamichi was very nervous because he didn't understand the situation and thought he would crash to death. The king apologized, saying that because of his carelessness, the guy had to die, but he laughed and said it wasn't the first time he'd had to. Both of them quickly moved away from the topic and turned their attention to the dragon, which was still alive and dangerous. The enraged monster was smashing everything around it with its iron tail, ready to attack at any second. He was destroying the stone floor beneath people's feet to make it harder for them to move and hurt them in any way. Then the fierce dragon opened its iron maw wide and roared with a roar that was very shocking to the ears of the people. But at the same time, the monster could not do anything, because the protagonist, his partner, were in a safe zone. The dragon didn't care about that and kept trying to attack them, and Yoshito Takamichi called it unbelievable. Covering his face, the hero said that it was the first time he had seen a monster trying to make its way into a safe zone with such fervor. Before, the dragon hadn't given up trying, but in an instant, its behavior changed, and it turned its head in the other direction. His gaze was now directed upwards, which was completely incomprehensible to Yoshito Takamichi. The wary protagonist immediately assumed that the monster is up to something, because he behaved so far from nothing. Suddenly, the monster stuck its head straight into the ground, being like an ostrich at that moment. A pensive Yoshito immediately wondered if he was going to go downstairs to sneak up on them. The hero got nervous and said that this is not normal, because everyone knows that the power of the monsters grows with each floor. He then said that if the dragon penetrated the floor below and attacked the invaders, they would not be able to escape. Very serious at that moment, Kogoro Okamomi confirmed that this was indeed the case and began to calculate all the possible risks. The king said that all the conquerors downstairs would die if the dragon managed to get down to the floor below. Yoshito Takamichi decided to cautiously approach the hole created in the ground to inspect just how deep it was. After analyzing the situation, he said with trepidation that the monster was indeed headed to the lower floor. Kogoro Okamomi said that usually a safe zone that monsters can't get into in any way is responsible for getting to the next floor. At the same time, he added that there were monsters with tremendous combat power that could literally punch their way down. With sweat on his face, the king said that this iron serpent was definitely an anomaly, which sounded alarming. Yoshito Takamichi was very surprised to learn that the management had set up a special category for such monsters. Being tense, the protagonist immediately inquired as to what category was set for them. Kogura Okimomi said the department described the category as an unauthorized threat. The name was even more frightening to Yoshito Takamichi, who had never heard of it anywhere before, and it was wild to him. The king said that information about such individuals was only available to experienced conquerors and kings, so the young man had heard nothing about it. He then rose from the ground and stood firmly on his feet, realizing that they needed to move on and waste no time. The man immediately told the surprised Yoshito standing next to him that it was already time for them to keep walking forward. Kogura Okimomi said they needed to report the situation to the management, and the hero only obeyed his order. They began to gradually leave the gorge, looking around for anything interesting. Suddenly, a female voice addressed them and asked them to stop, and Yoshito Takamichi immediately turned around. Behind him stood 3 terrified girls, one of whom tearfully asked if it was true that he had just died. The main character immediately realized that this was the first time they were seeing a person who had been resurrected immediately after death. At that moment, the hero said with a smile on his face that he didn't even know how to explain the process to them. Laughing, he said it was just an illusion, and that was how they confused the enemy, and he remained unharmed. The young man realized that it was better not to tell the intimidated girls the truth, because they felt bad enough as it was. One of the girls was still tormented by the question, and Yoshito Takamichi, smiling, was ready to answer anything. The beauty poked at the patch of ground where a lot of Yoshito's blood remained, which immediately made the young man nervous. The hero tried to get out of it by saying it was also the remnants of an illusion, and the surprised girls said it was very natural. But still, the third adorable girl also wanted to say a few words to the guy, because her friends had already done it. She decided not to be shy and walk up to Yoshito Takamichi to say something else, and he immediately turned his attention to her. The trio of cute girls smiled sincerely at the protagonist and thanked him for saving their lives. The hero was very surprised and even froze in place, because gratitude was something he very rarely accepted. Smiling, Yoshito Takamichi said there was no need to thank him, and the main thing was that they were all fine. His demeanor was greatly admired by the girls who couldn't get enough of his beauty. Much to his surprise, one of the girls abruptly ran up to the hero, intending to say something to him that startled him. Very worried, she offered to exchange numbers if he didn't mind, much to Yoshito's surprise. Shiramachi Yuri, meanwhile, exclaimed that she sensed impending danger, and Mona reminded her that they were actually fighting. Kogura Okimomi shouted to the lovebirds that it was time for them to get the hell out of here, and added that they were the only ones left. A tense Yoshito Takamichi said they were on their way, while giving no response to the girl's suggestion. This puzzled the beauty, who expected to hear the young man's agreement, but he only said that it was indeed time for them to go. Yoshito Takamichi asked if the girls would like to meet that Iron Hulk again, which was very unpleasant. He then went up to the king and apologized for the delay, while the man said he didn't mind waiting a bit at all. Snapping his fingers, Kogura said that after all, the guy had accomplished a feat and he was due some glory. The hero replied that he was not trying for that at all, and the perplexed king looked at him and asked if he was serious. The man didn't dwell on it any further and said it was time for them to head back to the first floor. Portals were a tool that could be used to move freely between floors of the tower. They were equipped on the 1st, 5th, and 10th, that is, every 5 floors, and were most often placed in a safe area. As soon as any of the conquerors discovered a new floor, a portal would immediately appear. A pensive Yoshito Takamichi asked what would happen to the people on the other floors if they met behind the Iron Serpent. Then he said that people might not be able to get to the portal, and the serious at that moment king recognized his rightness. The king said that was why they were obliged to come back here with help, otherwise the people could not be saved. At that moment they were approaching the entrance to the portal, the blue light of which dazzled their eyes a little. Kogura Okimomi also said that they would go to Fuyun Rito's house right now to plan the way forward. A short time later they were in the office of the branch manager, who thanked them both for this report. She said there are already several victims on the lower floors of Proteus Tower so far. Fuyun Rito said that all those people were killed by a bloodthirsty monster called the Steel Destroyer. They were also told that they, as representatives of the Tokyo branch, needed to immediately eliminate the unauthorized Class 1 threat. Standing up from his chair, the head said that for the time being, the Conqueror branch was freezing the project to conquer the heavenly demon Zeus Tower. She added that they set their main and only goal, and that was to kill the Steel Destroyer. Kogura Okimomi said that he and Yoshido had already fought against him, and they failed to hurt him even a little. He advised the branch head to carefully choose those conquerors who would go on a mission to eliminate the monster. A drop of sweat ran down the face of a tense Yoshito Takamichi as he watched the negotiations in silence. The head replied to the king that he didn't have to worry about the choice of people because they had everything covered. Her left arm behind her back suddenly lit up with an emerald color, as if spewing out energy. Fuyin Rito then clenched her fist tightly, as if gathering all the energy into it and preparing to show something. A very surprised Yoshito Takamichi stared wide-eyed at what was happening, not knowing what to expect. Filled with incredible power, the branch head made a sudden leap forward, which was even more alarming. Firmly grasping the hilt of her mighty sword, Fuyin Rito declared that she would personally participate in the operation this time. Yoshito Takamichi looked at the girl with utter bewilderment, saying that this was total ales. After a short period of time, the trio were already on the 8th floor of the demonic Proteus Tower. Fuyin Rito said that the Steel Destroyer had previously dwelt on the 25th floor, but after their battle, it had begun to descend to the lower floors. The girl also said that according to reports received earlier, tremors are still being felt here. She said confidently that their target was very close by, and with an eagerness to fight, she promised she wouldn't let her get away. Yoshito Takamichi decided to ask if she was afraid for her agents who had gone ahead. The exasperated hero said that the last time Fuyin Rito did that, a lot of people went down in Persephone. The head, however, said that this situation was different, and she had sent those who had encountered the anomaly for more than the first time on this mission. A smiling Kogura Okimomi said that when a ray is remembered, the sun also appears immediately. Still tense, Yoshito Takamichi immediately decided to pay attention to what the king was talking about. King said it was a rapid response team led by the branch director, commonly known as the Ice Flower Squad. A stunned Yoshito Takamichi asked why they had that name, and Kogura chuckled and asked him to pick his jaw up off the floor. One of the agents reported to the head of the branch that the reconnaissance was completed and the reports were correct, because all the seismic tremors were still going on. The guy assumed that the monster was hiding somewhere in the walls, because the seismic tremors are due to his tower movement. A wary Yoshito Takamichi looked at the agent with a serious gaze, listening intently to his report to the head. The agent then looked at King Kogura Okimomi and champion Yoshito Takamichi and carefully clarified their names. The protagonist asked the guy what he wanted while showing his share of cockiness with his entire appearance. The blue-eyed agent looked at him silently at first, which caused the hero some bewilderment. The guy then bowed to them, saying that he was happy to cooperate with people like them, much to Yoshito Takamichi's surprise. The agent said that the ice flower was originally supposed to be able to neutralize the target, but the unauthorized threat is equal in power to the Tower Master. He added that together with such powerful people, the group will be able to minimize the casualties. The bewildered Yoshito Takamichi understood absolutely nothing and didn't know how to react to his words. Scratching the back of his head, the young man asked the agent what he was even talking about, while trying to understand anything at all. Kogura Okimomi put his hand on his Pyokyo and confidently stated that as long as they were here, no one would die. The stern Yoshito Takamichi, on the other hand, suddenly firmly stated that the only one who would die here was himself. The agent looked at them with a slight smirk, feeling calm, and said he was relying on them. Suddenly, the whole team was thrown upwards a few centimeters, feeling a powerful jolt in the ground. A nervous Yoshito Takamichi asked if it was a powerful earthquake while clenching his teeth. The surprised Fuyin Rito immediately realized that this was the work of a steel destroyer that was somewhere nearby. She didn't have time to assume he was somewhere below, because the monster burst out from under the earth and the heroes were thrown aside. A huge iron monster burst out from the ground, opening its mouth wide and preparing to attack. The Ice Flower Squad leader was not confused and immediately began to command, addressing his companions. The young commander ordered everyone into position immediately, after which everyone spread out around the perimeter. One of the team members gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, preparing to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. After that, the completely calm members of the Ice Flower group rushed to attack the Steel Destroyer. Two rushed in to attack from the air, while two more members of the group covered them from below, diverting the enemy's attention. The swordsmen swung in flight, but suddenly the Iron Dragon turned its attention to them and gathered to fight back. He immediately used chains with sharp iron tips that could pierce through a man. At first, the armed fighters managed to repel the tip attacks, but it got worse from there. At that moment, one of the fighters stalled because he noticed a sharp arrow flying at him. Still, he and his female companions managed to dodge the blow, while experiencing very high stress. Standing aside, Kogura Okimomi said that the Ice Flower Squad is an elite group that exists for situations like this. He said that to them, mid-level monsters were just ordinary flies, and Yoshito Takemichi watched the battle with great amazement. That said, the king was very serious and said that against this serpent, even such a strong group wouldn't last long. The man analyzed the situation and drew conclusions while observing the actions of each member of Ice Flower's group. One of the fighters swung his sword confidently, but the dragon fought back, which sometimes stressed the guy out. Kogura Okimomi offered his nearby young teammate a hand to help the team, and he didn't drop a word in response. The king energized his mighty sword and ordered Yoshito Takemichi to fight at full strength, and he promised to do so. At great speed, they rushed to attack, leaving only pillars of smoke and dust behind them. Kogura Okimomi couldn't wait for the battle to start, and his hands itched, while Yoshito Takemichi ran behind him and was a bit nervous. The king then took a high leap, and the Iron Dragon noticed this and opened its mouth wide to swallow him. His face showed all the rage and desire to destroy the monster that had caused so much grief to the families of the conquerors. An incredibly powerful sword strike was struck at the same moment. The Steel Destroyer was even confused after it. The enraged Yoshito Takemichi, meanwhile, took a high leap to stick his sword right into the monster's mouth. At a tremendous speed, he flew in a clear trajectory, and his eyes showed the same hatred for the monster as the king's. But suddenly, the insidious Steel Destroyer unleashed a chain with a sharp tip that was aimed straight at the hero's body. The protagonist at first failed to notice the approaching danger and attempted to strike with his sword. But in an instant, he became very wary, realizing that there were 3 sharp tips within a few centimeters of him. At that moment, he had fallen into the monster's trap and was like being trapped in a vice, not knowing how to get out. Kogura Okimomi meanwhile exclaimed that the insidious monster had taken his chance and was now fleeing. After saying that, Fuyunrito came into play and immediately rushed after the Steel Destroyer, who was fleeing from the spot. She said that now it was her turn to show off, and a nervous Yoshito, trapped, watched with sweat on his face. The branch head was confident and kept right on the tail of the Steel Destroyer, who kept running away. The girl firmly grasped the sword endowed with energy and exclaimed that she wouldn't let the monster get away. A surprised Kogura Okimomi said he hadn't seen Fuyun in action in a long time, while Yoshito froze and watched silently. The king noticed that she had strengthened her body and increased her movement speed through magic, which was admirable. He also couldn't help but mention the head's unique weapon, which was a huge sword with blue patterns on the blade, called inej. The man asked Yoshito Takemichi to watch carefully, saying that Fuyunrito has taken the fight seriously. After that, Kogura Okimomi added that this fight would end very quickly, and the head also looked at the Steel Destroyer coldly. Without any warning, she rushed into the attack, running at breakneck speed towards the wary monster. The mighty sword strike was successful and confused the Steel Destroyer, who was in great pain. Bouncing to the side, Fuyunrito kneeled down, stopping her sliding and carefully analyzing her opponent's behavior. After this happened, the dragon became even more angry and started waving its tail in different directions, destroying everything in its path. The branch head didn't care about his aggressive behavior, and she didn't stand still, and the destroyer heard strange sounds behind him at one point. She used her sword first to deliver a blow that was like a grating blow and bounced to the side, unharmed. After that, Fuyunrito began to maneuver, preventing her opponent from attacking herself and getting close to her. Coming very close to the dragon, she swung her sword sharply and without any hesitation, delivered a powerful blow to the tail. From surprise, the Steel Destroyer swung its tail sharply, throwing the girl upwards and not realizing how she had time to strike. Bouncing back a few meters, Fuyunrito kneeled and stalled, looking at her opponent and waiting for his attack. After that, the branch head rushed to attack and once again got close to the monster and prepared to strike. Taking a high leap, she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, and the Steel Destroyer looked at her like a victim at that moment. The cold-blooded Fuyunrito also looked into his eyes, confident that victory would be on her side. Taking her left arm aside, she extended the blade downward in front of her, aiming clearly at the monster. A few seconds later, a powerful blow was delivered to the Steel Destroyer's tail, causing it to scream in pain, and yellow liquid squirted from the wound. A stunned Yoshito couldn't believe that Fuyun was able to hit him, and the king said that her sword, Yine, was endowed with magical powers. He added that she herself is a genius at using magic and is able to manipulate it so masterfully that she amplifies not only her body, but also the tip of her sword. Kogurei Okimomi said lastly that this was the true strength of Fuyun Rido, the head of the Conqueror's branch management. The woman told the agents that the unauthorized threat class monster called the Steel Destroyer needed to be destroyed immediately. A surprised Yoshito Takamichi pulled out a sword from his inventory and said that in the end, the agents didn't even need their help. The cold-blooded Fuyun Rido, meanwhile, climbed onto the body of the fallen monster and swung her sword. The Steel Destroyer was still conscious and turned his gaze to her, not about to give up. Enraged, he took a desperate step and used all the chains with sharp tips to destroy his opponents. The enraged monster was not going to show any mercy to the humans and prepared to fight to the very end. Chains were scattered in different directions, and the Steel Destroyer itself tried to maneuver around, preventing itself from being attacked. Group head Ice Flower nervously said that there was no way to get close to the enemy now, and they needed to change their plan of action. The Iron Monster, meanwhile, took its chance and tried to hide in the depths of the cave again. Fuyun Rido realized that they couldn't let him get away. After all, they had managed to break through him for once, but she didn't know what to do either. Suddenly, she noticed a red glare that passed right next to her head. As it turned out, it was Yoshito Takamichi who had dashed after the dragon, much to the head's consternation. Reckless at that moment, the protagonist made a high jump to pounce on the enemy from the air. He was a little confused because the iron chains were aimed directly at him and no mercy could be expected. Yoshito Takamichi's nerves began to make him sweat and he clenched his teeth tightly, realizing that he was in a hopeless situation. Still, he died, but with the help of the inversion skill, the debuff was changed to a buff, and the lost 24 points of vitality returned. The protagonist was very quickly back in the fight and grabbed the ledge, being even more aggressive against the monster. The young man said that considering how much the Steel Destroyer had dispersed, no living person would be able to get close to it. Then he smiled confidently and said that no one else could do it but him, and began to climb the ledge. After making a jump and grasping the Iron Dragon, Yoshito Takamichi said that he was immortal, so he was not afraid of anything. Thanks to the revival point skill, the protagonist managed to end up right on the monster's belly, but he didn't know what to do next. The Steel Destroyer suddenly sped up, much to the strain of the young man who was barely hanging on by his belly. Being very nervous, Yoshito Takamichi shouted and asked the monster to hold the horses, but he didn't care about his words. The protagonist didn't understand how such a huge iron creature could move so fast. In an instant, the young man's sweaty hands slipped and he flew off to the side, much to his consternation. A very tense Yoshito flew straight into the pile of cobblestones that was behind him and realized that he was in bad luck. Slamming into a pile of rocks, he crashed to death, and a large amount of his blood splattered in different directions. The enraged young man immediately revived, shouting loudly that the Steel Destroyer was sick of him with his antics. After a couple of seconds, the protagonist was in the air again, realizing that he should immediately grab onto the monster's belly. At that moment, several chains with sharp tips were pointed at him, which were very unfortunate. An exasperated Yoshito Takamichi screamed, because no sooner had he been revived than he risked being killed again. The iron chains twisted the hero so badly that he was split in two, and a large amount of blood rushed from his body again. Immediately revived, the young man grasped the ledge on the dragon's tail tightly and said he would not unhook himself from it. At one point, he was again very wary. Then as he noticed the monster's strange maneuvers, the flustered hero asked if he was about to climb into the narrow hole ahead and realized he would be unfortunate afterwards. The Destroyer of Steel, however, was not going to stop and flew swiftly towards the narrow black hole in the wall. Cracks appeared on the ceiling of the top floor of the demonic Proteus Tower, because that's where the dragon crashed into. A couple seconds later, the hole in the ceiling was completely destroyed, and he rumbled into the room. Yoshito Takamichi was unable to hold on, and he fell out again, realizing that he was in danger of losing his life once more. The landing turned out to be very not soft, and the hero experienced a lot of pain because he fell from quite a height. All by now, the young man had managed to survive, and he immediately began to rise, trying to regain consciousness and looking around. Looking around, Yoshito Takamichi immediately wondered what this place was all about. In his thoughts, the young man said that this place was unlike any floor he had been on before. Looking sternly at the Steel Destroyer, the protagonist asked if he understood correctly that this was his lair. In the lair, the insidious monster felt much more confident and immediately prepared to attack the powerless kid. 3 chains with sharp tips were immediately released towards Yoshito, who was not at all confused. Yoshito Takamichi managed to bounce back at the very last moment, remaining unharmed but under severe stress. The young man realized that he could not overcome this tin can alone, and it was necessary to come up with a plan of action as soon as possible. He decided that he needed to bring the others all here, for only then would they be able to kill the Steel Destroyer. Running away from the attacking Iron Dragon, the young man realized that it wouldn't be easy to pull it off. Doing a somersault in flight, he managed to dodge another attack from the dragon, who was very angry. Yoshito Takamichi looked ahead and realized that it was about 100 meters to the hole in the wall, and he should be able to run to them. He then landed on the ground with a clatter, creating a vibration while contemplating further action. The protagonist realized that in order to lead the others, all he had to do was run, which he did in sweat. The Steel Destroyer once again unleashed his edged weapons at him, hoping that at least one of them would hit the guy. The sharp tips crashed into the ground, shattering it, and Yoshito Takamichi managed to jump up and remain unharmed. At high speed, he managed to break through the iron chains that were sticking out, obstructing the passage. Yoshito Takamichi didn't stop even for a moment, even though he was very out of breath. But he realized he had to escape. The Steel Destroyer's iron weapon suddenly got in his way, which stalled the hero and made him tense up. Still, he grinned and said that since the monster wanted to play hide-and-seek, then he wouldn't play by the rules, and made a sharp roll. None of the iron tips reached their target, and the impact hit the ground again, creating a strong vibration. Yoshito Takamichi grinned as he said goodbye to the Iron Man and said that they would meet again very soon. Making a sharp leap forward, the protagonist fell into a narrow black hole, leaving the iron monster behind. Steel Destroyer was very angry because the target had gone right out from under his nose, but he was unable to catch up with the enemy. The team of agents, meanwhile, were in the safe zone, along with the branch head and the king. Fuyun Rido immediately turned her attention to Yoshito Takamichi, who had suddenly emerged from the gorge a few meters away from them. All the team members were very surprised to see a panting protagonist who barely managed to reach them. Trying to catch his breath after the long run, the young man was glad he was finally here, though that joy was not on his face. Kogura Okamomi said they were already starting to worry about him, even though they knew he wouldn't die, but the hero apologized to them. At that, the young man smiled and said that no matter how it was, he had not come empty-handed. An interested Fuyun Rido expected to hear useful information from him and asked to report. The main character said that there was an iron dragon's lair on the upper floors, which he visited. The young man suggested that that was where they would be able to defeat the bloodthirsty monster, and the team listened to him carefully. The branch head began to analyze the situation after hearing this, thinking about the Steel Destroyer's lair. She then asked if there were any unusual magical stones in it, and the hero at first said he didn't know, but still, he remembered something. The guy said that if compared to the lower floors, the stones in the monster's lair sparkled with a golden glow. Fuyun Rido respectfully thanked the hero for the useful information and said that they could use it a lot. She said that during their first fight, Iceflower had analyzed the Steel Destroyer's body structure. It was revealed that the monster only feeds on fossils with high magical energy content, but in this tower, all the magical stones with impurities. The chapter assumed that there was an area with the purest magical stones, but no one could have known that this place would turn out to be his lair. A wary Yoshito Takamichi asked if he had understood correctly that they were very lucky to have found the Steel Destroyer's lair. The woman replied that there was no more room in the tower with pure stones, and if they caught the monster unawares in the lair, there would be nowhere to escape. She then said with particular enthusiasm that it was time for them to move out, but Yoshito was not so eager. The bewildered young man asked why she had stopped, while hoping he wasn't going with the team. Fuyun Rido turned around and asked the protagonist to lead them to the lair, but he remembered that they didn't know where it was. It wasn't long before they were already in the lair of the Force Destroyer, who was eating the purest magic stones at that moment. Observing this process, Yoshito Takamichi speculated that this was the monster's way of replenishing energy. Suddenly, the young man became alert and turned around, seeing a human hand scrambling, trying to climb the ledge. It turned out to be one of the panting members of the Iceflower crew, who had barely managed to climb in. The agent said Yoshito didn't even break a sweat as he walked up that hole up, which I expected from a champion. He was discouraged even more when he saw how easily Fuyun Rido and Kogura Okimomi jumped onto the hilltop. The branch head prepared her magic sword and said that they were about to start a very important operation. Keeping her composure, the girl looked forward and said that the target had been successfully located. After that, the entire team rushed to attack the force destroyer, and Fuyunrido asked for all their strength to eliminate the target. The steel destroyer immediately turned his attention to the approaching opponents and realized that a battle was inevitable. He immediately became angry and began waving his tail, raising huge columns of dust and showing his aggressive mood. At that moment, Kogura Okimomi rushed to the attack without a backward thought, saying that as a conquering king, he no longer intends to play the monster's games. Grasping his sword tightly, he smiled and said that he would show the steel destroyer all his strength right now. The very confident conqueror king used a magic attack to make the monster suffer pain. The enraged monster howled at the top of its voice, feeling intense pain and burning from Kogura Okimomi's fire. The king, however, showed no mercy and continued to throw more and more punches. Out of anger, the steel destroyer kept kicking and tried to slam his head into the ground to knock his opponent off his feet. At this moment, Kogura Okimomi took the chance and successfully struck a sword strike right at his head. With a sharp swing of his sword, he repelled his opponent's attack, who experienced more pain as he leaned back. Yoshido Takamichi, who was standing nearby, was watching the fight, covering his face as rocks flew everywhere. The enthusiastic young man called the actions of Kogura Okimomi, who managed to hit the monster on the head with his sword at the very last moment. The iron monster was still alive and wasn't going to retreat, realizing that there was nowhere else to retreat from its lair. Once again, he went to the extreme and used iron bayonets, which had never failed him once. This made Kogura Okimomi take his opponent more seriously, and he asked if he didn't intend to give up so easily. The iron lugs were fired clearly in the direction of the conquering team, who didn't flinch. The team members stayed in place and tried to keep a calm mind to avoid any missteps. The iron bayonets surrounded them and prevented them from breaking free, making the members of the Ice Flower group start to feel nervous. Gritting his teeth in nervousness, Yoshito Takamichi looked around and thought of a plan of action. Fuyunrido remained cold-blooded and grabbed her magic sword, intending to give a proper fight back to the steel destroyer. The two members of the Ice Flower group froze in place in an instant because the iron rotor was aimed straight at them. A few seconds later, the attack began, which they fought off with all their might, holding back the onslaught of the enemy with their swords. One of the agents said they had a duty to destroy the unauthorized threat anyway, even at the risk of death. The fearless young agent said that the Ice Flower squad wouldn't just give up, but he also let his guard down in battle. A very tense Yoshito Takamichi noticed the guy's impending doom, immediately shouted at him to dodge. The eyes of the agent, frozen in place, saw the iron rotor that was at that moment approaching directly toward him. In the same minute, the merciless monster destroyed the young agents who didn't have time to react and dodge. Sweating from the exertion, Kogura Okimomi immediately took notice of this while feeling extremely stressed. Fuyunrido also looked at the spot where the young members of the Ice Flower group had been killed, which was very unexpected. Everything turned upside down inside the senior of the group, and he couldn't believe that he had lost good fighters like Murashima and Hamano. At that moment, the merciless steel destroyer attacked him as well, and paying attention to it, the agent froze in place. He realized that there was no way to dodge and closed his eyes, waiting for death to quickly approach. But unexpectedly, Yoshito Takamichi came to the rescue and fended off the approaching rotors, thus saving the agent's life. Feeding hatred for the enemy, the hero asked the confused guy not to relax, and he was very surprised to be alive. The protagonist exclaimed that he realizes that it hurts a lot to see comrades die, but you can't give up. He told the agent who had lost his sense that if he too died, there would be no one to mourn their deaths. At that moment, Yoshito Takamichi remembered the death of Noga-san and two other guys who died in the tower, and their bodies were never claimed. After that, the senior of the group rose from his knees and looked at the bloody bodies of his dead comrades. He put his hand down into the large pool of blood spilled by his fallen friends and said that Yoshito Takamichi was right. Bleeding sweat, the agent said firmly that he had a duty to survive no matter what and prepared to fight back against the monster. Meanwhile, the steel destroyer continued to attack the team, clashing with Kogura Okimomi. King Conqueror successfully threw a punch and bounced to the side, landing beside Yoshito Takamichi. Being very serious, the man wondered where to aim them, and the protagonist began to ponder at that moment. At that moment, Fuyunrido came into play, wielding a unique sword called Yine with extreme power. The head used her mighty sword and froze everything around her, including her opponent's iron claws. One of the agents was very surprised because right in front of her face froze the iron rotor of the steel destroyer. Another youth from Ice Flower's team froze in place, not understanding what was going on. Fuyun Rido apologized to everyone, saying that if she had been more serious from the beginning, no one would have died. A perplexed Yoshito Takamichi looked at the branch head, who was acting very strange at that moment. Having reincarnated, the girl said it was time to call it a day, which surprised her companions even more. Her hair was dyed snow white, and she held her mighty sword behind her back and prepared to attack her opponent. At that moment, Fuyun Rido's gaze was completely calm, and his behavior appeared very strange to those around him. The steel destroyer was at the ready and could launch an attack at any second, and the calm head only slowly approached him. The insidious monster didn't let her do so and released the iron rotor, intending to finish her off as soon as possible. Fuyun Rido wasn't scared at all and was only filled with an even greater desire to fight to avenge her fallen comrades. She began to maneuver and move in different directions, hitting and getting close to the monster. The steel destroyer did not give up trying to attack her and swung iron chains, but the girl managed to dodge. The branch head looked around carefully to avoid the risk of being attacked stealthily. She tried with all her might to repel her opponent's attacks, but he immediately attacked her again and again. Several iron rotors were approaching Fuyun Rido at that moment, but she wasn't going to retreat. Mistress was able to dodge the approaching chains very deftly, hitting them with only her hair. More and more bayonets were aimed at her, but she rolled behind the hilt of her sword and prepared to fight back with dignity. Fuyun Rido then began to relentlessly swing her sword in different directions, holding back the steel destroyer's onslaught. At that moment, she was completely emotionless and cold-blooded, and her goal was only to destroy the unauthorized threat. The branch head's assertiveness paid off, and she managed to deliver a powerful blow, causing the monster to lose its yellow blood. The steel destroyer waved its tail in pain, and Fuyun Rido rushed to attack, realizing that there was still a little more left. In an instant, the monster opened its jaws wide to devour her and get rid of such a problem forever. After that, it abruptly slammed its jaws shut, swallowing only a pile of cobblestones, while the unharmed Fuyun Rido remained outside. While in the air, the girl said now that it had opened up, then prepared to strike. She raised her ice sword upwards, releasing several sharp crystals towards her opponent. The steel destroyer froze in place and silently watched his opponent's actions, unsure of what to do. Fuyun Rido used her magic power to deliver a decisive blow with great effort. The wary monster, on the other hand, still took her lightly and didn't think the little girl could straighten him out. The head of the branch, on the other hand, aimed her sword directly at his eye to give the destroyer of steel no chance of survival. With great effort, she raised a huge sword and thrust it clearly into the target, but the monster didn't even have time to react. She held the sword inside the steel breaker for a few more seconds, pressing down on it to increase the damage done. The magical energy triggered an explosion inside the monster, which raised huge layers of dust air. Upon landing, a completely calm Fuyun Rido said confidently in her thoughts that she had hit the exact target. But it wasn't that simple, because the steel destroyer survived and immediately let everyone around him know about it. With a sudden movement, he swung his tail, raising a large puff of dust and attempting to attack the team of agents. As a result, Fuyun Rido was thrown aside and covered in a pile of cobblestones while coughing up blood. The agitated Yoshito Takamichi immediately took notice and didn't know how to help her at that moment. The branch head's mighty sword flew aside and stuck into the ground, while the tail of the steel destroyer was sticking out nearby. The protagonist looked at the sword and realized that Von Anamo's strength wasn't enough to cut off this snake's head. Very nervous, Yoshito Takamichi pondered the next plan of action and considered using the head sword. He was fully confident that the head sword filled with her powerful mana would definitely be able to handle such a task. Meanwhile, the destroyer of steel gloated and grinned, confident in his invincibility. The monster looked arrogantly at Yoshito Takamichi, who was holding Von Anamos in his hand, preparing for a powerful attack. The main character had a very hard decision to make, and he didn't know what to do next or if he could handle the monster. Still, Yoshito Takamichi exhaled and gathered his strength, and the bloodthirsty steel destroyer rushed to attack at that moment. The young man stared fiercely into his opponent's eyes, defiantly asking him not to choke, and ready to fight back in a dignified manner. The iron monster opened its jaws wide, preparing to devour him, but the hero didn't even take a step aside. At one point, he did rush to the side, threateningly saying that the Destroyer of Steel would pay with his life for this. The hero didn't stop for a second and said he wasn't as fast as Fuyunrito, but he could do something too. The young man quickly got close to the head sword and grabbed it, twisting it in his hand and preparing to strike. Suddenly, he put his sword to his own throat and left a cut while smiling into the monster's face. Yoshito Takamichi, in pain, said that he had one proven method to help tear off the dragon's head. He died afterward, but was quickly revived at said point and said he normally wouldn't have gone for such a thing, but now he had an incentive. The protagonist realized that if he killed himself, the Destroyer of Steel would never guess where he would be reborn. The misled monster began to look around warily, trying to find an opponent who was taking advantage of this. At that moment, the furious Yoshito Takamichi was approaching him at great speed, eager to chop off his head. An incredibly powerful blow was struck directly into the belly of the Steel Destroyer, which immediately screamed in pain. The protagonist didn't sit him out and threw a few more punches, reducing the monster's chance of survival. The Steel Destroyer was in pain and knocked out, and Yoshito Takamichi was confident of his success. Kogura Okimomi watched on the sidelines, smiling and feeling proud of his young partner in whom he had confidence. Ice Flower's senior group, on the other hand, watched the main character's incredible power with great astonishment. A stunned Fuyunrito, who was wounded, sat on the ground and watched the hero's skillful actions with the same stunned face. Meanwhile, the young man's assertiveness paid off, and the Steel Destroyer's head was chopped off. After that, the main character bounced to the side and Fuyunrito rose to her feet and silently watched what was happening. Looking at the dust that had risen, she softly thanked Yoshito Takamichi, thanks to whom they were now safe. The branch head said that by killing this bloodthirsty creature, he proved that the sacrifices of the fallen agents were not in vain. The remaining agents were at that moment helping each other and trying to recover from what had happened. Yoshito Takamichi was standing behind Fuyunrito at that moment, who decided to keep quiet for a while to remember her fallen comrades. At one point, the protagonist noticed a system notification that appeared very unexpectedly. He was surprised because the notice said that he had killed the Tower Master Proteus, for which he had received unique weapons and magic stones. The alarmed Yoshito Takamichi, upon reading it, immediately called out to Fuyunrito standing nearby. The branch head closed her eyes and admitted that it was her mistake, because she had said earlier that there was nothing abnormal in Proteus Tower. She said her statement was fundamentally wrong, and Yoshito Takamichi asked why she thought so. The girl said that based on the organization's reports, monsters with transforming arms had been recorded in this tower. Fuyunrito added that they were called stone monsters, which could kill a conqueror in seconds. The branch chief also said there were reports of other subjects that were just as dangerous. Finally, she said that all the reports hid the true evil of this tower, which was the Steel Destroyer. The girl added that in this way the monster was revealing its presence, traveling the floors of Proteus Tower. After hearing the explanation, the puzzle in Yoshito Takamichi's mind began to take shape. But still, he decided to clarify something. The young man questioned if he had correctly understood that it was the Iron Serpent that was the master of the tower, and the head confirmed that it was. She said that normally the Tower Master wouldn't leave the upper room, but for that he appeared to be an unauthorized threat. Now the protagonist was clear and asked if it was true that he had just finished off the Steel Destroyer. Fuyunrito asked the young man if he had any objections to this, since he was so eager to ask. The hero scratched the back of his head and said that wasn't the case at all, and the branch head tried to figure out what he meant. The young man said that the head, Kogura Okimomi, and the Ice Flower boys contributed much more to the battle than he did. The Conqueror King, meanwhile, kept his hand on the shoulder of the senior of the group, silently listening to the protagonist. Serious at the time, Yoshito Takamichi said that despite their best efforts, this battle was not without casualties. He then looked at the notification that said there were only 10 seconds left before the tower disappeared. The protagonist just wanted to become even stronger than he was now, and that was the only goal he had. Soon, the tower began to dissolve into space, and he and the others were forcibly teleported to the real world. A short time later, Yoshito Takamichi and Kogura Okimomi were in the office of the head of the Tokyo branch. The young man placed a silver ring on the table and asked Fuyunrito to take a look at it, believing it to be of value. She asked if it was true that it was the weapon that got him for defeating his boss, and the guy confirmed that it was. He also used the inventory window and dumped a whole bunch of magic stones on the table, which were also rewards. Fuyunrito looked at them emotionlessly and asked if he was thinking of buying her. But the young man said that it wasn't like that at all. Yoshito Takemichi said that they defeated the Tower Master with their combined efforts, hinting that he should share with everyone. The guy then said he decided to give the award to them, adding that Kogura Okamomi supported his initiative. The protagonist asked the chapter to use this to support the rest of the conquerors. After a while, they were in a hallway where one of the agents approached Yoshito Takemichi. The young man immediately recognized the agent from the ice flower, and the serious man, on the other hand, introduced himself as Ryudo. He said he had business with them, and an interested Yoshito Takemichi immediately inquired as to what it was. Ryudo said that the control was preparing for a large-scale operation and added that the Ice Flower Squad would also be brought in as a strike force. Clenching a sweating fist, the nervous agent said that although he had become the squad leader, he was not yet strong enough to handle that role. With sweat on his face, he said he didn't want any more of his comrade to go to the other side of the world. After that, the agent suddenly bowed to a surprised Yoshito Takemichi and asked to take him as an apprentice. He kneeled for a while the protagonist and his partner Kogura Okamomi looked at the begging agent in silence. A month had passed since the Steel Destroyer's assassination, and the leader of the Ice Flower Squad, Ryudo, had been training all this time. Every day he put in a tremendous amount of effort and practiced his strokes, and it all started to pay off. He was throwing himself around in the gym, throwing some good punches and having a great desire to fight. Watching this, Kogura Okamomi smiled as he noticed that the student had a pretty good grasp of the material he had learned. Ryudo was now very confident and fought with dignity against his teacher, which pleased him greatly. The young leader had been practicing in sweat, and it was evident in his skillful movements as well as his confidence. Kogura Okamomi was making him sweat and dodging punches, so the guy understands that there are tense situations in combat. The teacher really liked the young man's fighting attitude. But at one moment, Yoshito Takemichi suddenly appeared in the arena. The protagonist swung his sword in flight, attacking from the back while being tense. He became even more nervous when Kogura Okamomi turned around, indicating that attacking unexpectedly would not work. The Conqueror King, with a smile on his face, immediately repelled his attack without even making much effort. His loss of vigilance was immediately taken advantage of by Ryudo, who crept up from behind and swung a sword. Both students were thrown off in different directions by Kogura Okamomi's powerful strikes, which were astonishing in their skill. A nervous Yoshito Takemichi tried with all his might to slow his slip while holding the hilt of his sword tightly. Ryudo also made an effort to break, which he managed to do successfully, but he was exhausted. A cheerful Kogura Okamomi told the panting boys that they had shown themselves somehow weak this time. He also added that they should put in more effort, as they were clearly capable and could have performed better. Exactly a month ago, Ryudo had begged to take him on as an apprentice, and Yoshito Takemichi and his senior partner had looked at him silently at first. The hero said that he wasn't strong enough to take someone on as an apprentice, as he still needed to learn and study himself. He added that the mission to conquer the Protea was part of the training, and a tense Ryudo listened to him in silence. Suddenly, the newly minted leader placed his sweaty hand on the protagonist's shoulder, being encouraged. Ryudo offered to train together, and a slightly flustered Yoshito Takemichi agreed and asked him to settle down. Feeling very uncomfortable, the main character tried to push away the clingy leader of Team Ice Flower. Kogura Okamomi said that since they were both so enthusiastic, he would take over their training, which made Ryudo very happy. The man told the enthusiastic youth that before the conquest of the demonic Zeus Tower began, he would get them up to speed. Yoshito Takemichi was currently reflecting on the entire month he and Ryudo had spent in the training room challenging the king. Judging by the feelings of the main character sweating from training, he started to fight much better than before. At the same time, he realized that he was still a long way off from the conqueror King Kogura Okamomi, who was no longer a recruit. The outgoing Yoshito Takemichi smiled, about to compliment the king, but also as if plotting something. Suddenly, together with Ryudo, he rushed to attack Kogura Okamomi, recognizing that he was indeed incredibly strong. The perplexed king looked at the guy and said that it was true, but Yoshito and Fuyun had contributed greatly to the battle against the Steel Destroyer. He said that it should not be forgotten that some conquerors might just be powerless against a certain type of monster. The king effortlessly repelled the attack of the attacking disciples and said that if they became even stronger, a lot of things would change for him. Brushing them aside with a counterattack, the king said he wouldn't have to put any effort into the battle at all if that was the case. Yoshito was saying in his mind that even though they fight with real weapons in training, they couldn't even manage to scratch the master. The unbeatable Kogura Okimomi was striking at the students with ease, and the hero was nervous and confused. Falling to the ground after another blow from the master, the protagonist immediately began to get up, albeit with difficulty. At that moment, Rudo shouted to his comrade in arms that he was in danger. Shiwari Takamichi immediately turned around. At that moment, the two disciples rushed to attack Kogura Okimomi, who was standing still and was ready to do so. Yoshito Takamichi made a leap for an airstrike, and Ryudo, on the other hand, lunged at the master with his sword while on the floor. Both attackers were confused because the teacher used the fire ability while being completely calm. With a sly smile, Kogura Okimomi said it was time to warm up the boys a bit, which sounded intimidating. The tense Yoshito Takamichi began to emanate sweat, feeling the heat from the fire summoned by the conquering king. At that moment, the ruthless master utilized the ability of the Arenho's front, which made the attackers very wary. After a while, the exhausted students were sitting on the floor, where a slightly frustrated Ryudo said that they had failed again. The smiling teacher stashed the weapons in his inventory and said that they were getting much better at navigating during combat. Yoshito asked what good it would do if they never defeated him, and the king replied that the most important thing was that this knowledge would help them survive in the tower. The hero was offended that they couldn't even scratch him, and the man said that meant they'd have to put more effort into it. After that, the three of them left the training room, and the disciples could finally rest after their hard training. A surprised Yoshito Takamichi looked at the digital scoreboard in an instant, where he saw an unexpected notice. The scoreboard said that planning for the strategy to take over the Tower of Zeus was complete, and now accepting submissions for the conquest. The alarmed hero immediately asked Kogura Okimomi to pay attention to it, and the man asked if the time was right. Rudo also read the notifications on the digital scoreboard and clenched his sweating fist tightly, remembering his fallen comrades. He confidently said that this time to protect his squad. After all, it was not in vain that he had trained for a month and prepared for the capture of the tower. A couple days later, the exam for the right to participate in the conquest of Zeus Tower began, where the man told the participants that the head would be testing their abilities. It was said that participants could fight as a whole group, and depending on the results, they would be assigned to operational areas. After that, a serious agent in black glasses asked the first group of conquerors to go for an aptitude test. A completely calm Fuyunrido said she heard that they had intentionally left Yoshito Takamichi and didn't expect to see them. She then asked the two girls to demonstrate their skills to her, hoping to see a good result. Those girls turned out to be Sakiya Mona and Shiramachi Yuri, who had gained experience and were ready to show off their abilities. Yoshito Takamichi and Kogura Okimomi, meanwhile, were in the safe zone on the 60th floor of the demonic Zeus Tower. In the safe zone was the Conqueror's offensive camp, which is where they headed to get a little familiarization. There were simple conquerors around, chatting among themselves, discussing everyday matters. Yoshito picked up on the fact that there were quite a few people here, and the king said that it wasn't just people working that were gathered in this safe zone. The man added that there are also conquerors here, engaging in battle and shedding blood for a common goal. The protagonist smiled and asked if that meant Rudo was also around here somewhere, since he was the leader of the Ice Flower. Kogura Okimomi said that Ice Flower is one of the main offensive forces, so they can only meet him on the battlefield. Yoshito Takamichi said that they still had to live to see this meeting, and the king understood his sarcasm because he remembered his immortality. They both laughed a little, which provided some distraction and a chance to soothe their souls. People nearby noticed their laughter, and one of the men called them scumbags, saying they might as well be ashamed. The partners paid no attention to this, which really pissed off the defiant man, who called them underdogs. He exclaimed that they didn't come here to have fun, and Kogura Okimomi and Yoshito Takamichi stopped at one point. With frightened eyes, they looked at the upstart who dared to insult them and asked what he wanted. After the faces he saw, the man immediately descended to the ground and immediately fell silent, proceeding to sweat. Kogura Okimomi embraced the confused boy, advising him to keep his spirits up and not go crazy. Yoshito Takamichi asked the man not to drift off, then said that he could understand him after all. The protagonist agreed that few people would enjoy being in a place where there was nothing but noisy lava all around. The Zeus Tower was considered the tallest now remaining and 150 stories high, but it was only passed to the 59th. It had long been open to the general public, and many had tried to capture it, but there was one big but. On the 60th floor, many conquerors died, and the Tokyo branch took it upon itself to draw up a plan to conquer the tower. All this was influenced by the abnormal heat, which greatly hindered the conquest and due to which many people died. Yoshito Takemichi and the others were currently watching the noisy lava, wondering what would happen next. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the protagonist admitted that it was indeed very hot in this place. Kogura Okimomi, remaining calm, said that if they went further, the damage from the heat would only increase. He said that the main thing was to keep the healers on them, but if anything happened to them, the whole group would be destroyed. The king then clapped his hands loudly, getting the group's attention, and said that they needed to work together. Kogura Okimomi said that the healer's job was to focus on all the other members of the group, and they in turn would guard them. Yoshito Takemichi realized that if someone tried to heal him because of the inversion, he would take damage on the contrary. He hadn't told anyone about this yet, and he realized that if he asked not to treat himself now, it would be weird. The hero said now to check if the heat status works as a curse in Persephone's demonic tower. Extending his hand forward, he opened his palm and concentrated as much as possible to check everything out. A notification suddenly appeared that heat wave status was imposed on him, but the skill had changed the conditions, and now health was being restored. A confident Yoshito Takemichi smiled, saying that everything had turned out just as he thought it would, so he wouldn't need the help of healers. The protagonist then decided to address the Kogura Okimomi ahead of him, who was all ears. The young man said he could handle the heat pretty well, so he would go first to check things out and rush forward. The king, like the rest of the group, was stunned and stared open-mouthed at the fleeing Yoshito Takemichi. No one even had time to say anything to the escaped protagonist, who was completely confident. The young man, meanwhile, was running at a breakneck pace, realizing that it was probably not the smartest decision, but he had no other choice. Being wary, he looked around while running, hoping to see something interesting. Losing his guard, the protagonist was suddenly attacked and immediately lost a large amount of blood. He immediately fell to the ground without realizing what was happening, but he no longer had the strength to wonder at that moment. Laying in a pool of his own blood, Yoshito Takemichi didn't realize what was happening, and his eyes gradually closed. Still, the young man could still think and tried to consider the strangers who had suddenly attacked him. A few meters away, the hero saw strange creatures in white robes whose eyes glowed red. With the ability, health was restored, and without thinking long, Yoshito Takemichi began to rise while being ready for a fight. He stared his treacherous adversary straight in the face with no fear or desire to step back. One of the cloaked assassins immediately grabbed a sharp blade, about to rush into the attack with his comrades. The whole trio rushed to attack the protagonist, who at that moment froze in place, thinking over a plan of action. The young man jumped up on the spot, preventing his sword-waving opponents from attacking himself, much to their annoyance. He used the ability to push them back a bit, thus giving himself an advantage in further combat. Yoshito Takemichi then smiled slightly and said that he had been preparing for this trek for a whole month. After saying that, the hero rushed into the attack with a blade in his hands and said that they might not even think that they would finish him off so easily. With a sharp swing of his blade, he tried to strike at one of his opponents, who managed to dodge. The assassins in robes weren't slumbering either and swung their blades, which alarmed the hero. But he didn't panic. The young man pointed out the ridiculous actions of his opponents, calling them rather strange fellows. The system notified him that these strange fellows were a righteous assassination squad, which sounded very firm. A bewildered Yoshito Takemichi said that Angels in the Bake Zone is kind of out of place and very wild. Still, he disregarded it and rushed into the attack, figuring there was no point in thinking about it since he would end up finishing them off anyway. The protagonist managed to catch one of the righteous by surprise by getting up close and delivering a powerful blow. The righteous man had time to react and gripped his blade tightly, threatening the young man with it and preparing to attack. A swing of the blade was immediately produced, which surprised Yoshito Takemichi in a moment, but he managed to dodge without any difficulty. The hero grinned proudly, looking at the righteous man and saying that a month ago he would have been headless by now. He then counterattacked his opponent, throwing him sharply off to the side and saying that such lunges were not working on him now. Still, Yoshito Takemichi noticed that the righteous assassin squad didn't want to give up, even after such a powerful series of attacks. The young man said he could not expect anything else from the monsters from Zeus, but at one point he heard a strange swing of the blade. As it turned out, at that moment he had a sharp dagger flying at his opponent, which made the young man very wary, but he managed to dodge. The righteous, meanwhile, took advantage of the distraction and began to quietly scramble away to stay alive. The sharp-eyed Yoshito Takamichi immediately took notice and extended his arm in front of him, watching his opponent slip away. He immediately rushed after them with blade in hand, wondering if they had so easily decided to retreat. Finding himself in a strange place, the hero wondered if they were trying to trap him and tried to figure out where these moths were hiding. The wary young man was looking around in a place that was very hot, and sweat was running down his face profusely. Suddenly, an air attack from the enemies began, which Yoshito Takamichi immediately noticed, being a bit confused. The hero who lost his coordination was knocked out and didn't understand how he should act in that situation. The rage-filled eyes of his opponent spoke of the fact that Yoshito Takamichi might not even expect any mercy. Without any warning, the righteous man was the first to strike a blow that knocked the protagonist aside. The young man noticed the strange sound of an object falling nearby and immediately looked in that direction. A few meters away, he saw orange magical stones that shone brightly and tried to figure out what else it was. The light from the stone grew stronger and stronger and began to blind his eyes, and a puzzle began to form in the mind of a tense Yoshito Takamichi. He didn't have time to fully realize the scale of the problem, because a few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion that threw him aside. A dumbfounded Yoshito Takamichi wondered if the righteous were using explosive crystals. Another crystal not far from him exploded, causing the protagonist to scream in incredible pain. He was thrown aside again and slid about 10 meters on the ground, exhausted after everything that had happened. The righteous assassin squad took the chance and rushed to attack the weakened enemy, eager to finish him off. Yoshito Takamichi was on his knees at that moment, calling them scum and trying to come to his senses, while his opponents attacked him from a distance. Soon there was another explosion and the hero died. But with the help of the ability, he regained his lost 40 points to physical strength. Being filled with a thirst for revenge, the protagonist rushed to the attack and asked the righteous not to become arrogant. The young man swung his blade mercilessly, hunting down every member of the squad and eager to finish them off. The assassins in robes tried their best to hold back his onslaught, launching sharp throwing blades towards the hero. Yoshito Takamichi didn't care about their techniques, and he effortlessly jumped over the flying blades. Looking fearfully at one of the righteous men, the protagonist approached him, holding a sharp blade. After that, he swung his blade mercilessly, striking the confused opponent standing in front of him. But at that moment, there was another white-robed assassin in the rear of Yoshito Takamichi, who was eager to avenge his comrade. The protagonist immediately sensed his presence and turned around, staring embitteredly into his opponent's face and waving his blade. With a single powerful swing of his blade, the righteous man was thrown aside, where he crashed into the stone wall with a clatter. At first, Yoshito Takamichi was very surprised by this turn of events, because he didn't expect the punch to be so powerful. Then he still smiled, though, realizing that a month of hard training had paid off and given him much more strength. About to finish off his opponent, the hero said he was just returning the favor for his death. After these words, a blow of incredible power was struck directly into the chest of the righteous man, who almost immediately lost consciousness. From the impact, orange magic stones that possessed explosive properties scattered in different directions. The half-beaten holy man was no longer able to resist and stretched out his arm in front of him. The protagonist managed to bounce to the side, and once at a safe distance, he waited for the inevitable explosion. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion that made Yoshito Takamichi feel the intense heat from the flames. Exhausted from the battle, the young man fell to his knees and began to catch his breath, looking up at the rising columns of smoke. Rising to his feet, he noticed the congealed blood around his wrist, which was immediately apparent. What surprised him was that despite the heatwave burns, the inversion healed them quickly, which was very convenient. The hero then read system notifications that the number of explosive crystals had decreased, and so had the heatwave damage. Looking carefully at the explosive crystals, the young man wondered if they were the reason why there was a debuff on this area. Looking around, he emphasized the fact that there were quite a few of them here, and it was worth being careful. Yoshito Takamichi decided to think simpler and realized that if he destroyed all the crystals, the debuff would evaporate accordingly. Then he rushed forward at full speed, realizing he had a bunch of other things he couldn't wait to get done with. With his actions, the protagonist provoked explosions of magic crystals, doing it very carefully and quickly. The team of conquerors led by Kogura Okimomi, meanwhile, moved forward through the tower, keeping vigil. One crew member was very nervous, reading the system notifications on the red digital signage. Shouting rudely to the healer, he asked her to cure him immediately, saying that his health was rapidly declining. The excited girl immediately used the staff and concentrated to improve his health. Healer stood in the center of the tentative circle, and the rest of the team, she was replenishing health around her. In an instant, the girl relaxed, expiring sweat like she had failed, and her gaze was frustrated. One of the group members asked her in a gruff tone why she was the one who had relaxed, and the healer became even more nervous. The man frighteningly said they would need treatment again soon, and asked if she realized how many lives were at stake. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder by Kogura Okimomi, who did not like this tone. He asked him to stop pressuring the girl, saying that she was not stupid and understood everything, and a man's words could very easily hurt a woman's heart. At the same time, the group leader himself began to get nervous because he realized that all the team members were on edge, and the situation was stalemate. The man realized that it was not surprising, as the agitated team members could not stop the debuff. He also feared that monsters might attack, and behind the distraught healer was suddenly a monster with red eyes. Kogura Okimomi immediately noticed the strange sounds and turned around, trying to figure out what had happened. One of the team members exclaimed that someone had injured the healer, and a second hitman immediately went over to help her. But suddenly, someone placed a hand on the blue-eyed girl's shoulder, causing her to freeze in place with fear. The strange man asked why she was doing this, which scared the girl even more, who was pouring out sweat. Odd asked what was the point of wasting energy on a useless person when you could take care of the rest. Suddenly, everyone heard strange sounds and began to realize that somewhere nearby, there was an unknown creature that was approaching them. As it turned out, it was one of the Righteous Squad's assassins, who were eager to massacre the terrified group. The team immediately began trying to offer resistance, but one of its members froze in place and watched the enemy approach. Kogura Okimomi tried to keep a cool mind, swung his blade, preventing his opponent from attacking himself. The Righteous didn't care about his blows, and they only flew past the Conqueror King at high speed. The man watched them and wondered if they had been hiding somewhere nearby all this time to strike stealthily. The team began to panic and most screamed that they could no longer fight, begging for their health to be restored. Kogura Okimomi realized that the team members were at their limit, but he himself was not going to give up and tried to fight with all his might. That said, the team leader realized that at this rate they all risked death, and he had no plan of action. Suddenly, Yoshito Takamichi appeared on the horizon, believing he had done the right thing when he decided to destroy the crystals. The Conqueror King immediately turned his attention to the protagonist running towards him, his eyes burning. One of the teammates gritted his teeth in anger, shrieking as he asked if he had come to heckle him. Being angry at Yoshito Takamichi, called him an idiot who went ahead and left the group to their fate. The main character, on the other hand, smiled slightly and asked if the guy thought he had just picked up and left. The young man called it a bold statement and said that he had destroyed the source of the debuff and it would disappear from the area very soon. After that, Yoshito Takamichi gave a countdown from 3 to 0, and the flashy upstart shut up and looked at him bewildered. Kogura Okimomi didn't know what to expect from the protagonist and just listened silently as he gave a full countdown. The healer, meanwhile, was trying to restore the health of her wounded partner, who was getting better little by little. At one point, Yoshito Takamichi finished the countdown with a smile on the outside, expecting a stunning result. Everyone in the group realized at one point that they were no longer losing their health and were trying to figure out what had happened. Kogura Okimomi cracked the righteous man's head without looking and asked Yoshito if it was correct that he understood how the debuff worked and decided to do it all himself. The king proudly said that the young man never ceased to amaze him, for he had single-handedly dealt with the debuff in the area. The hero, however, looked at the previously screaming upstart and asked if the fool who left them and ran away was still a fool. The perpetually disgruntled guy with the scarred face acknowledged that he had helped them, while looking at the young man incredulously. Kogura Okimomi said that thanks to Yoshito Takamichi, the group's fighting spirit has been restored again, and it couldn't be happier. The king then looked into the hero's eyes and asked if he was ready to move on, while naming his partner, which surprised him. Both partners bumped fists, which spoke of the strength of the team and the firmness of their fighting spirit. The heat wave was from the 60th to the 64th floor, and Yoshito Takamichi was destroying explosive crystals. The healers, meanwhile, were keeping an eye on the group, and that was how the conquering team was able to move forward. In a gloomy room not far from them, lit only by torches, strange sounds were heard. As it turned out, the source of the noise was one of the righteous men pulling on an iron chain with spikes. Using a carabiner, he hooked a spiked chain to an iron plate attached to the wall. After that, the white-robed holy man looked at his associate while muttering and making strange noises. The grates were opened, after which strange creatures began to slither out of them with a rumbling sound, making loud noises. A bloodthirsty dragon with 3 heads was released from captivity, which was on a chain, and had gotten very hungry during his imprisonment. The 3-headed dragon immediately started kicking in different directions, trying to break free from the thick chain. The team led by Kogura Okimomi, meanwhile, continued to wander the floors of the tower. The leader said that they had reached the 65th floor of the demonic Zeus Tower and were in a safe zone at that moment. A wary Yoshito Takamichi looked around and noticed a blue portal a few meters away. The young man was a little surprised, for even the portal was open, giving comfort and convenience to the conquerors. Kogura Okimomi said with a smile on his face that it was now possible to move between the lower floors. The band leader then said that we should start by letting the guys rest, because not everyone could stand on their feet anymore. A disgruntled guy with a scar on his face, breathing heavily, asked the protagonist how he could stand on his feet after the journey he had traveled. Yoshito Takamichi pondered for a bit, trying to formulate a speech to answer the curious kid. He thought back to the month of hard training when Kogura Okimomi had nearly driven him and Rudo to death. The hero did not talk about it and only said that he survived and not in such conditions, so it is not a problem at all. The young man then told the exhausted member of the group that they needed to gain strength to go on anyway. He added that he and Kogura Okimomi would meanwhile continue exploring the 65th floor, which amazed his companions. The scarred boy asked if they would go on alone, but suddenly a familiar male voice said they didn't have to worry about them. Kogura Okimomi and Yoshito Takamichi immediately turned around because the man's voice was very familiar to them. The main character immediately smiled, and Rudo said that from now on, Ice Flower would join the exploration of the same point. Rudo smirked and adjusted the tie on his shirt, saying that they had finally met, which couldn't have been more gratifying. He said that all the monsters that remained from the 61st to 64th floors, he and his squad had cleared out. It was also said that the technology group was gathering resources there, and they rushed to their buddies because no one else needed help. The Ice Flower leader smiled and said that they had apparently arrived just in time. Yoshito Takamichi slammed his fist against his fist and said with a smile on his face that he was damn right. The pink-haired pretty healer and the guy with the scar on his face were smiling because the moment of reunion was very pleasant. Soon the group continued on their way, where Kogura said there was no heat wave here, and Yoshito said they wouldn't have to deal with destroying the crystals. Walking behind Rudo warily said that it was too early to relax, while the protagonist, on the other hand, began to listen to his point of view. The Ice Flower leader said based on experience that with each floor, the probability of encountering a middle floor monster increased. He added that in a tower with few floors, such monsters are not found, but it's different here. In an instant, Yoshito Takamichi froze in place and remained silent, which was immediately noticed by Rudo standing behind him. The hero said the guy got a chance to fulfill his duty as a commander and protect his subordinates, and he asked in what way. Suddenly, the Ice Flower leader's eyes went wide, and drops of sweat began to run down his face. Seeing the huge door ahead, Yoshito Takamichi said with a shudder that what Rudo was talking about had happened. A few minutes later, the team was already inside the room, the inside of which was dark and damp. Staring into the unknown, Yoshito Takamichi froze in place, concentrating on his senses. Somewhere in a dark corner of the poorly lit room lurked a 3-headed dragon who realized he could get enough of the humans. He tried to get off the chain and free himself to fight his opponents without restraint. The 3-headed monster turned out to be the bloodthirsty Hydra of Destruction, who was aggressively set against the people who disturbed its peace. A wary Ryudo immediately ordered his subordinates to get ready and to be extra careful, for they were in the enemy's lair. The 3-headed Hydra opened its mouth wide and immediately rushed to attack, ignoring the fact that it was chained up. Her eyes were frightening in their fury, and she herself let out a loud growl as she tried to pounce on the team. While the rest of the team rushed to attack, Yoshito Takamichi wondered why a dragon would be sitting on a chain. The wary young man immediately shouted to Ryudo that something was wrong with the monster, and it wasn't worth hitting it, but it was too late. In the same minute, all 3 heads of the Destruction Hydra were chopped off, but that didn't speak of victory over the monster yet. After cutting off the heads, the Hydra was freed from its iron fetters, though it no longer needed it. The team spread out in a perimeter around the dead monster's body, scrutinizing it closely. The tense Ryudo exhaled with relief at that moment, but suddenly he heard strange sounds from the Hydra. At that moment, the blood from her severed head stopped flowing out, and it was as if a regeneration process had begun. The rebel monster managed to grow a head and once again glared furiously at the confused team, who hadn't expected it. A flustered Yoshido Takamichi couldn't believe that Hydra destruction had the ability to regenerate. What made it even more stressful was that on top of all this, her collar had come off and she now had complete freedom. The bloodthirsty monster opened its jaws wide again, intending to devour the entire team to satisfy its hunger a little. The Hydra of Destruction stared greedily at the frozen-in-place Ryudo, who didn't know how to confront her. A worried Yoshito Takamichi shouted to Ryudo because he was very afraid for him, but the group leader asked him not to worry. Ryudo began waving his blade around, saying that he had trained as much as the protagonist, so he was ready to prove himself. The other members of the Ice Flower group froze in place as they watched his skillful actions. The leader of the group said he couldn't be killed that easily, but Hydra turned his attention to the two agents and tried to attack them. The battle-hungry Ryudo ran at breakneck speed, saying that he would not allow anyone to injure his subordinates. The fierce, bloodthirsty dragon, meanwhile, wriggled around, trying to attack anyone, but nothing worked. Ryudo waved his hand, saying that all of his subordinates had undergone special retraining, so no one could be defeated so easily. In the mouth of one of the Hydra's heads was a magical sphere endowed with an enormous amount of energy. The same magic ball was also in the neighboring dragon's head, but that didn't scare the resistance members at all. The team leader swung his blade in flight, confidently saying that the current Ice Flower would not lose to anyone so easily. His subordinates didn't stand by and rushed into the attack as well, flying swiftly towards the Hydra of Destruction. From all sides, the huge dragon was struck by the sharp blades of the Ice Flower group members. Yoshido noticed that they started moving much faster, and their movements became more precise, and Kagura said that they really didn't have to worry about the Ice Flower. He then happily rushed into the attack with his young partner, saying that it was their turn to advance. The Hydra of Destruction, meanwhile, was filled with more and more rage, not about to surrender to the wretched humans. Yoshido Takamichi pointed out that this insidious snake only regenerates its head, but the wounds on its body do not heal. The young man asked the king if they should focus on other body parts to defeat the monster. Kagura Okimomi called this a bad idea because the dragon is too huge and they won't be able to land a fatal blow on it. Focused on the target, the king swung his blade and said that they needed to find out how the monster regenerated. He then made a high jump for an aerial attack, intending to strike to probe the ground. Kagura said they would have to decapitate the monster again to see how it regenerated, then cut off one of the heads. A large amount of blood began to gush out at the sight of the severed limb, and the Conqueror King watched it closely. In an instant, his attentive eyes began to sparkle with blue light, yet he failed to draw any conclusion. After that, the king loudly asked Yoshito Takamichi to look at the slice with his magical sense, hoping to learn something. The protagonist immediately used his magical sense and began to carefully analyze the location of the severed limb. He immediately noticed that there was a huge amount of magical energy concentrated at the site of the severed head. The young man said that the Hydra had 3 magical cores located in each neck, and it was from them that magical energy emanated. The hero then said that they only had one way out in that case, and Kagura Okimomi immediately agreed with him. After that, they rushed to attack because the only way out was to smash all 3 destruction Hydra cores. The blows were successful, and the 3-headed dragon screamed at the top of its voice from the unbearable pain it was in. He began kicking in all directions, hoping to push his opponents away from him, but it was no use. Yoshido Takamichi, covering his face, kept running towards Hydra to keep her from whisking away. All the team members continued to run towards the bloodthirsty dragon, which jumped up and tried to take off. The Hydra of Destruction took advantage of the magic orbs it had in its jaws to attack its opponents. At the same minute, dozens of empowered energy balls were released toward the team, which was a bit confused. However, Yoshido Takamichi was not frightened at all and continued to get close to the enemy without looking at the explosions. Suddenly, he noticed another iron shackle that had come off one of the heads of the Hydra of Destruction. The steel collar was quite heavy and large for humans, and the excited hero asked everyone to be careful. He then stopped where he was, scrutinizing the collar for any clue. At one point, the hero remembered that there was some sort of magical seal inside the collar that could be a clue. Kagura Okimomi turned his attention to the guy frozen in place and asked what was wrong. An agitated Yoshito Takamichi said he was concerned about the seals on the collars, which looked rather strange. Distracted by the explosions, the wary Conqueror King understood nothing and asked what the young man was talking about. The protagonist speculated that the collars may have restrained the dragon's power, thus restraining it in battle. He then wondered why the color of the seal had changed, if even his guesses were correct. The young man turned his attention to the collar with the red seal and noticed the most magic emanating from her. The hero realized that some of Hydra's head was still restrained by the seal, and it was clearly a head that had never attacked with magic yet. After briefly thinking, he realized it was the center head and wondered what if the collar with the red seal belonged to her. The bloodthirsty dragon meanwhile made a high jump from his seat, surprising the resistance team. The abrupt jump gave him a chance to spread his wings and start fluttering, which alarmed the members of the group. One of Hydra's heads used magic, forming a fireball that she was about to launch at her opponent. Yoshito Takamichi froze with the rest of his companions, waiting for the monster to strike next. The members of Ice Flower's group silently watched the scene while being ready to act at any second. The Hydra of Destruction, meanwhile, finished forming a fireball, and the hero realized that it was the center head that would be struck. A few seconds later, the fierce dragon released a fireball towards the opposing team without any pity. Colliding with the ground, the balloon triggered a powerful explosion that scattered whole piles of cobblestones in different directions. The team members managed to survive being on the sidelines, but everyone was nervous, not knowing what to do. A tense Kagura Okimomi ordered everyone to jump immediately, and the entire team obeyed this, thus remaining unharmed. A nervous Yoshito Takamichi was saying in his mind that the lightning had spread throughout the room and there was no escaping it. Then he turned his attention to the current that was spreading through the room and was visible to the naked eye. Only surrounded the team from all sides, clamping everyone in a vice, much to the delight of the three-headed Hydra of Destruction. A very tense Ryudo understood the full extent of the tragedy, yet he had no plan of action. It was clear that the current hadn't gone anywhere, and the entire Ice Flower group was hit by it, screaming in incredible pain. Concerned Yoshito Takamichi, meanwhile, was puzzling over what they should do and how to stay alive. The electrocuted Kagura Okimomi took a knee and stuck his sword into the floor, trying to recover from what had happened. The protagonist is suddenly trapped and also steps on the ground doused in electricity, getting a very strong shock. From the incredible power of the current, he shook and screamed very loudly, experiencing at that moment unbearable pain. In his thoughts, the young man said it hurt incredibly, but not enough to die of pain shock. With a smile on his face, the hero turned around, realizing that the others were fine as well, but in an instant changed in his face. Yoshito Takamichi turned his attention to the members of the Ice Flower group lying on the floor, who showed no signs of life. The stunned hero in the moment, frozen in place, did not understand how this could happen, because he managed to survive the electric shock. He then read the system notification that the lightning paralysis debuff had been activated. The debuff was changed to a buff, and the effects were removed from the hero, and he noticed that his companions were unable to even get up. With sweat on his face, Yoshito Takamichi began to think about the pressing matter at hand and realized that he was different from the members of the Ice Flower group. The bloodthirsty and insidious three-headed Hydra, meanwhile, began to approach him because he was the only one left. The protagonist very quickly realized that he was left with this nasty monster one-on-one and prepared for battle. The three-headed monster opened its mouth wide, showing its aggressive mood and desire to finish off the young man. A tense Yoshito Takamichi didn't know what to do, as he was sure he couldn't defeat the monster alone. He then looked at his wounded companions, who at that moment couldn't even move. The young man realized that if the dragon tried to attack Koguru Okimomi or the Ice Flower squad, it would be impossible for them all to survive. That thought created panic in the mind of Yoshito Takamichi, who was in great pain to even imagine such an outcome. However, he had no time to think because the insidious dragon was not slumbering and attacked the hero. Yoshito Takamichi was thrown aside, and one of the heads began to form a magic ball to launch the next attack. The exasperated protagonist grabbed the ledge, hitting his torso in the process. But by no means was he going to give up. He cushioned his fall a bit, and as he landed, he wondered if the monster thought he would lose so easily. At that minute, an energized dragon magic ball was released towards the hero, which was meant to destroy him. The young man died, but the ability immediately returned his lost points to health, and Hydra turned her attention to the wounded. Bouncing aside, an enraged Yoshito Takamichi exclaimed at the top of his voice that he wouldn't let the monster attack his friends. The dragon got fed up with him and attacked the guy again, killing him. But once again, the points were returned. Upon seeing the revived hero, the enraged Hydra once again used the energy balls to finish him off for good. A tense Yoshito Takamichi was tired from the battle and said that it was very hard to fight against such a huge monster. The bloodthirsty creature grinned maliciously at the hero standing there, who was a bit confused. But suddenly the protagonist heard a familiar female voice that said, "Attack the monster on the right." Sakiyamona asked her companion to attack from the left to knock her opponent out and take her by surprise. Shiramachi Yuri listened to her friend carefully and realized what needed to be done, then proceeded. A flustered Yoshito Takamichi, meanwhile, froze in place, trying to figure out what was going on around him. Sweet Yuri had honed her magic skills during her absence and said everything would be done to the best of her ability. Then, with a smile on her face, she released a magic ball charged with powerful energy towards the three-headed Hydra. A shocked Yoshito Takamichi was shocked because he didn't expect his girlfriends Mona and Yuri to come to his rescue. The confident Sekiyamona deftly moved in different directions and maneuvered, holding her sharp blades firmly in her hand. She did a somersault right in flight, intending to stick her daggers right into the neck of the three-headed Hydra. The girl was approaching her target at great speed, looking at her like a victim and confident in her abilities. A series of dagger strikes were successfully executed, after which Sakiyamona quickly bounced to the side. Experiencing incredible pain, Hydra spat out the magic ball she wanted to launch at Yoshito Takamichi. The empowered ball of energy was released into the ceiling, creating destruction and further enraging the dragon. Concerned Yoshito Takamichi, meanwhile, was looking around trying to figure out what the monster would do. The Hydra released the magic orb again, and the tense hero exclaimed that they wouldn't be able to stop it. Shiramachi Yuri confidently exclaimed that there was no need for that because she would repel the dragon's attack with a single blow and release the sphere. The incredibly powerful magic sphere was flying forward rapidly, keeping a clear flight path. The precise magic strike converged in flight with the dragon's energy sphere, which spoke of the success of the girl's actions. After that, there was a powerful explosion that created a strong wave, and the three-headed Hydra's attack was successfully repelled. Such a move on the part of the opponents startled the three-headed serpent, and one of its heads was severed at that moment. Yoshito Takamichi, who was standing nearby, watched the blood flowing from the monster's severed head. The girls immediately approached him, and Sakiyamona asked the discouraged boy how he was feeling. Laughing sweetly, Shiramachi Yuri asked her old buddy if they had gotten stronger in his opinion. The astonished protagonist, with his mouth open in amazement, asked what they were doing here, since they had previously set out to conquer the tower. Mona said they wanted to get involved too, but had to get permission from Fuyun to meet with him. Shiramachi Yuri then told the frozen Yoshito Takamichi that they would no longer be a burden to him. At that moment, the hero remembered how at the very beginning of the journey they underestimated him and considered him ballast, even though he tried to prove otherwise. Afterward, a moment came to mind when his girlfriends complained that he was forever defending them. Then they said they couldn't even do anything to help him, and Yoshito Takamichi didn't know how to stop them. The moment when the girls clenched their fists tightly and Sakiyamona asked the hero to wait for them to build up their strength also came to mind. Remembering all this, Yoshito Takamichi smiled, and now it was clear to him that the girls had already gained enough strength. With a sly smile, he kneeled down and said that since that was the case, then they would end this monster together. The protagonist said that in order to stop the enemy's regeneration, the core inside the body must be destroyed. He immediately turned to Yuri, ordering her to use her magical sense to see their location. The girl immediately obeyed his request and saw the location of the nukes in the dragon's body. Shiramachi Yuri said she found them, and the young man asked if she could break through those cores with magic. After that, she focused on her magical sense, replying to the protagonist that she could handle the task. The girl then used her magic ability to strike directly at the cores of the three-headed Hydra. The knocked-out monster, meanwhile, was trying to recover from chopping off one of its heads. Maximizing her attacks, Yuri wasn't going to stop and began to prepare for the next strike. Another orb charged with magical energy was sent towards the Hydra that had yet to recover. The monster immediately noticed the ball flying at him, but there was no time to dodge it. The magic sphere at that moment successfully hit the three-headed Hydra, passing through the neck and destroying the core. Hydra cried out in pain at the top of her voice, and all that was left in the place of the destroyed core was a through hole in her neck. Rejoicing, Yoshito Takamichi exclaimed that the core had been destroyed and now one head would be unable to regenerate. But it was too early to relax because Hydra suddenly jumped up from his seat and flew the air, preparing to attack his opponents. The worried protagonist immediately realized that the dragon was planning to use lightning paralysis again. Throwing himself into the attack, he said they had to stop him, but Sekiyamona shouted that she understood. At breakneck speed, they rushed forward before making a leap to strike the enemy in midair. At that moment, the gaze of both of them was fierce and eager to kill, which greatly alarmed the three-headed Hydra of destruction. Sekiyamona was about to strike while in the rear of the enemy, while Yoshito Takamichi was the opposite right in front of her eyes. This made the bloodthirsty dragon very angry and released a fireball, but the blows had already been struck. The heroes rejoiced, realizing that their plan had succeeded, and they were able to prevent the dragon from doing what it intended. Still, a tense Yoshito Takamichi exclaimed that the monster kept reading the spell, so their plan didn't work. The three-headed Hydra watched it unerringly at the released fireball while reciting a paralysis spell. A flustered Shiramachi Yuri used magic and shouted that she would stop the monster now. Another blow of magic destroyed another core in the neck of the three-headed Hydra, causing it to scream in terrible pain and leaving another hole. After what happened, the huge dragon lost its coordination and began to fall, no longer having the strength to resist. A few seconds later, the monster collapsed to the ground with a violent rumble, which spoke of the success of Shiramachi Yuri's actions. The girl rejoiced, realizing that it was all behind her. But a few meters away from her was a paraplegic. In an instant, she froze in place, realizing that the paralysis hydras were behind her back, threatening her life. A worried Sekiyamona immediately took notice and was very scared for her friend, but there was nothing she could do to help. Yoshito Takamichi was also incredibly worried and immediately shouted that Shiramachi Yuri was in danger. Rudo, meanwhile, woke up and said that he was lucky to come out of the paralysis first, and now he would definitely be able to protect everyone. The protagonist could not believe that his comrade in arms had recovered from such a strong electric shock and was doing quite well. The young man immediately rushed towards the leader of the Ice Flower group, shouting at him to leave the unsafe area right now. The pensive Ryudo sighed heavily, pondering the pressing issues at hand while expiring sweat. Then a slight smile appeared on his face, and his blue eyes even sparkled a little, as if there was hope in them. The leader of the Ice Flower group abruptly got to his feet, smiling, saying that his wish had come true after all. After these words, there was an incredibly powerful fire explosion that caused immense destruction. Holding on tightly to the hilt of his sword, Rudo said with a serious face that he would definitely be able to protect everyone now. He then smiled as he looked at the aftermath of the powerful explosion, with a very strange demeanor. Standing nearby, an alarmed Shiramachi Yuri looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was happening to him. An equally perplexed Sekiyamona stared at the Ice Flower leader, trying to figure out what purpose he had in mind. Concerned Yoshito Takamichi, unlike them, realized that Rudo was in danger and at risk of death. After that, there was another powerful explosion that threw the leader up and then tossed him aside at high speed. He flew a few dozen meters to the side while feeling a lot of pain after the explosion, with no way to prevent it. Rudo soon crashed into one of the walls, destroying some of the structures and completely collapsing to the ground. The rumbling fall provoked the raising of much dust and smoke, behind which the crashed leader could not be seen. Still, the smoke gradually began to dissipate, and lying in the ruins was a bloody Ice Flower leader who showed no signs of life. Meanwhile, the tenacious three-headed Hydra jumped up again, showing its fury, albeit without its two cores. What he saw made Yoshito Takamichi's heart squeeze, and he became furious, eager to finish off the vile monster. The protagonist then heard the sound of a sword making contact with a stone slab behind him and immediately turned around. The worried young man couldn't believe that Kogura Okimomi had come to his senses and began to gradually rise to his feet. The tense King Conqueror asked the protagonist for forgiveness while feeling bad about himself. Yoshito Takamichi then noticed that the Ice Flower squad was slowly rising as well. Squeezing his eyes shut from the pain in his soul, in his thoughts he said that brave Ryudo's sacrifice was not in vain. The protagonist then turned to a nervous Kogure Okimomi rising from his knees, who was all ears. The guy said he was going to chop a couple heads off that nasty monster and asked if he'd keep him company in doing so. The sweating conquering king remained silent at first, closing his eyes to catch his breath a little. Then a battle-hungry fighter with sword in hand jumped up and asked if Yoshito Takamichi doubted it. After that, the partners rushed into the attack, fueled only by their thirst for revenge for their comrades and hatred for the bloodthirsty dragon. With great fervor, they ran with their blades at the enraged Hydra, who wasn't about to give up either. One of the monster's heads immediately formed a magic ball to at least somehow hold back the onslaught of opponents. In the same second, the sphere was released toward the partners from the mouth of the fierce monster that fought to the last. Included in the game at that moment was Shiramachi Yuri, who clearly understood that her job was to fend off the opponent's attacks. The girl immediately activated her magic ability, thus repelling the monster's attack and counterattacked it. She was as focused as possible and kept a cool mind to make sure she didn't make any mistakes. The three-headed Hydra, meanwhile, had caught a blow back, trying to recover from it while still not intending to give up. The fierce monster rose into the air again, trying to keep out the assertive Yoshito Takamichi, who was getting close. To help the protagonist at that moment came the equally fierce Sekiyamona, who unexpectedly attacked the monster from the air. The girl acted very carefully and prepared to deliver a sudden strike with two daggers straight into the enemy's neck. The incredibly powerful blow was delivered exactly as planned, causing the Hydra to scream in pain. After that, the dragon came crashing to the ground again with a rumble, and Sekiyamona was about to land. Jumping to the ground, she looked at the three-headed Hydra with long tongues sticking out of two of its heads. Eager to kill, Kogure Okimomi, meanwhile, ran towards the monster to cut off its head and avenge Ryudo, who had fallen. He realized his wish. With a sharp swing of his blade, he severed the head of the Hydra, which could no longer resist. The bloodthirsty dragon's entrails were sticking out of its severed head, and it was deprived of any chance of survival. At that moment, Yoshito Takamichi was approaching him from on high, about to play the final chord in the dragon's story. Burning with a thirst for revenge, the protagonist repeated that he was not going to retreat from his goal and wanted to strike a decisive blow. The impulsive young man exclaimed that he would not let the Hydra of Destruction resurrect and stuck the blade right into its protruding innards. At that moment, the insides were like a crystal that emitted a yellow light that blinded the eyes. The exasperated Yoshito Takamichi paid no heed to this and continued to push the dagger inward with all his might. Suddenly, a yellow-haired maiden appeared and asked who dared to take the life of her favorite servant. The team members, meanwhile, gathered around the dying Ryudo and couldn't believe that such a fine man was no longer with them. A worried Yoshito Takamichi held his head, realizing that the guy was still alive and there was hope for survival. At that moment, Ryudo struggled to mumble the name of the main character, and his eyes began to gradually roll upwards. Tears began to involuntarily roll down the hero's eyes, and the leader of Ice Flower's group asked him not to make such a face. With a tight grin, he said he already thought he was going to die, but Fortuna bent over him and let him live. The blue-eyed Ryudo said it looked like he would live, which gave hope within the associates gathered around him. Extending his arm forward, the guy said that he would be patched up and rest for a while, and then burst back into the fray. Yoshito Takamichi cried, looking at his comrade with pain and realizing that all these were just words, but in reality, he was dying. Closing his eyes, Ryudo muttered softly one last time that he would definitely burst into battle with him soon. After that, his snow-white arm weakened, and the brave leader of the Ice Flower group no longer showed any signs of life. The main character couldn't believe his demise and screamed, and his eyes poured uncontrollably with words of heartache. The strange yellow-haired maiden mumbled that this person possessed the gift of endless rebirth. She then raised her hands up in front of her, experiencing a mental countenance inside and realizing that now everything would change. With a strange smile on her face, the girl said that now they could finally meet again. Yoshito Takamichi, meanwhile, was screaming in heartache and couldn't believe that Ryudo was no longer with them. Soon he was taken to the first aid tent, which was located in a safe zone on the 60th floor of Zeus Tower. The losing hopeful protagonist stood for a long time near Ryudo, who was in intensive care. At that point, the band leader was hooked up to a life support machine, and it was unknown if he could survive. A few minutes later, a saddened Yoshito Takamichi came out of the medical aid tent. His close worried loved ones were standing outside, and Kogure Okimomi asked how Ryudo was doing. The sad hero replied that due to timely treatment, his wounds had healed, but he still hadn't regained consciousness. The king said that this guy was lucky to have survived such a thing because it was very rare. The man added that we can only wait and hope that the Ice Flower band leader will recover. Sekiyamona suddenly asked Yoshito Takamichi what he would do in this situation, and he, being surprised, didn't realize what she meant. The girl said she thought what had happened to Rudo had shaken him badly and asked if he wanted to rest for a while. To her surprise, the protagonist replied that he couldn't rest right now, a smirk appearing on his face. He said that if he stopped now, Rudo wouldn't forgive him, so he needed to keep fighting. Smiling at his companions, the young man confidently said that the leader would wake up soon, but he would go ahead for now. The blonde-haired maiden, meanwhile, turned to her subordinates and said that they should bring their master here. From her lofty throne, she addressed a righteous band of assassins who obeyed her in all things. The leader said their lord was hiding modestly in the crowd of mortals, but he must be found. Then she blushed and said in an intimidating voice that such a wretched brat didn't deserve to see the lord's countenance. In a loud tone, the empress ordered the squad to get rid of these plebes and make way for the lord to come to them. The maiden said that by killing these mortals, she would finally meet him, the possessor of infinite rebirth. After that, the mad laughter began, and the eccentric empress herself could not wait to meet the gentleman. In the former abnormal heat zone on the 60th floor of Zeus Tower, meanwhile, ordinary people were toiling away mining stones. One of the branch's inspectors commented that the resource extraction work was going smoothly, and Fuyun Rido confirmed that this was the case. The chapter said that Zeus is full of useful resources, and one of the main tasks of the branch is to collect and transport them. Her colleague also said that in this area, all the monsters have been defeated, which means the conquerors can quietly do their work. She expressed hope that they would be finished here soon, and Fuyun Rido said not to let their guard down. The head of the branch said that although things are calm now, it is impossible to know in advance when the situation might change. Suddenly, there was a loud scream that immediately drew the girl's attention because it was abnormal. Fuyun Rido immediately rushed to run towards the source of the scream, ordering the confused subordinate to go with her. They immediately ran out from behind the rock, heading towards the source of the scream and trying to figure out what was going on. The cold-blooded Fuyun Rido calmly looked at the picture ahead, while her colleague was even more frightened. Ahead lay the brutally murdered conquerors who had mined the stones, and the girls could not understand what had happened here. The sight she saw caused the girl with glasses to be truly horrified, who was doused in sweat and more worried than Fuyun Rido. Suddenly, the holy men from the righteous assassination squad appeared, but the head quickly reacted and struck them with her blade. The head of one of them was severed with a single swing of the blade. The bewildered girl with glasses trembled as she stood still. A concerned co-worker thanked Yoshito Takamichi, asking if any monster had survived the sweep. The absolutely calm Fuyun Rido replied that it wasn't like that at all, which made the girl even more nervous from not understanding the situation. After that, strange sounds began to be heard, which alerted the girls, and yet they were standing back to back. The branch head said that these newly arrived individuals had come here to mercilessly massacre them. The members of the Righteous Killing Squad didn't waste any time and immediately rushed into the attack without taking the girls seriously. Fuyun held her sword tightly and was ready to fight at any second, but her agitated counterpart was not known for her fighting spirit. The branch head paid attention to the gleam behind her in an instant and realized that the enemy was going to attack from the rear. The terrified colleague screamed in fear at the top of her voice and hoped that Fuyun Rido would save them. Meanwhile, several holy men from the Righteous Assassination Squad were rapidly running towards the girls to swiftly massacre them. But suddenly all of them were attacked by a red blade that shredded them into small bars. As it turned out, Yoshito Takamichi, who was just hanging around, came to the girls' rescue in time. The worried protagonist managed to hold off the onslaught of assassins briefly, but still, it wasn't safe to be around. Fuyun Rido was annoyingly calm at that moment, while her colleague was shaking with fear and couldn't do anything about it. An alarmed Yoshito said that the entire floor was overrun with winged freaks who were killing everyone indiscriminately. The hero tells the branch head that they need to take out the assassins as quickly as possible to save the remaining conquerors. The serious-minded young man convincingly asked Fuyun Rido for help because he had no one else to turn to. The head couldn't refuse his help, whereupon Yoshito Takamichi rushed to attack one of the assassins in the robe. The wily opponent was in the air and prepared to strike, and the tense hero froze in place. Still, the guy managed to set up his sword, thus blocking the enemy's attack, leaving him unharmed. The onslaught was repelled. The robe-wearing assassin was thrown aside, but there were several other scum like him besides. The absolutely calm Fuyun Rido, meanwhile, rushed towards one of the righteous people at high speed. Right in midair, she delivered several crushing blade strikes, and her opponent didn't even have time to do anything. The branch head didn't stop there and rushed back on the attack, delivering another series of successful strikes on the other holy men. Finally, she descended to the ground and silently began to walk forward while remaining completely calm. A smiling Yoshito Takamichi said happily that he didn't expect anything else from the head, and his frightened colleague stopped worrying. Fuyin Rito approached the protagonist and asked him to report everything that happened on this floor. The earnest young man said he would tell everything as they walked, and there was indeed much to tell. He soon began to tell me that he had been in a safe zone earlier with the rest of the squad. The hero then added that at one point they heard screams coming from outside the safe zone. The young man said that as soon as the sources of the sound were reached, they saw the hell that was going on right before their eyes. At that moment, he saw with his own eyes what kind of atrocities the ruthless holy men of the righteous killing squad were doing. The protagonist added that even after the horror he saw, the screams still didn't end, and Fuyin Rito listened to him intently. Yoshito assumed that not only the 60th floor, but the other areas were under attack as well, and added that they wouldn't be able to handle that many assassins. That was why he left the battle group under the command of Kogura Okamomi and went to search for the branch head himself. After listening to the protagonist carefully, Fuyin Rito drew some conclusions and said that everything was clear to her now. A small team of conquerors nearby, meanwhile, were trying to fend off an onslaught of assassins they hadn't expected to see. The ruthless assassin managed to knock the sword out of the hands of the sturdy conqueror, who then became confused. After that, the monster immediately gripped his blade tightly, intending to stab the man through. Blowing a tear of fear, the sturdy conqueror could not believe that here and die at the hands of a brutal killer. But unexpectedly, the righteous man was riddled with the blades of powerful conquerors, not expecting it at all. As it turned out, Yoshito Takamichi and Fuyin Rito came to the lonely boy's rescue and deftly dealt with the monster. The bewildered man could not understand what had just happened, because a few seconds ago, he had already said goodbye to his life. Busy with the battle, the protagonist asked the knocked-out conqueror how he was feeling, and he replied that he was in one piece. The white robe of the righteous killer began to turn to ash, which caught the hero's attention at that moment. He was then approached by Fuyin Rito, who ordered the evacuation of the survivors to a safe zone. The head of the branch also suggested checking other floors, as there may be people in trouble there too. Smiling, Yoshito Takamichi said that he understood the task at hand and added that they would meet again soon. He looked at the terrified survivors and asked them to follow him, promising that he would lead them out of here. The three terrified survivors immediately rushed after the hero, who confidently led them away from the danger zone. At one point, they stopped behind a rock because there was an evil angel in the safe zone that wasn't supposed to be there. Yoshito Takamichi pointed a finger at the danger nearby, while keeping in mind that Okimomi and the others had to take care of it. Then the protagonist was glad because he saw a camp nearby in which a light was burning brightly. He immediately saw his girlfriends and the Conqueror King, whom he was incredibly happy to see that moment. Shirmachi Yuri's blue eyes immediately sparkled with happiness, because she was also very happy to see the young man. The hero told the lucky survivors that they were very close and had a little more to go. But suddenly, fierce angels appeared and made themselves known, attacking the team and preventing them from advancing. Yoshito Takamichi immediately took out a blade from his inventory, realizing that two more scum had arrived, eager to kill them. Running even further, the protagonist became very wary because he realized that the angels were far from two. Ahead of him was a large number of righteous assassins who held their blades at the ready to massacre him. The companions immediately saw this and rushed to attack, with Sakiya Mona running ahead of everyone who could get up close. A wary Yoshito Takamichi at that moment turned his attention to the yellow portal that had suddenly appeared. At the same minute, a fierce angel came out of the portal and immediately began to attack the hero, but he managed to block the blow. The tense young man shouted for the survivors to run away from here immediately because it was very dangerous around. Stunned by what was happening, the survivors froze in place, not knowing if running away was the right thing to do in this situation. Still, they apologized to Yoshito Takamichi with a tremor in their voices, then rushed to run away. The hero, meanwhile, was busy fighting and didn't give it much thought, and the enemy was suddenly attacked from behind by Mona. She had planned to strike stealthily, taking her opponent by surprise, but suddenly the situation changed. The survivors continued to run away while the two righteous killers froze in place, much to Yoshito Takamichi's alarm. The atmosphere around them was tense, and the hero and his team realized they were surrounded on all sides by assassins. A wary Shiramachi Yuri and Sakiyamona stood back to back, ready to engage in battle at any second. Yoshido Takamichi and Kogura Okimomi stood at a distance from each other, while looking sternly at their opponents who were frozen in place. The strange surroundings made the hero nervous, and he didn't understand why the holy men were acting so strangely. Then he wondered why they had so suddenly laid down their weapons and bowed to him. After that, strange things began to happen to the yellow Fierce Angel portal, which also caught the young man's attention. At that moment, it was as if the teleporter was about to explode from the large number of monsters it had entered. A wary Kogura Okimomi couldn't figure out what was going on with the portal, but he didn't raise a panic. A nervous Yoshido Takamichi said that if the righteous assassins suddenly attacked them all at once, they would not be able to fight back. The young man then thought deeply about his future plan of action, realizing that he had very little time to think. Looking at the yellow teleporter, the hero told the fierce angels that they had a pretty bad way of inviting people in. With an angry look towards the monster, Yoshido Takamichi said that it looked like they had no choice and would have to fight. Sekiyamona asked the young man if he was sure it was a good idea, and he replied that they had no choice anyway. The hero said the angels made it clear to them to go through that portal, and if they disobeyed, a massacre could ensue. Shiramachi Yuri said that when she thought about participating in this mission, she realized that she might face a serious opponent. At that moment, the girl held the magic staff firmly in her hand, about to show herself in all her glory against the righteous killers. She said that was why she was willing to go anywhere, and a dumbfounded Sekiyamona didn't recognize her friend at that moment. A confident Kogure Okimomi followed her by saying that he wouldn't mind entering the portal with Yoshido Takamichi either, which shocked the girl even more. Sekiyamona realized there was no point in resisting, and with a slightly disgruntled exhale, said she would go too. Yoshido Takamichi exhaled in relief and looked at the girl with a smile, and it was obvious from the look on her face that she was nervous. After that, the hero smiled much more confidently and realized that such a powerful team, no angel, under no power to defeat. Walking ahead of everyone, he said that it was about time for them to enter the portal, while excitedly waiting for that moment. A few minutes later, the entire team teleported to another location, and the portal didn't let them down in any way. At the head was Yoshido Takamichi, who, along with the rest of the team, looked around warily. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a female voice that made him tense up and freeze in place. A strange voice greeted him, calling him Lord, and the tense young man grabbed his sword and stood in a fighting stance. The girl from the huge throne greeted him on the highest 150th floor of the great demonic tower of the abode of the highest. That strange girl was the heavenly superior who was very happy to see the Yoshido Takamichi she respected. A bewildered Yuri didn't understand what the hell this tower was, and Sekiyamona was trying to figure out what had been done to them. The wary hero didn't let her finish and immediately told her that they had been transported straight to the boss's room. The heavenly superior was kneeling while looking at the protagonist and about to say something to him. Suddenly, she was strange about something, but Yoshido Takamichi didn't know what it was about and remained as tense as possible. The girl asked where he was and said she could clearly feel his presence, but she was only an ordinary mortal in front of her. The nervous protagonist still stood silently in place, and the abbess saw a yellow particle inside him. Sitting with his eyes closed, the completely calm abbess felt something strange inside him. She then asked in a loud tone why there was a piece of their god's power inside Yoshido Takamichi. The tense protagonist still didn't understand anything and didn't know what to do next or how to survive. Suddenly, the oddball heavenly superior began to laugh, and her laughter made the young man and his loved ones uneasy. After that, she released her huge hands towards the hero, saying that no human has the right to possess this power. At that moment, Yoshido Takamichi froze in place, looking at the huge hands that were rapidly approaching him. One of the arms struck the ground powerfully, thus throwing the protagonist and his team aside and knocking them off balance. Then a huge hand swung, coming towards the hero, who was a bit confused, not knowing how to act. Still, he was grabbed and squeezed in an iron hand, and the heavenly superior said in an intimidating tone that she would turn him into dust. She then said she would break his spirit, and the young man barely managed to breathe while being squeezed by the iron hand. The furious abbess said she would do anything to bring back a piece of their god, namely infinite rebirth. His hand clenched tighter and tighter on Yoshido Takamichi, who turned red from the exertion and began to grit his teeth while breathing heavily. The pressure was so high that all the veins in the hero's face protruded, and he felt like his eyes were about to pop out. At one point, the iron arm opened up and dropped the protagonist, who began to freefall from the height. During the fall, he did not give any signs of life. Because of the strong pressure, he lost consciousness. Right in flight, a hand intercepted the falling young man who didn't care anymore. But no one was going to spare him. At that moment, Yoshito was incredibly tightly squeezed in his hand, causing a large amount of his blood to scatter in different directions. The system immediately notified him of his death, and the worried Shiramachi Yuri was very worried about the hero. A few seconds later, the panting youth revived, and the inversion skill gave him back the lost 20 points to his attack power. Gradually coming away from what had happened, Yoshito Takamichi looked sternly at the treacherous celestial superior. She said again that minute that the gift of infinite rebirth should not belong to mortals. The abbess added that if the hero dies a few more times, the power will take away everything they have, and she will return the gift of their god. Yoshito Takamichi was perplexed by what he heard and assumed she was talking about infinite debuffs. The girl then swung her arms out to the sides, thus taking control of the huge iron hands. Hands were immediately sent toward Yoshito Takamichi, whom she wanted to end as soon as possible. Engaging one of the special techniques, the heavenly superior began to destroy the floor right under her opponent's feet. Seikya and Kogura Okamomi managed to bounce to the side, unharmed but highly stressed. A tense Takamichi dodged the enemy's attacks along with the rest of the team, thinking of a further plan of action. He immediately decided to go around the heavenly superior from the rear to strike a surprise blow, taking her by surprise. A few seconds later, a high jump was made that gave the protagonist a slight advantage in the air. Swinging his blade, a furious Yoshito Takamichi said it was better to attack than to run away from the abbess endlessly. Suddenly, she stuck her arm out in front of her, using magic against him to stop the guy right in midair. The magic worked immediately, and the golden glowing chains were meant to stop the protagonist. A knocked-out Yoshito Takamichi didn't understand how this could happen, yet he was stuck in midair and unable to move. He was shackled in magical chains, and the gloating abbess laughed in his face at the top of her voice. Laughing madly, she grabbed her head and asked if he really thought he could hit it. She told the discouraged hero that he should be punished for taking a piece of their great god. After that, the abbess took the blade in her hands and said that since it possessed the gift of endless rebirth, there was something she should do. With a swing of her blade, the madwoman let out a lot of blood from the hero, saying that she only had to kill him an infinite number of times. Yoshito Takamichi immediately panicked, realizing that this would continue indefinitely, but he couldn't free himself from the shackles. Losing more and more blood with each passing second, he began to lose consciousness, and the abbess said it was necessary to exhaust his body and spirit. The young man's flowing blood made her soul rejoice, and she told herself that once the pain of death broke him, she would take the gift for herself. Suspended on gold chains, Yoshito Takamichi was not showing any signs of life at that moment, only bleeding. At that moment, he, still unrevived, wondered what this madwoman was carrying and tried to figure out how to get out. The hero then revived and immediately grabbed his blade, glaring angrily at the abbess who had caused him much pain. At the same moment, the blades struck each other, which was a surprise to the madwoman, for she thought it would be impossible for him to get out. The enraged young man exclaimed that before he went completely mad, he would blow her head off, much to the abbess's surprise. Fighting off his attacks, she smiled not at all fearfully and said that he was trying for nothing, because in the end, it wouldn't work out anyway. With just one swing of the heavenly superior's blade, Yoshito Takamichi was abruptly thrown aside and knocked out. The deity again used the chains to prevent the protagonist from moving and killed him. The young man could not resist this special move and only tolerated her antics while still keeping his foot in her hand. This whole situation made him very nervous because there was no way to get out, and the chains were clutching him around his neck. The treacherous heavenly superior only smiled, once again convinced of her invincibility. A flustered Yoshito Takamichi tried to get out, but the long chains began to pull him in different directions, making him even more frightened. The gloating madwoman was enjoying his torment at that moment, showing no mercy. Soon the protagonist was blinded by a sudden yellow light that appeared, which brought on even more fear. Tears flowed from the young man's eyes in that second, and he continued to stare at the blinding color without averting his gaze. As it turned out, it was a sharp guillotine that flew in his direction to take the protagonist's life. At that very minute, he was beheaded by the merciless actions of the heavenly superior, who was eager for his death. Reborn, Yoshito Takemichi began to touch his face and calm down a bit, realizing that he was fine and his head was in place. He then shouted at the top of his voice, noticing that he was falling and had no way to stop. The heavenly abbess immediately took notice and asked who had allowed him to leave. Yoshito Takemichi was once again swept up by her magical chains that bound him tightly, destroying any hope of escape. With her actions, the abbess stretched the chains in different directions, causing more and more pain to the powerless young man. After that, the ruthless, crazy damsel chopped the protagonist in two, which brought joy to her soul. After his death, the young man was revived very quickly, while realizing that he would again suffer unbearable torment. He screamed at the top of his voice in fear and unbearable pain as he tried to break free of his chains, and the abbess only gloated. She released the magical chains at him again to shackle him and continue to taunt him, bringing joy to herself. This time, the chains began to encompass the neck of Yoshito Takemichi, who was very nervous at that moment. The heavenly superior firmly grasped the hilt of the blade and said that she would pierce through his heart. In the same instant, a sharp blade passed through Yoshito Takemichi, who didn't even have time to react in any way to her words. He began to cough up blood, and his eyes rolled back. And the Mother Superior asked him to remember to curse his natures as he died in agony. Gloating over the hero's agony, she asked him to pray with all his heart for the deprivation of the gift. But at that moment, the hero didn't even hear her. The merciless heavenly abbess continued to hold the blade inside him, saying that he should forfeit the endless rebirth. She then slid the blade out of Yoshito Takemichi's body, who immediately collapsed to the ground with a clatter, showing no signs of life. The young man was lying in a huge pool of his own blood, and the mad woman said she would end his miserable torment if he lost the skill gift. Meanwhile, Shiramachi Yuri, who was standing nearby, looked on with a pained expression, but did not intervene. The girl looked silently at the bloodied and exhausted Yoshito Takemichi, who gave no signs of life. The main character was lying face down, and with the naked eye you could see a huge through hole in his back. Shiramachi Yuri was very unpleasant to look at, and the desire to avenge his loved one was growing stronger by the second. With tears in her eyes, the blue-eyed girl shouted at the top of her voice, feeling anger and great hatred towards the heavenly superior. She immediately grasped the magic staff tightly, using the ability and intending to take revenge. Looking sternly at her opponent, she said that she would no longer allow Yi to lay a finger on Yoshito Takemichi, who was very dear to her. After saying those words, a powerful magic charge was released towards the heavenly superior, who did not feel any fear. The absolutely calm maiden in the throne prepared to block Shiramachi Yuri's attack with her iron hands. The blow was successfully blocked, and she said she was interested in absolutely no one but a deity. With a frightening look, she smiled and asked if Shiramachi Yuri thought some ballast could hurt her. After that, the heavenly superior prepared to return the blow to the sender, confident in her abilities. But in an instant, she froze in place, being wary because she sensed something very strange. Looking at the open palm, the girl noticed that there was no energy or charge in it. She smiled and said that in all likelihood she had jumped to conclusions, but she was not at all confused. Serious at that moment, Shiramachi Yuri firmly said that she had made a very important decision in her life. She decided that she would never again be a burden to Yoshito Takemichi, for whom she had great respect. Standing her ground, the girl said she would destroy anyone who got in the way of the protagonist and would do so without mercy. She then gripped the handle of the magic staff tightly, concentrating as much as possible and preparing to strike. From the magic charge, blue stars were flying everywhere, indicating that they were ready to strike. Shiramachi Yuri was a flint at that moment, who was willing to fight for Yoshito Takemichi to the last drop of blood. A few seconds later, several powerful charged spheres were sent towards the heavenly superior. The heavenly essence prepared to repel the attacks, remaining completely calm and unaffected by the effects of panic. Extending her palm in front of her, the heavenly superior called Shiramachi Yuri's attacks careless in a calm tone. The orbs endowed with powerful energy were meanwhile already flying towards her high throne, but she wasn't going to let them reach their goal. The orbs flew closer and closer, and the heavenly superior tried to stop them, although it didn't work initially. Subsequent attempts were also unsuccessful, and one of the magic spheres suddenly glowed with a bright white light. The magical charge successfully reached its target, exploding right next to the great throne of the abbess, who became wary. She couldn't believe she had made such an oversight, and Shiramachi Yuri realized that her actions had not been without success. Seizing the perfect opportunity, the girl firmly grabbed the staff in her hands and rushed to attack. The girl used her ability to summon another huge sphere, which triggered a powerful explosion. The soil around them began to crumble, the wind nearly blowing away Shiramachi Yuri herself, who was struggling to stay on her feet. With a little effort, she created a protective barrier around herself, after which she was completely safe. The bewildered celestial superior could not understand how such a thing could happen, yet she did not panic. Still sitting on her throne, she looked up at the huge blue charge that threatened her life at that moment. All of this was very annoying to the heavenly abbess. A vein even protruded on her left cheek. Spreading out several huge white wings, the heavenly abbess prepared to give a befitting reply to the enemy. With a few flaps of her wings, she managed to cut the magical charge, thus disarming it in midair. After her mighty strike, the blue sphere gained a yellow light that greatly blinded her eyes. The agitated Shiramachi Yuri was bleeding sweat from her nerves, previously not expecting the abbess to be able to repel her attack. Frozen in place, the girl turned her attention to the yellow rings in the air, which were getting bigger by the second. As it turned out, Kogura Okimomi came to her aid, using the Arenho's front ability, and a massive fire started around her. The Conqueror King, with vast experience, asked Shiramachi Yuri to stay out of the way, realizing that the enemy was very strong. Looking sternly at the heavenly abbess, the man said that Yuri wasn't the only one who wanted to protect Yoshito Takamichi. After that, he smiled kindly at the girl, telling her that she could rely on them for this matter and get some rest. The blue-eyed beauty smiled and felt safe in saying that the king was right. The celestial superior, meanwhile, said that it was ignorant to be distracted, which drew attention to herself as well. Her huge hand suddenly hovered over Shiramachi Yuri and Kogura Okimomi, who didn't know what to do at that moment. But suddenly, Seki Amona told the blonde weirdo that she shouldn't be distracted either. The cautious heavenly superior didn't understand anything, yet she was even a little confused from surprise. After that, sneaking up from the back, the girl delivered a series of blows to the iron arm, taking her opponent by surprise. The series of strikes seemed so successful that the huge arm was shattered and scattered in different directions. Upon landing, Mona told her opponent that she realized she was only interested in Yoshito, but asked that the three of them not be forgotten about as well. Smiling, the confident girl said that together, they would definitely defeat the heavenly superior. The blonde-haired weirdo, meanwhile, was not frightened and smirked strangely, looking down on her opponents. She continued to slyly grin, as if plotting something and preparing to strike a surprise blow. Suddenly, the heavenly superior laughed madly at the top of her voice, which looked very strange and frightening. Her terrified laughter alerted the trio, who watched silently below while slowly expiring sweat. Stopping laughing, the abbess apologized to them for giving them false hopes. She then said that she should have shown them the difference in their abilities from the beginning to prevent this from happening. Looking down at her opponents, the blonde-haired weirdo began to smile, preparing to show off her full power. After that, the heavenly abbess closed her eyes and turned to her esteemed master, saying that she would lend his strength. Folding her arms across her chest, the blonde-haired girl began to recite the spell, muttering it to herself. After reciting the spell, she successfully summoned a continuous god's light that was to overpower all enemies in her path. A surprised Sakia Mona watched and couldn't believe that her destroyed arm was beginning to recover. The huge hand actually began to recover rapidly while under the influence of the ability. The abbess said that it was the grace of God himself, and no matter how much they tried to wound her, their attacks would have no effect. She added that her wounds would be healed in seconds and said that now they would know the taste of despair. The Lordess also ordered and learned the taste of fear while exalting her arms upwards and laughing frighteningly. The abbess told her opponents to feel how weak and feeble they were before the power of her mighty deity. Yoshito Takamichi was suddenly revived and caught everyone's attention, asking if it was just a recovery with a buff. The blue-eyed Shiramachi Yuri was immediately happy when she saw the main character, who was whole unharmed. The young man, however, looked at the heavenly superior with sweat on his face, gambling that in that case, defeating her would be the easiest thing to do. He immediately used the Phos Animos blade, after which he rushed with burning eyes to attack the opponent, which caused him a lot of pain. Admired Shiramachi Yuri was very happy to see the protagonist in battle, while energetic and very strong. The bewildered abbess said she had killed him 3 times already and didn't understand how he was still alive. She was sure that the infinite rebirth was supposed to punish the guy, but for some unknown reason, he was still able to move. Clutching her head, the weirdo wondered if Yoshito Takamichi had found a way to get rid of the punishment of the gift. The completely calm protagonist smiled and said she didn't know why she thought punishments made him weaker. After that, he followed up with a high jump from his seat, aiming for an incredibly powerful airstrike. While in the air, Yoshito Takamichi said that the more he dies, the stronger he becomes afterward. Striking a blow, the hero exclaimed that the abbess's plan was initially a failure, but she desperately believed that victory was hers. The bewildered heavenly superior called it unthinkable, while trying her best to fend off the onslaught. Still, the attack was repelled, and the protagonist was thrown aside, while doing little to no damage to her. A huge hand immediately reached out to grab him, but the lordess asked what the young man had done with his body. Yoshito Takamichi, on the other hand, turned his wary gaze to the huge hand that was approaching him faster and faster. He didn't want to fall into that trap again at all, and tried to bounce to the side to outwit her. Luck was on the hero's side, and he successfully managed to bounce aside without getting hit by the huge arm. The heavenly superior, meanwhile, raised her index finger upwards, using supreme analysis. After that, the activation of the ability immediately began, and a bright red light began to envelop the room around him. Yoshito Takamichi's call immediately turned to the strange glow on his body, which was alarming. The hero immediately realized that the celestial superior was analyzing his body, trying to find any clues. The young man was saying in his thoughts that there was no way he could let her know about the inversion he possessed. After that, he immediately rushed forward to run forward so that he wouldn't stand still and let himself be analyzed. Running towards the heavenly superior, the protagonist firmly said that he would defeat her, but she still wasn't afraid of him. The young man firmly declared that he would defeat her with a single blow, then attacked with both of his huge hands while remaining unharmed. The abbess asked her not to make it difficult for her and said he should stand still when analyzing. She continued trying to analyze Yoshito Takamichi, saying that on top of all that, he should also keep quiet. Unexpectedly, Shiramachi Yuri came to the protagonist's aid, stealthily attacking the enemy with magic. After that, the girl looked seriously at the heavenly superior, who was trying to recover from what had happened. The enraged blonde weirdo immediately realized that Yuri had done it and lit up with a desire for revenge and, pointing a finger at Shiramachi Yuri, she called her an inferior being and told her to disappear immediately. At that moment, the attack was aimed directly at the girl, who from nerves froze in place did not know what to do. At the same time, she tried not to panic and stared firmly at her opponent, trying to anticipate her actions. Suddenly, the girl cried out in fright at the top of her voice because the ruthless heavenly superior had attacked her. At the last moment, Sekiyamona came to the rescue, grabbing Shiramachi Yuri in her arms and bouncing off to the side with her. The savior, with a smile on her face, remarked that her friend had lost weight, for she had become much lighter. A shocked Shiramachi Yuri couldn't believe that Sekiyamona had come to her rescue and saved her from death. It was too early to rejoice at that moment, because the heavenly superior didn't slumber and continued to attack them. Sekiyamona did not have time to be frightened, but instead rejoiced because Koguru Okimomi, who got involved in the game. The charismatic Conqueror King smiled confidently, using his ability and preparing to strike. The man swung his flaming sword sharply and said that he was about to deal with this upstart who had taken up so much of their time. With an ability, he formed a cut in the ground that was filled with fire and approached the heavenly superior. At that moment, the high throne and the lordess herself were attacked by a huge wave of fire that was impossible to stop. The heavenly abbess, who had become furious, called them bugs and asked them how they dared to resist. Yoshito Takamichi caught her off guard and told her she was looking in the wrong place, then stabbed the weirdo through her. The abbess immediately regenerated, and the hero realized that one blow would not kill her because wounds heal too quickly. He decided that in that case, he'd have to beat her until she could finally recover. The enraged blonde-haired monster immediately used the ability and rushed at him to attack with magic chains. This time, the nimble Yoshito Takamichi dodged the attack and said he wouldn't fall for it a second time. Looking fiercely into the eyes of her opponent, the protagonist firmly grasped his sword and prepared to deliver the final blow. A strike of incredible power was successfully struck, and the knocked-out heavenly superior froze in place. For the fatal blow, Yoshito Takamichi used an incredibly strong ability, the inflorescence chain, which helped him a lot. The defeated heavenly superior was in unbearable pain, going through the agony that the hero went through. After a few seconds, half of her body dissolved, but the protagonist still didn't relax. Being tense with sweat on his face, he wondered if he had actually killed her while looking at his opponent. At that moment, half of the heavenly superior's body wasn't there, but still, she said in an intimidating tone, that the analysis was complete. A very nervous Yoshito Takamichi immediately began to streamline with sweat, and the monster realized that he had an inversion skill. The superior then began to regenerate. While laughing slyly and realizing that she now knew all the trumps up the guy's sleeve, she happened upon the throne again and prepared to attack Yoshito Takamichi, who at that moment didn't know what to do next. Laughing frighteningly, the lordess called his skills a vile combination and was sure she would overpower him this time. The abbess said she could share the blessing with him, only needing to reborrow the power of the deity itself. Raising her hands up with a smile on her face, she once again took advantage of the continuous divine light. A tense Yoshito Takamichi was in the center of the trap, and the monster called the incredibly fast healing of wounds a wonderful sensation. Blue stars hovered in the air, which began to gradually turn red in color, making it even more alarming. Soon they were completely colored red, and the abbess said that this grace would be a real curse for the hero. Sweating from nerves, Yoshito Takamichi froze in place, not even realizing what awaited him next. Laughing crazily, the blonde-haired weirdo said that he would now die countless times. The hero was again subjected to agonizing torture, and a large amount of blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. The abbess wondered how soon he would break, whereupon the hero died, but quickly woke up elsewhere. He said to use the above recovery on it, knowing the inversion is a real effort. Yoshito Takamichi realized that her magical light was repairing any damage in seconds and killing him in the same instant. No matter how hard Yoshito tried or what he did, death would come in the end. He wanted to see what would happen to the light the next time he returned. Of course, the situation was extremely unpleasant, but there was no other way. He had to check it this way. A few seconds passed, and Yoshito found himself back in the game, standing once again before the pedestal of the heavenly matron. Barely coming to his senses, the boy felt that the light had disappeared. This was excellent news. But then the heavenly matron, smiling predatorily, told the young man not to worry. She would bestow her God's blessing on him again and again. She planned to do this as many times as necessary, and the light fell on the main character again. And then came another death, and the heavenly matron was going to repeat this until Yoshito finally broke down. A new rebirth meant a new attempt at survival, but the heavenly matron insisted that she would find the young man even if he changed his point of rebirth. And again, death, and again, over and over, through pain. Reborn, died, reborn, died. Yuri and Mona watched their friend with pain in their eyes. They didn't understand how he could endure such a thing, but there was nothing they could do to help in this situation. And the heavenly matron, continuing her deadly mission, also mocked him, saying that he should enjoy the gift of her God and accept everything he gives, even if he gives death. After several more cycles of rebirth and death, Yoshito literally hated this world and everything connected with it. It was a very sad sight. The young man's exhausted body lay in a pool of his own blood, while the heavenly matron remained unharmed. Yuri could no longer bear to see her friend being tormented. She called out to him, but the young man did not respond. Tears of anger and pity sprang from the girl's eyes, and, no longer able to restrain herself, she aimed her weapon at the heavenly matron. The villainess immediately began to flit about at high speed, moving from one part of the room to another, trying to avoid the blow. Seizing the moment, she raised her vile light and aimed its beam at Yuri. The girl's eyes filled with pain and horror. But at the last moment, Mona jumped forward, shielding her friend with her body, and knocked the blow aimed at Yuri away with her weapon. Finally, Okini joined the battle, trying to distract the heavenly matron from the girls. The heavenly matron dodged all the blows and did not understand how much longer these insects would try. After all, they could not defeat her anyway. Okina did not react to her words, realizing that there was no choice and that only active action could change the course of the battle. Okina decided to continue fighting in the name of his fallen comrade. With a sword in his hands, he walked towards the villainess, declaring that his weapon would not rest until she was dead. All his power was activated and concentrated in a single blow, and the man raised his arms, preparing to deliver a deadly thrust. But the heavenly abbess, as always, was stronger and faster, and was able to dodge the blow again by simply moving out of the way. In addition, The huge stone hand that was helping the heavenly matron had already been activated and was approaching Okina from behind. At the last moment, the man noticed the movement behind him and managed to jump back, and the blow hit the wall. The hand crashed to the ground, and then Okina swung his sword with all his might and cut off several fingers. But that was nothing compared to what Yoshito had gone through, dying countless times. The heavenly abbess activated her divine light, thanks to which her wounds healed so quickly that she did not even have time to feel the pain. With a nasty smile, she said that she was unfamiliar with the feelings of such lowly and weak creatures as these humans. Meanwhile, sweet-talking the player, the heavenly matron activated her stone hand and knocked Okina off his feet. Okina was simply knocked out cold, and the girls realized that their second companion had also fallen victim to the heavenly matron. The villain herself first decided to extract endless rebirth from Yoshito's lifeless body, and then planned to kill his friends. Yuri and Mona had no intention of giving up, knowing that their chances were slim, but they wanted to make a final stand. Yoshito still lay lifeless in the middle of the hall, showing no signs of life, while his friends were subjected to continuous attacks from the heavenly matron. The young man felt that he was between worlds. He was neither alive nor dead, as if standing at a crossroads. He had to move to one world or the other. Numerous instances of harm caused by divine powers were confirmed, but in response, a limited expansion of inversion abilities was received. An interpretation of Godslayer also became available. Something new and probably interesting. Yoshito realized that he would now go and test this skill. It turned out that the inversion of the God Killer was when the usual inversion skill was applied to enemies. Yoshito took a lot of damage because the heavenly matron had cast instant healing on him. It also worked on the villain, which meant it was time to return. The young man prepared to repay her in kind. This time he would return to the game and take a fresh look at what was happening. There was nothing to smile about because his friends could die at any moment. They had all exhausted their abilities and received a huge amount of damage from the heavenly matron. She planned to destroy Yoshito's mind and body in order to regain infinite rebirth. The young man died once again. He noticed that the others were fighting at their limits, and he himself had died so many times that soon his psyche might not be able to withstand it. That is why Yoshito needs to finish off the heavenly matron as quickly as possible. Before being reborn again, the main character activated the God Killer interpretation and prepared for a counterattack. The villainess was surprised to see something new in the guy's hands and even distracted herself from the other players, staring at Yoshito. The guy prepared to attack. He had an energy ball in his hand, which he was going to test on his opponent. The heavenly abbess realized that she should not miss this blow and immediately tried to attack the young man, but he managed to dodge all her attacks. Yoshito, once again revived after his death, rushed into a counterattack. It didn't matter to him how many more times he would have to die. If he could finally attack the heavenly matron, the battle would be over. Another resurrection, and another attempt to counterattack with the God Killer's interpretation. A barrage of incredibly powerful counterattacks. And again death, and again pain, and again resurrection. And then another attempt to reach his opponent. Another barrage of counterfire from her defenses, but the young man was sure that he would defeat her. The heavenly abbess could no longer afford to be distracted by other actions, because the process was becoming exhausting. Yoshito was getting closer and closer to her, and most of the villainous's blows missed. After another resurrection, Yoshito was able to get close to the pedestal, dodging her attacks and avoiding her blows. His fist was full of energy and ready to strike, and his gaze carried destruction and death. He had forgotten what pain was because he himself had become pain. Despite the barrage of return fire and stones, the young man was already in close proximity to his opponent. It got to the point where Yoshito was climbing the pedestal, and the heavenly matron was forced to attack almost herself. The heavenly matron's chains were used to bind the young man's legs, but he managed to break them, though it cost him another life. At one point, it seemed that Yoshito would not be reborn again. Even the heavenly matron felt tired. This was followed by many more deaths and resurrections. The villainess was killing herself with her own power. She knew she was strong and did not believe that anyone could harm her, because her opponent still showed no serious resistance. But suddenly, after another rebirth, the lifeless body of Yoshito was no longer where it had been. The stone floor was covered with cracks and dents. The heavenly abbess immediately tensed, realizing that the enemy was somewhere nearby, but for some reason she couldn't see him. At that moment, completely unnoticed by his opponents, Yoshito crept up behind her and was ready to attack. Since she had bestowed divine light upon him, he was now going to share his blessing with her. The young man raised his hand to strike, and the villainess found herself powerless, as if trapped by her own pedestal. A loud, piercing scream filled the room as the opponents stared at each other with immense hatred and anger. The young man's fist struck the heavenly abbess in the stomach, and immediately afterwards he jumped aside, realizing that she could retaliate. The villain shook as if struck by lightning. She did not understand what he had done to her. Everything around her glowed and trembled. Finally, the heavenly matron realized that this was an inversion, after which death would follow. Yuri and Mona, stunned and speechless, no longer felt any emotions as they watched what was happening. The heavenly abbess literally crumbled before the eyes of those present, begging them not to take her away, for she had not yet returned the divine gift. And the divine light began to cause her unbearable suffering, although it should not have been so. Her piercing screams echoed through the hall for a long time. At one point, already almost destroyed, she reached out to Yoshito and began to beg him to spare her and help her. The young man replied that now her deity would become her sworn enemy, and he could not help her. And the more the heavenly abbess begged for mercy, the more pain he would cause her. Soon the villainess breathed her last, and her dead body hung from the stone pedestal, which lay destroyed in the middle of the hall. Having finished with the mistress of the tower, Zeus rushed to his friends, but it turned out that they were all alive and almost healthy, very happy and joyful for their comrade. Mona said that as soon as the boss was defeated, all the other monsters in the tower disappeared. Yuri was very concerned about how Yoshito himself was feeling. He had been killed so many times today that it was impossible to even imagine how much pain he had endured. The young man agreed that it had been extremely unpleasant, but it was only thanks to all those deaths that he had been able to defeat the heavenly matron. Okimomi was also wounded, but his injuries were tolerable. The main thing was that everything had worked out. However, the young man had a question. How had Yoshito defeated the villain? The young man honestly admitted that he himself did not fully understand what this power was. But after a huge number of deaths, a new ability became available to him, the interpretation of the God Killer. Perhaps this skill concealed more power than he had expected. In any case, it was enough for victory. Okimomi assumed that Yoshito would soon surpass him, but the young man did not think so. Without this ability, he would not have been able to defeat the boss, and in all other respects, he was not capable of surpassing Okimomi. However, it was wrong to think that way. In fact, Yoshito took part in the operation to conquer Zeus, fought on the front lines and defeated many bosses on the floors, including the tower's owner himself. He had already accomplished a lot, and Okimomi was very happy for the guy and proud of him. Yoshito Takamichi was a great champion, and no one on the planet would doubt or argue about it. Yuri generally believed that the title Great Champion was perfect for Yoshito. The girl, feeling embarrassed, said that she could say with complete confidence that Yoshito was very cool. A kind word is pleasant even to a cat, let alone a young man who was listening to well-deserved compliments from his friends and comrades. And so, the operation to conquer the Zeus Tower was complete. The young man was still recovering and was lying in the hospital under an oxygen mask, under the supervision of doctors. The girls returned to their normal lives and already looked like ordinary city dwellers. The main heavenly demonic tower disappeared from the Tokyo area, and the remaining towers began to reformat. The city's residents watched with interest, as everyone already knew that the Zeus Tower would soon fall. But attention was also drawn to other towers, which also did not remain in their previous state. They reformatted and became something different, thus ending the era of demonic towers. Soon this process took over all the towers in the city, changing them forever. 2 months had passed since the conquest of the demonic sky tower Zeus. Thanks to the strategy of the tower's management bureau, Zeus was eliminated. However, after its disappearance, all the towers around it began to change. Their dark appearance mixed with a scarlet glow stirred up the public and planted anxiety in people's hearts. An unfamiliar girl wearing dark glasses and a cap pulled low over her forehead made her way through the crowd and stepped on a guy's foot. She apologized to the young man, but he still wanted satisfaction and tried to catch up with her in the crowd. The beauty realized that he was following her and tried to run away from the crowded street. After passing through several alleys, she found herself in a deserted area, most likely an abandoned factory. The girl looked around carefully, checking how safe the place was. She heard the voices of the approaching guys and made her way inside the territory. Once inside, the beauty realized that she was not in a factory or a construction site. It was the ruins of a heavenly demonic tower. Unfortunately, the unfamiliar young men found her there. They asked if she could handle all of them on her own. The young man reassured the girl, saying that she just needed to hand over her rare weapon, and then they would part ways amicably. The beauty thought that she was not going to give anything away because she had obtained the weapon herself, and it belonged to her by right. The girl told the guys that they had no chance because all they could do was chase her to take her weapon. The guys began to explain how things stood. They understood that the girl was a novice conqueror, and the world of conquerors was very different from the world outside the tower, and the player's position directly depended on strength. That is, the strong, in this case the guys, get all of the girl's items. The beauty just had to accept this fact, because by running into such a desolate place, she was literally challenging all the guys. And in the next moment, the young man drew his sword and entered into battle with the beauty. The girl defended herself with a unique weapon, which, according to rumors, was hidden in one of the heavenly demon towers. It was the Holy Sword Evil Cross, and now it belonged to this novice conqueror. The girl tried to fend off the attacks, but it was practically impossible, as she was alone against three. Soon the stranger was sitting on the ground, her sword lying nearby, and the guys demanded that she hand it over willingly. The sword was truly valuable and could be sold for 1,000,000 yen, but the guys said they would let her buy it back for 2,000,000. Later, maybe. But for now, she should just hand over the weapon. The beauty did not want to part with the sword because it was her first trophy, which she had obtained in the heavenly demon tower. The guy's patience was running out. She was talking like a little child, trying to appeal to their pity. In the end, the leader of the bandits took the sword and said that if she didn't like something, she could try to take it back. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy approached the group, saying he had come out to see who was making such a fuss. He saw that some thugs had surrounded the poor girl and wanted to hurt her. The guys left the beauty alone and turned their attention to the stranger, saying that they were actually conquerors and very strong ones at that. They advised the stranger not to act tough, but to quietly leave. The next moment, one of the guys was lying on the ground, knocked out by the stranger. He said he wasn't going to fight them, but simply demanded that they give him the sword, either to him or to the owner of the weapon. Of course, this situation infuriated the enemy, and he rushed to attack, thinking that the stranger was treating him like an idiot. But in fact, he was an idiot, and in the next moment, he could have lost his life. The stranger saw the sword in the guy's hands, the one they had talked about in the news. This weapon was given as a reward for completing the Tower of Zeus. It was the sword of Teos Protus. It turned out that they were standing before the great champion Yoshito Takemichi himself. The guy confirmed that it was indeed him, and being an influential figure in society, he couldn't just walk past a defenseless girl who was being attacked by three guys. And if these guys didn't want to return the sword willingly, he was ready to take it himself. At that moment, one of the bullies had a sudden burst of energy. He jumped up and lunged at Yoshito. His friend, the leader of the gang, tried to stop him, saying that it wasn't worth messing with such a tough guy. But the bully couldn't stop himself. He wanted to fight, even though he was dealing with a great champion. The guy ran up and struck Yoshito's weapon with all his might with his sword, but Yoshito didn't even change his expression. The other bullies also decided to take advantage of the situation and approached Yoshito from behind. The leader of the group was ready to hit the guy from behind, but the young man was faster and counterattacked, not understanding why the bullies were so stupid. After all, it was obvious to everyone that they were no match for Yoshito. In less than a minute, all three thugs were knocked out and lying in different parts of the yard. The leader screamed in agony because Yoshito had cut the guy's weapon in half with his sword, and now he was left without any equipment for future games. The other two bullies didn't want to tempt fate any further and ran away, leaving their friend in tears. Finally, the stranger realized that the threat had passed. She came out and sincerely thanked her savior for what he had done. Yoshito returned the sword to the girl and told her that among the conquerors there were not only good people, but also thieves like these. She always had to be on her guard. The girl continued to stare at Yoshito, saying that she admired him because it was not every day that one met a living legend, the great champion himself. The girl remembered how the news reported that the heavenly demon tower Zeus had fallen and that it was he who had defeated its master. But now all the towers were painted red and were called the Scarlet Heavenly Demon Towers. The Control Bureau blocked access to them for the safety of the conquerors. It conducted investigations to identify the reasons for such drastic changes, and people were afraid of the unknown. The Bureau announced that Yoshito should prepare for a press conference. On that day, the great champion became a hero to distract the people. The girl said that this suited her just fine. She was looking for someone. After all, she was a newcomer and needed a team to get through the tower. After that, the girl folded her hands in supplication and asked Yoshito to help her, because she was not yet used to fighting monsters and ran away as soon as she received the sword. But she really wanted to continue her ascent. It would be difficult to do this alone, so the beauty really wanted to enlist the help and support of such a skilled player. The stranger took the guy by the hand and literally dragged him along, not giving him a chance to say no. Yoshito tried to slow the stranger down, saying that he hadn't agreed yet and that she shouldn't pull him, but in the next moment he said he would go. The girl was confident in her beauty, charisma, and feminine charm. She had no doubt that he would say yes. After that, the young people walked through the streets of the city, and Yoshito thought about how he was now a real celebrity. At that moment, an advertisement was being broadcast on a street screen, and one of the actresses was a manager named Fuyun. Yoshito pointed to her and said that she was a real celebrity, while he was just one of many players. The young man continued to admire the beauty, saying that her face showed that she was special. At that moment, his companion pointed to another billboard with a photo of another girl. The beauty wanted to know what Yoshito thought about it. The young man glanced over and saw that it was an idol who had recently risen to the peak of popularity. She was very cute. She liked his answer, because it turned out that this was the same cutie from the billboard, and now not a day goes by without her shining on the internet or television. The popular solo idol, Igi Konatsu. Yoshito didn't know whether to be happy or upset that such a popular girl was following him. He didn't understand why she wanted to be a conqueror, since she was an idol. Climbing towers is not really dancing and singing on stage. Yoshito remembered the physical condition of his body. The guy tried to dissuade the beauty, hinting that she could damage her health, not to mention the risk of dying, but Konatsu didn't even want to listen to his arguments. Of course, she was pleased to hear all this, but she asked him not to worry and said that she was well aware of all the risks and dangers. Soon, the couple set off to conquer the heavenly demon tower called Thor. The first few floors did not pose any serious problems, and the players gradually made their way to the 5th floor. A huge flying demonic bird nicknamed Sky Servant attacked the players. Yoshito destroyed these monsters without even looking, feeling absolutely no pressure or difficulty. Another bird was preparing to sink its claws into the players or throw a spear at them. But for the young man, the monster's wing movements were too slow, and he managed to make numerous cuts without even turning around. Konatsu watched her partner with admiration, realizing what amazing speed he was demonstrating. Yoshito explained that he was able to cope so quickly because the monsters on this floor were weaklings to him. But if this was the girl's first tower, she shouldn't go above the 5th floor. Thinking this way, Yoshito enjoyed the reaction of the beautiful girl who admired his strength, and also watched the next monster approaching the players. The young man explained how Konatsu could deal with the monster and suggested that she try to take care of it herself. Yoshito promised to help and back her up if things got dicey, but for now, the beauty needed to be fearless and attack boldly. Konatsu did just that. After listening to all her partner's advice, she took her sword and rushed to attack the monster. She swung and tried to strike the flying monster, but did not damage it because it was still far away from her. After that, the monster began to attack and literally pressed the beauty, who was not ready for it to be so strong and fast. The heavenly servant couldn't understand what kind of kindergarten was standing in front of him and was about to tear the beauty apart, but suddenly something clouded his mind. Yoshito, standing behind the girl, spread his power through hypnosis. In this way, he paralyzed the monster, and the beauty managed to run up and deliver the decisive blow. But then the dying monster began to make sounds that spread in waves across the floor. Of course, no one knew what the monster was saying, but it was clear that before dying, it had called its friends. Konatsu, looking in horror at the flock of huge flying monsters, realized that she couldn't handle them all on her own. Yoshito was of the same opinion. The threat was too serious, and therefore it was time to end the girl's training. It was necessary to seriously tackle the problem. He promised that he would deal with this flock himself and do it with one blow. Activating his abilities, he rushed between the monsters at tremendous speed, hitting each one. Some of the flying monsters surrendered and died immediately, while one of the opponents descended to the ground, holding his staff in his beak. Yoshito continued to fight. He was so strong that he cut the creature in half with a single blow. Konatsu watched the events unfold intently. She was convinced that the young man was extraordinarily strong, but this fact did not reassure her. On the contrary, it frightened her even more. In a couple of minutes, the entire room was littered with the bodies of dead or wounded flying monster birds. But one of them found the strength to let out a piercing cry. The players were terrified when they heard and then saw their next opponents approaching from afar. Soon, neither the walls nor the ceiling were visible because everything around them was swarming with flying monsters. They were extremely aggressive and were going to take revenge for their fallen comrades. Yoshida was a very experienced player. He understood that such a number of opponents was not the end. The young man took Konatsu by the hand, and the girl looked at him with interest and fear. Konatsu felt her palm tightly clasped in the hero's hand and assumed that he would either let her participate in the battle or show her how to do it properly. But the young man was too experienced a player, so clutching the beauty's hand tightly, he ran at full speed, realizing that he could not cope with so many opponents. Running up to the open exit of the tower, Yoshida told his friend that she had chosen two difficult tasks, especially considering that she was still a complete novice. Soon, the players were able to hide in one of the corridors to wait until the monsters on the floor calmed down and they could leave the tower, while the monsters roamed nearby, trying to find them. Yoshida explained to the girl that battles are not always fair, so you have to resort to tricks because the main thing is to save your life. The young man believed that this would be an excellent lesson for Konatsu, who was just starting out on her gaming journey. In the future, it would help her avoid unnecessary defeats because strategy and tactics are very important. The young people moved across the floor, trying not to be seen by the monsters and hiding in various corridors. Soon they found themselves in a very beautiful hall with tall columns decorated with glowing magic stones. These stones, like flowers on plants, protruded from the stone columns, decorated the ceiling, and illuminated the entire space, creating a festive and magical atmosphere. The players were so engrossed in the magical stones that they did not notice the flying monsters approaching them. Only thanks to Yoshido's quick reaction to the attack did they manage to avoid death. The young man realized that he needed to kill several flying monsters urgently before they called for help and prepared to attack. But this time, the owners of the floor were behaving very strangely. They were flying around the magic stones like moths around burning lamps. Choosing a stone, the winged monsters flew up to it and touched it with their wings, thus receiving magical energy. After watching for a while longer, Yoshida realized that by hitting the stones, the monsters were recharging themselves. They couldn't be allowed to do this indefinitely. Konatsu didn't understand what was happening, but she sensed that it wouldn't lead to anything good. The birds were clearly doing this to strengthen their attack on the players. Sure enough, the magical energy accumulated in the stones after the birds' attacks began to gather and move toward the boy and girl. At some point, this energy began to connect with each other, passing from one magic stone to another and creating an open-work energy network. In addition, the energy released by the stones strengthened the flying monsters. Yoshida realized that the situation was becoming not just bad, but catastrophic, because with each passing moment, the enemies were becoming stronger and more dangerous. Finally, the energy merged into one powerful magical stream and was unleashed in one direction. At first, it seemed that the blow was aimed at Konatsu, but no, it hit the wall above the entrance to the dungeon. As a result, the exit was blocked, and the players were cut off and left with no choice but to fight to survive. Yoshida rushed to attack the monsters, intending to destroy them quickly and decisively, as well as to stop the energy of the stones so that the birds would not be able to strengthen their abilities. At this time, the feathered enemies, having restored their power, used their staffs, spinning them in front of them and protecting themselves. The stick spinning in his hands was so fast that it created a protective shield in front of the monster, allowing him to direct the flow of magical energy in the right direction. Soon, this led to Yoshito being killed right before Konatsu's eyes. The girl watched in horror and with a wild scream as her partner and protector was gone. After a while, Yoshito recovered thanks to his endless rebirth, but now he understood what he was dealing with. At first, the boy thought that the birds used magic stones only for recharging. But now it was clear that the monsters were capable of creating weapons from the energy of the stones, spinning their staffs and directing the flow at their enemies. It soon became clear that Yoshito was in for a rough time. He had to dodge the energy streams that could destroy him again at any moment. The young man writhed and tried to avoid the new weapon, leading the birds into a dead end. But suddenly, a huge explosion thundered behind him. The fact was that Konatsu was standing right there, shocked, watching what was happening and realizing that she was unable to protect herself. Yoshido couldn't let his friend die and managed to shield the beauty from the magical charge aimed at her. The hit was direct and extremely painful, even for an experienced player like Yoshido. It felt as if a million lightning bolts had pierced his body, and the electric current burned the young man to ashes. The frightened girl, who was in such shock that she was barely aware of what was happening, only managed to realize that her companion was gone. The young man lay on the floor of the hall, unresponsive, and smoke rose from his body like charred wood. Konatsu knelt down beside him, sobbing, trying to revive him. She screamed and begged the young man to wake up and get up. The beauty wailed, shed tears, and cursed herself for taking Yoshido on this mission. He shouldn't have come here to help such a useless novice like her. Meanwhile, another flying monster appeared under the ceiling. The girl continued to cry and repeat how sorry she was that such a misfortune had befallen the guy, while the flying monster had already prepared its spear for attack. Yoshido was very pleased to hear all her lamentations. He sat down and told her not to worry. He wasn't going to die, and she just needed to wipe her tears. The last thing he needed was for such a popular idol to cry over him. The young man pushed the beauty away and rushed at the approaching enemy. The feathered monster was killed, and it turned out that Yoshido had once again saved the beauty's life. Konatsu couldn't find the words to express her gratitude and admiration. She just looked at the young man as if he were some kind of mythical deity, because she had managed to see the skill that had been talked about in the news. Yoshido confirmed that he possessed the unique skill of infinite rebirth, which meant he could not die, and the beauty could use the young man as a shield if necessary. Konatsu had no intention of doing so. Even if the young man did not die, she could not allow him to perish, because her heart simply could not bear it. Konatsu was very worried that she lacked the level and stats, because she could be much more useful, but now she was just a burden. The girl asked Yoshido how many similar monsters she needed to kill in order to level up and fight them on equal terms. Yoshido believed that killing 2 such flying monsters would be enough to level up, but it was impossible to say right away how many levels she needed to level up. This news greatly pleased the beauty, who believed that she could deal with such monsters on her own if there weren't too many of them. And in the next moment, the beauty chopped down another flying monster without giving it a chance to react. Yoshido opened his mouth, not understanding how this happened and where Konatsu got her speed and strength. And the beauty, standing in the middle of the room with a sword in her hand, confirmed that she also had a special skill that no other player had. This skill worked quite simply. The skill increased the experience points and stats gained tenfold, and the girl once again deflected the magical energy directed at her. This skill was called Hero, and now the girl, a newcomer to the game, possessed quite good abilities and stood confidently, looking at the surprised and amazed Yoshido. The next attacks from the feathered monsters with the help of magic stones were no longer a problem for the beauty. She dodged them wonderfully. Konatsu's base stats were very low, which made it seem like she wasn't suited to the role of a conqueror. But thanks to the hero skill, the girl was able to fight, and soon her level rose from 1 to 8 right before our eyes. Yoshido was, to put it mildly, surprised and looked at his friend without hiding his admiration. But now both players were on equal footing and could simultaneously resist monsters and attack them. Yoshido was glad that Konatsu could now dodge lightning strikes herself. This freed his hands and allowed him to destroy enemies without being distracted by protecting the girl. While Konatsu tried to dodge the attacks, the young man decided to strike. He did it cleanly and efficiently. The energy wave launched by the feathered monsters prevented Yoshido from attacking them, creating a protective barrier. Yoshido noticed that the flying monsters were using a staff with a similar magic stone at its tip to attack and manipulate energy. Yoshido wanted to redirect the energy of the magic stones to his sword, but he was afraid of burning himself because the presence of the staff in the enemy's paws was a problem. One of the monsters once again began to spin the staff in his hands, creating a protective shield and planning to redirect the magical energy to the player. But then the young man jumped at the speed of light to the necessary magic stones and chopped off the stone, since he couldn't use its energy. It was a case of if I can't have it, no one can. If the energy didn't help Yoshido, it shouldn't help the monsters either. The young man placed the fragments of the magic stone around himself and began to catch and reflect the energy flows. Before that, the monsters had tried to roast him in a similar way, but now it was Yoshito's turn to turn the monsters into grilled chicken. The plan worked, and soon lightning bolts of magical energy reached the flying monster and singed its feathers. It only got better from there, and soon huge bursts of magical energy were burning the flying monsters instead of helping them. Konatsu also got into the swing of things. She skillfully dodged the lightning attacks, and then Yoshito let her finish off another monster. The girl was happy to do so, because killing a feathered monster would earn her a huge pile of experience points. Thanks to this, the girl's level immediately rose by several points. Konatsu immediately felt how much easier it was for her to move, and how much faster and more agile she had become with her sword. Yoshito watched his partner and was amazed at how cool this hero skill was, capable of increasing all stats tenfold. If this skill continued to develop, Konatsu would soon be able to surpass not only the young man, but also the leader and Okimomi, and this would give her the opportunity to rise to the top of the conquerors and become a true hero. Konatsu ran up to Yoshito and wanted to hug him in joy, but suddenly a magical charge fell right between them, and it became clear that they needed to get out of this hall. Although the players had killed all the monsters, it was still dangerous to remain in the room, and they needed to find a way out quickly. The entrance through which they had come was blocked, because the monsters had directed the magic charge there first to cut off the players' escape route. There were no other exits in the room, but it was impossible to stay there because the magic stones had gone berserk. Konatsu noticed that behind one group of magic stones, there was a hidden exit, or at least some kind of passageway. Yoshito activated his sword, because if the passage was blocked not by debris but by huge magic stones, then they would have to be broken. The young man prepared his sword and rushed into the attack. Yoshito immediately warned the beauty that he would need her help, and the girl gladly agreed to actively participate in the passage. The players attacked the magic stones, but the huge defensive reaction and magical charge emanating from these stones multiplied and intensified with each passing moment. And now a powerful discharge was directed at the players. Yoshito and Konatsu fought their way through, repelling the magical resistance. Their speed and stats were excellent, and everything went according to plan. Soon the stones could not withstand the pressure of the players and shattered, and the stone passageway collapsed behind them. Konatsu hoped that the exit would be cleared, but it turned out quite differently, and now the girl felt disappointed. It turned out that the new passage was also blocked. It seemed as if the tower was directing the players without asking their opinion. Konatsu felt like they were going deeper and deeper into the tower instead of getting out of it. Yoshito also thought it was bad. They had entered a room that was a tall, round tower. There were separate stone slabs for steps along the walls, and at the very top, an exit to the street was visible. Konatsu looked around in surprise, not understanding where they had ended up. Yoshito decided to tell her the truth, because he actually had some personal business in this tower. Initially, the young man intended to help Konatsu practice her skills, and then he planned to escort the girl to a safe place. Yoshito wanted to search this huge space alone. It seemed that a report had recently come in that a whole group of conquerors had disappeared in this tower. These players were very strong in their day. They had participated in serious cleanups of other problematic areas. But this group was unable to defeat the boss of Thor's tower, so Yoshito was tasked with surveying the area and figuring out what was really going on here. At that moment, a loud, very powerful explosion rang out at the other end of the room, destroying the wall and sending stones flying toward the players. A huge paw with sharp claws emerged from the dust, most likely belonging to the boss from the middle floors, who was clearly stronger than the usual ones. Soon, a snout with glowing yellow eyes and a mouthful of sharp teeth appeared from the dust. This was the boss the young man was looking for. He had to kill the creature. This huge, terrifying creature resembling a giant lion was called the Evil Horn. The day before, the following events took place at the Tokyo branch of the Conquerors. Manager Fuyun was literally buried in work. There were tall stacks of papers on her desk, and she spent day after day sorting through all kinds of issues and situations. Yoshito was summoned to her office, and he was acting strangely, constantly looking around, trying not to run into strangers who had been literally terrorizing him after the young man freed the Tower of Zeus. The guy was constantly dragged to all kinds of press conferences, talk shows, and interviews, but Fuyun reassured Yoshito, saying that there was no one else here but them. In addition, the manager was sure that no one was forcing the player to participate in all these events. Everything was done by mutual agreement. Fuyun said that thanks to Yoshito's active participation in public activities, they managed to distract people from the appearance of the Red Heavenly Demon Towers. Research showed that these towers were no different from the old ones. Fuyun promised that now no one would take the young man away and force him to participate in public activities because serious problems had arisen. Yoshito realized that it was time to end the charade and asked why he had been summoned this time. The manager asked if the young man knew anything about the Thor Tower. Yoshito didn't have any special information. He had only seen the tower while walking through the streets of the city. The young man also knew that the association had recently made a plan to conquer the middle floors of this tower. This was true. However, while searching for a passage from the first to the middle floor, a huge empty area was discovered. In this area, there was a separate boss who was clearly stronger than the usual bosses typical of such floors. It turned out that the unspoken rule of all towers, which stated that the higher the floor, the stronger the monsters and bosses would be, had been broken. This was the principle on which all towers and dungeons in games were always built. And now there was a large space between the first and middle floors. In this space was a very strong monster, completely atypical for such a level. According to the association's data, the strength of this monster was comparable to that of ordinary bosses. Fuyun wanted Yoshito to destroy it. The conquerors had never encountered such a creature before. Even if the young man couldn't defeat this monster, the leader would assign him the status of unauthorized threat. Yoshito knew that the status of unauthorized threat was given to very powerful monsters. If this monster was similar to the Iron Snake, many conquerors were in danger right now. Yoshito did not need to be persuaded and agreed to carry out the mission, confirming that he would deal with this monster. Fuyun thanked the young man for his responsiveness and warned him that a difficult battle awaited him. Therefore, she gave the player an item that he did not expect to see again, but he took it with joy. At that moment, the monster spotted the players on its territory, opened its huge mouth, and let out a terrifying roar. After that, the creature rushed to attack the young man, and it turned out that this lion had horns like a bull, as well as huge, powerful wings. The monster looked truly menacing, and the presence of wings suggested that it would also attack from the air. And indeed, this huge, powerful, muscular monster literally hovered above the ground, changing position and maneuvering between obstacles. Konatsu had no idea how they would get to the monster, but Yoshito had an idea in case the enemy proved too fast. The young man decided to use this item right away and rolled up the sleeve of his jacket. It turned out that he was wearing a bracelet on his wrist, a reward for killing the Iron Snake in the Proteus Tower. It was a unique piece of equipment from a Pyron Makani, an unusual bracelet. It was a weapon that could be used to hit a target at long range. The bracelet was a spear on a flexible cable that could be fired in the desired direction. Yoshito never thought he would use this weapon again, but now he released the spear and aimed it at the monster. Hooking onto it, the young man pulled himself up to the monster and cut it with his sword. Yoshito did this in midair thanks to the bracelet. Yoshito immediately realized that his opponent was very strong, because the blow received by the monster was powerful, and the monster showed no weakness and was preparing to attack. The golden horn rose up with its wings and seemed to hang in the air. But then its wings began to vibrate and glow with a pink light. It seemed as if they were being saturated with additional magical energy. Yoshito understood that this glow did not bode well and tried to predict how it would all end. Finally, the monster, having fully recharged its wings, rushed to attack the player, who by that time was already planning to leave the room. The enemy was very fast and agile and also intelligent. It wanted to cut off the guy's bracelet, and Yoshito was wounded in the arm. Yoshito tried to attack the enemy, but he clearly lacked speed and maneuverability in the air. Another glow emanating from the wings of the flying monster caught the attention of the young man, who still did not know how to deal with it. But then the entire flow of magical energy crashed down on Yoshito, and the young man died. Coming to his senses, the player realized that the enemy was indeed very strong, but now he had to start fighting with all his might. The golden horn once again rushed to attack the player. Yoshito managed to dodge the attack, then quickly jumped onto the monster's back and grabbed its mane with his hands, crouching between its horns. The beast couldn't throw the player off and began to climb high into the air, trying to shake him off. It rose higher and higher, and eventually the young man managed to free himself and land on one of the stone ledges of the tower. Yoshito attacked his enemy from above, cutting off one of its horns with his sword. This provoked the monster's terrible hatred and wild roar. Yoshito knew he had to destroy the monster before it had time to fall. But the monster was no fool either. It grabbed the player, completely depriving him of the ability to cause any harm, and together they began to fall from a height onto the floor of the stone room. The fall ended with a powerful blow, which killed Yoshido once again. Konatsu had not participated in the battle until then, but it became clear that Yoshito was fighting with his last ounce of strength. In such a situation, the hero simply could not stand aside. Konatsu took out her magnificent sword called Evil Crest and announced her first attack. The girl was ready for battle. She watched the battle between Yoshito and the flying monster closely and analyzed the situation. After that, Konatsu figured out how she could get to the top of the tower, and now her partner lay dead in a pool of blood at the feet of the huge monster. Konatsu knew that the young man possessed infinite regeneration, so he would soon return to life. But she also understood that alone, the young man could not defeat such a huge and powerful monster. Besides, Konatsu herself wanted to help him, because the young man had saved her life many times. Konatsu was a complete novice. She had received a notification that she possessed the first card, but she still didn't understand what that meant. Most likely something like very powerful skills. At that moment, the monster spotted another player, and leaping forward, the huge, powerful monster approached the beautiful girl. Konatsu was very quick and managed to wound the monster, which caused it to hate her intensely. However, the monster immediately dodged and prepared for another attack. The girl was ready to strike the flying monster again, and the ferocious monster approached its prey. Konatsu's resistance convinced the monster that it too had to fight her with all its might. The glowing magical wings reminded Konatsu that after this attack, the young man had died once again. Therefore, she had to run away urgently. At that moment, a flying spear on a rope appeared near the monster's ear, which had been released by Yoshito from his bracelet. The young man had already returned to life and was about to continue the battle against the monster, so he hooked the monster's horn. The monster was furious. Not only was there a spear stuck in its horn, but it also prevented it from maneuvering freely. The flying lion began to thrash about, trying to knock the spear off its horn, banging its head against the stone ledges. Having rid itself of the spear, the monster rushed to attack the player who was causing it trouble, and Yoshito, sword in hand, rushed at the enemy. They clashed in battle. The young man slashed with his sword, while the flying lion tried to devour him. When the moment was right, Konatsu, who had been watching the battle and planning to participate, sprang into action. The beauty was not going to miss the opportunity to cut off the monster's head. Konatsu rushed at the monster, which was stunned after Yoshito's attack. The sword strike was strong and accurate, and one of the flying lion's horns was cut off. The monster fell onto the room with such force that stones and a huge cloud of dust scattered around the area. The players waited for the smoke to clear to see how much damage had been done. Konatsu hoped she had destroyed the monster, but Yoshito was not so optimistic and naive. The young man was right because the enemy was still alive and furious. His eyes glowed with hellish flames. The monster rose and prepared to attack. The players got ready to fend off the attack, and the atmosphere was very tense and nervous. Finally, the monster lunged at its opponents, and the players jumped in opposite directions, suffering absolutely no damage. They managed to turn around and prepare for the next attack, realizing that the monster would not calm down. The monster slammed into the wall once again because the players managed to jump away in different directions again. All this only led to the monster looking at its opponents with even greater hatred and malice, dreaming of tearing them to pieces. Its huge mouth was open, and its eyes glowed with fire. Yoshito managed to jump away and climb onto the monster's wing, realizing that he had to prevent the monster from flying away. Konatsu also understood that she had to attack her opponent before it could take off again. Yoshito had not forgotten how he had fallen from a great height along with the monster. The young man understood that if the monster flew too high, the player's attacks would simply not reach it. After hearing this, a brilliant idea, in her opinion, popped into the beauty's head. She took Yoshito by the hand, just as he had taken hers a moment ago. Without saying a word, the girl grabbed the young man because they had to act quickly before the monster took off. By this time, the monster was already gaining speed and began to gradually rise upward, so the players immediately rushed after it, intending to catch up with their opponent. They managed to grab the monster by the tail, but that was enough to keep them from staying below and climb up the tower with the monster. The golden horn felt the players hanging onto it and tried to shake them off by banging against the stone steps located on the inner wall of the stone well. The monster was no longer thinking clearly and was out of control because it was getting closer and closer to the top of the tower, which was not completely open. Golden Horn slammed into the upper floors with all his might. Perhaps the monster hoped to break through them and fly out, or maybe he just didn't notice the stone slab. The blow was powerful, and the monster's entire body shook. Konatsu didn't have enough strength to hold on, and she fell off the monster's tail, starting to fall down. Yoshito realized that saving his assistant was more important at that moment. He let go of the tail and activated his magic bracelet. The young man launched a spear from the bracelet into one of the next steps to overtake the falling Konatsu. After that, the guy managed to intercept and catch the beauty literally a few centimeters from the floor, preventing her from crashing to her death. The situation could have ended very tragically. Yoshito sat the girl down and told her not to move or struggle because he had to abandon another attack on the monster to save her life. At that moment, the already beaten and wounded monster, which was also on the ground after hitting the upper floors, rushed at the player, intending to tear him to pieces. Yoshito understood that he had to cut off the wings of this flying creature. Otherwise, the situation would reach a dead end. The guy rushed into the attack, ran behind the monster and chopped off its wing, causing wild pain and growling from the bleeding beast. Not giving the monster a chance to recover, Yoshito successfully attacked the beast again, cutting off the flying creature's second wing. The next few moments proved decisive in this battle. Yoshito struck blow after blow, turning the monster into a bleeding creature. Soon, the player felt that his opponent was no longer putting up any resistance. The young man jumped over the monster and prepared to deliver the final blow. It had been a long time since the guy had felt such satisfaction as he plunged his sword into the monster's carcass. It had indeed been a difficult battle, but the result was amazing. Konatsu approached the boy, trying to assess his condition and health. All this time, she had been sitting quietly on one of the slabs, not disturbing the player. Yoshito raised his hand in a victory sign, clenching his fingers into a fist and smiling happily, announced that the interdimensional boss had been defeated. In one of the towers of the Red Demons, there was a small window from which a strange sound came. The sound was like snoring or even growling, but it was constant and indicated that someone was inside the room. If we could peek inside, we would see the silhouette of a monster lying under the window. It showed no signs of life, but suddenly its eyes opened and a yellow light burned in its gaze. The monster took a few steps, growling. In its hands was a huge, powerful axe. Its left hand was made entirely of magic stone, and the mere sight of this monster could frighten any player. At that moment, the Tokyo branch of the Conquerors was holding a player briefing. Yoshito told the boss how everything had gone and confirmed that the interdimensional monster had indeed been defeated. Fuyun thanked one of her best subordinates, saying that he was a very reliable player and could always be counted on. The girl reported that she had already sent branch employees to that part of the tower to thoroughly check the area. After this inspection, the tower would be reopened to everyone, and then Yoshito would receive payment for his work. However, there was a slight discrepancy because this time the player was not fighting alone, but in a pair. His partner was Konatsu. Despite being a newcomer, she had already made her way to the top missions. The beauty was bursting with happiness and pride, and she told everyone how cool she was. The branch manager clearly did not expect to meet her. Konatsu hoped that when she became a conqueror, she would be able to meet the famous and renowned Fuyun. But to everyone's surprise, this meeting happened much sooner than anyone could have imagined. Yoshito couldn't understand if the girls knew each other or if they were even acquainted at all. Konatsu explained that she often met Fuyun at promotional photo shoots for magazines when she was working as an idol. The girls met at these events and became friends. Konatsu expected Fuyun to know about her special skill, because as soon as she acquired it, she immediately told the branch manager about it. Everyone understood that the hero skill was a truly powerful ability that could open the door to the top of the conquerors for a player. However, their profession was still fraught with great risks, and so Fuyun did not recommend that Konatsu become a conqueror. But the girl believed that since she had been given such power, she should use it for the good of all people. After all, that was the duty of a true hero, and possessing the hero skill made the player a hero in Konatsu's eyes. The beauty claimed that fear still reigned in many people's hearts, even though the situation with citizens' anxiety over the appearance of the Red Towers had stabilized. Konatsu wanted to become a conqueror and show everyone that there was nothing to fear, because there was a true hero nearby, just as she had planned to become. Fuyun said that she would no longer dissuade the beauty and respected her position. At that moment, confirmation came that the safety of the interdimensional space of Thor's tower had been confirmed. Yoshito offered to split the reward with Konatsu, but she was categorically against it because she felt she hadn't really done anything. After defeating the boss, Yoshio decided to check the interdimensional space for other monsters. He found a passage with a teleport on one of the upper floors and opened it. Fuyun said that this made their work much easier, as they now had a clear path to the tower's master. Fuyun forbade Konatsu from going there because the girl still had too little experience to fight the master. The beauty was very upset by this turn of events. Yoshito didn't want to go against the tower boss alone, and was about to leave the branch when suddenly familiar voices called out to him. After all, if there was no one else to challenge the boss, Yoshito could count on them, and they would gladly go with him. The young man turned around and saw his good friends, Mona and Yuri, who were ready to join him in the cleanup. Yoshito was genuinely surprised and happy to see his friends, whom he hadn't seen for a couple of months after the Zeus tower was cleared. The girls admitted that they had also recently begun carrying out assignments from Fuyun and were thus working for the branch. They had just arrived to inform their common boss that they had completed the mission assigned to them. The beautiful blue-eyed Yuri was very happy to see Yoshito again. At that moment, Konatsu interrupted the conversation and asked the young man who these cuties were and asked him to introduce her to the girls. And then literally lightning struck the room. It seemed as if the earth shook, and the sky and the earth completely switched places. Yuri was literally crushed morally and mentally because she saw that Yoshito had a new girlfriend. It seemed that they were very close. Yoshito was literally stunned to hear these words, and even Konatsu looked genuinely surprised. The young man clung to the beauty and demanded that she tell him that everything was not as it seemed, and that in reality there was nothing between them. But huge tears were already welling up in the eyes of the beautiful Yuri, who couldn't believe and accept such a truth, because she had seen how beautiful Konatsu was. The girl was angry and upset, and all this resulted in a huge stream of tears, screams, energy, and a fountain of water literally pouring out of the branch building. The 40th floor of the Divine Demon Tower Thor was where the players gathered to defeat the next boss. Mona was very happy to be working with Yoshito again. She believed that together they could defeat the tower's master. Yoshito, although he had not yet established a normal relationship with Yuri, the girl continued to sulk at him, still noted that this was the first time the three of them would fight the boss alone. It was very exciting for everyone, but Mona wanted the young man to see for himself how much the girls had leveled up. There was no point in standing at the door any longer, so the trio prepared to enter the dangerous room. After all, no one knew what kind of monster awaited them there. The whole group was in a combative and optimistic mood. They wanted to show how much stronger they had become over the last period of time. Mona began asking questions that could cause another argument. She asked the guy if it was okay to leave Konatsu at the branch. Yoshito didn't want to bring up the subject in front of Yuri, but the young man confirmed that Konatsu was too inexperienced, and her level was very low. Yoshito believed that the girls should first hunt on the lower floors of the tower and raise their level. He did not know that Konatsu was following the trio and had heard the entire conversation. The beauty agreed that she was a novice and her level was low, but today there would be a battle against the master of the heavenly demon tower. Konatsu dreamed of catching at least a glimpse of him. She wasn't going to interfere or cause any trouble. She just wanted to watch. The girl followed Yoshi and his company, studying the players' tactics. After all, on the way to the tower master's room, they had already killed all the monsters. Konatsu admitted that these players' strategy was simply unmatched, and she could learn a lot just by observing their strategy and tactics. Besides, the girl had no intention of entering the room where the tower boss was located. She just wanted to look in from outside through the open gate. And while the beauty was peeking through the door, she was noticed by one of the floor guards, a lone monster named Ta. He activated the magical energy from the magic stones and prepared to attack Konatsu. The energy gathered from one stone to another, combining into a single strong and powerful energy stream. Konatsu saw Ta and remembered how her battle with similar flying monsters had gone and how they had dispersed the magical energy strike. Everything was beautiful and wonderful until the flying monster began its attack against the girl, and she could no longer hold back, screaming at the top of her lungs and rushing after the players. Yoshito heard a strange screech coming from behind them. This screech belonged to some unknown monster. Konatsu ran into the room and slammed the door behind her at the last moment to avoid the attack from the flying monsters. Thus, she found herself in front of the players, who looked at her in surprise. Yoshito was very angry. He immediately began to scold the beauty, saying that she had no business being there, and ordered her to leave the room immediately before it was too late. But it was probably already too late because the door slammed shut behind Konatsu, and the monster, the boss of this tower, sensed that someone had entered his domain. It was too late to leave, and there was nowhere to go. The players took out their weapons and took up fighting stances, preparing to face their opponent. They saw a huge, motionless monster in front of them, showing no signs of life. But despite this, everything was shrouded in a fog of horror. The monster still did not move, and the players had the opportunity to examine its huge muscles, sharp horns, wings tipped with sharp claws, and the axe in its hands. Its hand, or rather paw, was motionless, as was its entire body. It showed no signs of life at all. But suddenly the arm glowed like a magic stone, and the armor on the hand clenched into a fist. It became clear that the blows from this arm would be devastatingly powerful. And then it finally came to life. It was the devil gargoyle. His eyes glowed with hatred, and he was ready to attack anyone at any moment. Konatsu couldn't utter a word, paralyzed with horror, and the only thought that flashed through her mind was that this was the master of the tower. Yoshido shouted at the girl to stand behind the players and not even think about coming out until the tower boss was dead. The huge half-creature had already spotted its potential victims, and in one leap, the devil gargoyle flew upward. The monster grabbed its axe with both hands, swung it, and gliding with its wings, looked for a victim for its first attack. His gaze fell on Konatsu, sitting alone and completely defenseless. The girl was so shocked that she didn't even try to hide. All the players noticed that the monster was deliberately targeting Konatsu. Yuri immediately activated her ability and dispersed the water energy. A powerful stream of water hit the monster's body and knocked it off course. This was enough to knock the devil gargoyle off course, and the monster had to land on its feet without reaching its target. Yuri, without taking her eyes off the monster, asked Konatsu how she was feeling and if she was hurt. Yuri was ready to clash with the devil gargoyle once again. She reassured the newcomer, saying that they would look after the beauty. It was clear that blue-eyed Yuri did not hold a grudge against Konatsu. She considered the girl one of her own and was ready to defend her. Meanwhile, Yoshito could calmly attack the tower's owner and not worry about his girlfriend's life. The young man did not want to delay and prolong the battle, so he gathered his strength and rushed to attack the devil gargoyle. The monster did not sit idly by either. He swung his axe, not allowing his opponent to concentrate or approach from a comfortable position. But it soon became clear that the monster's attacks were very predictable. Yoshito managed to dodge between attacks, and if things continued this way, the young man would soon be able to defeat the monster. But then the devil gargoyle extended its magical hand, and a charge of magical energy lit up the boy's face, bringing back memories. Yoshito noticed that the same reaction occurred from the magic stones on the lower floors, when the flying monsters charged and then attacked their opponents. The outcome of this battle was predictable. Yoshito was unable to resist the powerful discharge of magical energy that incinerated his body. The young man fell unconscious to the floor, showing no signs of life. The main boss of the tower monsters took obvious pleasure in seeing the effect he had on his opponent and prepared to deal with the other players in the same way. The girls realized that there was no one left to protect them, especially since they were protecting Konatsu, who was too inexperienced a player. The gargoyle devil rushed at the players with an axe in his hands, and now the graceful and slender Mona stood up to him. The girl managed to dodge the monster's attack and crouched low just as his axe flew over her head. The monster looked in surprise at the place where its opponent had just been. It did not notice where she had gone. Mona jumped up at that moment, taking advantage of the monster's confusion, and was ready to strike a blow that was unexpected and quite powerful. The beauty jumped aside, looking with satisfaction at the monster, which had just been beaten by the girl. The gargoyle devil was not just angry, he was literally boiling with rage, malice, and pain. The boss realized that he would have to punish serious resistance. A powerful discharge of electrical energy, filled with hatred and aggression, emanated from the monster, and its wave literally knocked Mona off her feet. Yuri, who was watching the fight, watched in horror as her friend flew through the air, unable to resist. But then someone shouted, "Evil Cross, first kata!" and Konatsu prepared to join the fight. Of course, the girl lacked experience, but in any case, she was far from weak, so she couldn't stand by and watch others suffer for her sake. Konatsu shouted that she would do everything in her power so that the girls could rely on her, and then together they might defeat the monster boss. Mona didn't argue with her or try to dissuade her. She suggested that the girl cover her and Yuri. Yuri liked this idea. She loved attacking alongside her best friend Mona, and now the girls were planning to launch a joint attack. The players were already quite experienced. In addition, they had honed their skills over the past few months and were not afraid of the fight. After preparing, Mona and Yuri began their attack on the devil gargoyle, who took a defensive stance to take the attacking blow. It was impossible to dodge both attacks at once. In addition, the monster was quite slow because it had powerful muscles and large wings. In the next stage of the attack, Mona jumped at the monster and tried to stab its head with her daggers, so the enemy had to cover itself with its magical arm. Before he died, Yoshido figured out the secret of this monster, which acted very primitively, so it was possible to counterattack between its attacks. Mona understood that it was better not to strike the monster's left arm, because it was made of magical stones and could only grow stronger from the impact. Instead, the beauty tried to hit the monster's head but hit its shoulder. This caused the creature to scream in rage and anger. The gargoyle devil screamed piercingly, opening its mouth wide, and it turned out that there was also a magic stone inside its throat. This magic stone further amplified the monster's scream and also gave the monster strength. The more the devil gargoyle screamed, the stronger it became. Mona had never fought such a powerful monster before, one that even had magic stones in its throat. It was immediately clear that the fight would not be easy. The monster opened its mouth, and the girl thought it was about to swallow her whole. But then Mona felt some unknown creature rush past her, and at the last moment, she saw that it was Yoshido. Thanks to the boy's attack, the blow that the monster was about to deliver hit the wall, showering the girls with stones and debris, but without causing serious damage. Yoshido fell to the ground after the jump, saved Mona, and immediately jumped to his feet. But the monster was already ready for its next attack. It stood on 4 limbs, its wings raised, and all its horns sticking out menacingly, hinting that they would pierce any attacker. Yoshito was not at all afraid of the monster's terrifying appearance. He wanted the beast to demonstrate all its skills as soon as possible so that he could destroy it. The opponents rushed at each other again. Of course, the young man looked like an insect next to the huge master of the tower. Yoshido had already studied his opponent's habits well and understood that he acted extremely primitively, using the same skills and blocks over and over again. The young man jumped off the monster's magical arm and struck its neck, which remained one of the monster's weakest points. The blow was quite painful, and the devil gargoyle held his sore spot for a while. However, soon another wave of anger poured out in a powerful magical stream. The charge of magical energy was once again sent at his opponent. The young man exerted a lot of effort to dodge this discharge. Soon, the attacks became almost continuous, and Yoshito barely managed to maneuver between them, realizing that a direct hit would be deadly for him. Taking advantage of his small size and quick reactions, he dodged blow after blow. Once again getting closer, Yoshito took advantage of the predictability of the attacks and struck. The devil gargoyle took his axe and struck his own arm, made of magic stones, with all his might. This caused the magical energy charge to increase exponentially. It seemed impossible to avoid such an attack. Yoshido was bound to die in the next moment. However, a miracle happened. The entire flow of energy was stopped by the girls' attacks. This time, Yuri and Konatsu became the heroes, successfully timing their counterattack to interrupt the monster's attack. After analyzing the situation, Yoshido realized that his opponent was ready to strike himself in order to create powerful discharges. The young man rushed into the attack again, maneuvering between flashes of magical energy. He was literally right under the nose of his opponent, who, despite his strength, was slow and dull-witted. Finally, Yoshito reached the head of the devil Gorgulia, raised his sword, and struck a direct blow to the monster's skull. After that, the player jumped to the floor and found himself in the company of his teammates. The gargoyle devil was still unable to recover. His body was shaking, giving the impression that he had lost consciousness and did not know where he was. Finally, the monster stuck his axe into the floor to hold himself up, because he didn't have the strength to stand or get up. Yoshido realized that the fight wasn't that difficult, and he had only one blow left to end the battle. However, things did not turn out so well. The devil gargoyle got to his feet, straightened up, and spread his wings fully. Powerful waves emanated from his body. The monster flapped its wings several times, creating a movement of air masses that filled all the players' eyes with dust, and they could not see anything. The next second, the monster flew up, and the players were left with empty space in front of them. This flying enemy reminded Yoshito and Konatsu of their previous monster, which could also fly. Of course, it was great that the gargoyle demon had flown away and couldn't harm the players, but the situation was still very worrying. It soon became clear that the flying monster had not simply taken to the air. The tower's owner was going to run away and hide. The girls encountered such a situation for the first time. The owner of the room was trying to leave his premises. It was immediately apparent that the monster sensed the strength of its opponent. But whatever the case, he couldn't be let go. Yoshito immediately went to get the necessary item. It turned out to be very convenient that the young man had not had time to return his extremely necessary bracelet to the branch. Yoshito reached out his hand toward the fleeing monster and activated the magical item. A sharp spear attached to a strong rope flew at tremendous speed after the tower's owner. The spear stuck into the monster's paw before it managed to fly out the window. Yoshito made a tremendous effort to pull the rope and drag the monster toward him. It was hellish work. The young man braced his feet, but he lacked the strength. He realized that he would not be able to hold the monster on his own, so he decided to act differently. The young man stopped holding back the monster and, on the contrary, jumped up to escape with it. The devil gargoyle rose to the ceiling of the room, knocked the roof out with his head, and found himself on the street while Yoshito went on a journey with him. The boy did not retreat a single step and, holding on to the bracelet as if magnetized, flew along with the monster. When they flew out into the street, the spear from the bracelet fell from the monster's paws as it rose higher and higher. Yoshito jumped onto the roof of a building as he couldn't fly and was no longer attached to his opponent. The roof of the tower consisted of red partitions on which magical stones were located. The devil gargoyle sat on one of the crossbars, completely satisfied and happy, recharging his magical energy and restoring his strength and health. After that, the monster rose into the air and directed a magical charge at the player, who was on the roof at that moment. The guy managed to jump away at the last moment, or rather was thrown back by the blast wave. The wave was very powerful, and the young man rolled across the roof, unable to grab onto anything. Soon he rolled to the edge of the roof and realized at the last moment that he could fall and crash, and that was no longer a game. Yoshito managed to reach out his hand and grab the edge of the roof, which kept him suspended at a great height. The young man caught his breath, realized the horror of the situation, and understood that he had to gradually climb out. Otherwise, he would not be able to hang on for long. Of course, he was comforted by the fact that even if he fell, he would be able to revive himself with his skill. But falling from such a height would cause enormous damage to his mental health, and he might return as a vegetable. Yoshito decided that it was better not to fall, so he needed to climb up as quickly as possible before the devil gargoyle came up with something else. It turned out that the monster had not forgotten about its enemy and was already closely watching the young man hanging by his hand. The monster opened its mouth where the magic stones were located and began to gather energy for a powerful blow. Yoshito barely managed to jump away from the place where he had been hanging just a moment ago. The monster's blow hit exactly the right spot, and the young man flew down, hoping that during the fall there would be a chance for salvation. He was flying backwards, but immediately remembered his irreplaceable bracelet and hoped to use it to avoid the fall and take revenge on the monster. The gargoyle devil was so stupid that he didn't think his opponent could use the item and simply watch the falling player. The monster wasn't the only one who could move through the air. Thanks to his huge wings, Yoshito launched a spear on a rope in the direction of the beast. The rope wrapped around the monster's paw several times before it realized what was happening. The young man managed to pull himself up the rope to the monster's head and, drawing his sword, struck a blow. The player's next fall was accompanied by the activation of the bracelet, and the spear on the rope was directed at a new target. This time, the target was the horn of the devil gorgle, around which the rope wrapped, and Yoshito was able to strike the monster's head. Now the monster was falling backward, and the young man stuck the spear into the tower wall, preventing himself from falling. The boy jumped onto the roof, but his enemy was still nowhere to be seen. Could the fat man have fallen and crashed somewhere below? The gargoyle devil stuck into a magic stone on the red floor as it fell, which increased its power, and the monster rose up unharmed. Yoshito was disappointed. His opponent was still alive. A huge amount of strength and energy had already been expended, but the monster remained unharmed. Moreover, after the fall, the monster became smarter. It flew from one location to another, activating magic stones, and Yoshito realized that the situation was not in his favor. And indeed, a few moments later, At least 3 powerful magical charges were directed at the young man. They all converged in one place, and the player had no chance to dodge. Yoshito died again. The gargoyle devil looked almost happy. His face clearly showed his satisfaction at defeating the player. Yoshito was reborn once again, realizing that his opponent had decided to use the energy of the magic stones to finish him off. After analyzing the situation, the young man realized that it wasn't just monsters that could act this way. He was determined, he was tired of dying, so he immediately activated the bracelet and aimed the spear at the target. The player stuck the spear into one of the red membranes and flew there, completely ignoring the surprised monster. Yoshito declared that he could not be treated like trash that could simply be thrown away, and it was the monster's turn to receive a magical blow. The young man struck the magic stones with all his might, and the energy from them went straight to the devil gargoyle. The blow was powerful. The monster was knocked back and disoriented. Yoshito jumped from one magic stone to another, and the charges of magical energy hit the enemy again and again. The tower's master was already pretty beat up, but still alive. Now he was trying to dodge the incoming blasts. Sitting on another magic stone, Yoshito declared that these were not all the surprises he had in store for the monster. He struck the stone with all his might, directing the charge at the devil gargoyle. The opponent did not have time to dodge and barely covered his head with his wing. This turned out to be a mistake. The wing was badly damaged, and the monster began to lose altitude. Yoshito rejoiced. Now it was clear that he had enough strength to finish the fight in his favor. The gargoyle devil was barely putting up any resistance, just maneuvering on one wing, trying to avoid the blows. The monster flew from place to place, although according to all the laws of aerodynamics, this was almost impossible due to its broken wing and excessive body mass. Yoshito was furious. How his opponent was still flying was beyond him. He couldn't allow the monster to recover its health. The young man rushed into pursuit, intending to end the battle by jumping from beam to beam and climbing higher and higher. The player finally reached the roof of the tower and wanted to meet his opponent there before he regained his strength. Fortunately, the tower's owner couldn't fly far. His damaged wing limited his maneuvers. The rivals looked at each other with hatred, realizing that the final moment had come, and did not rush into a head-on attack to find out who would die first. Their eyes burned with equal intensity and both were eager to end the battle. Soon they were neck and neck, and until the very last moment it was unclear who would win. The blows rained down without stopping. The rivals struck each other and immediately tried to avoid counterattacks. The speed was insane, and it was Yoshito's reaction that allowed him to inflict damage and change position before the monster could respond. At times it seemed that the young man would not be able to hold out any longer. So many blows, so many attempts. But his opponent was still alive and angry, as if it were impossible to defeat him. Suddenly the monster twisted and flew up, knocking the ground out from under Yoshito's feet, and he felt himself falling. What's more, the monster played its trump card. A magic stone began to glow in the middle of its chest, gathering a powerful charge. It was too late. The monster had another magic stone hidden in its chest. The explosion caught up with Yoshito, and he died again. The young man knew that any master of the tower was an extremely serious opponent, but it was also an excellent opportunity to use his trump cards and level up his skills, which he did, returning to the game thanks to his ability to respawn infinitely. Yoshito decided it was time to use the trump card he had been saving for just such an occasion. The unique weapon he received after completing the heavenly demon tower Zeus was called Theos Protis and had unusual properties. The sword skill was simple. The charged attack could only be used once upon entering the tower. Of course, this required extreme precision and patience, but the power of the strike was virtually limitless. Yoshito realized that the time had come to use this sword and test it in action. He intended to end the battle with the tower's owner with a single blow. The devil gargoyle raised his hands with his axe, preparing to repel the attack. Yoshito exclaimed, "Theos Protis, crush the enemy with your divine power," and rushed at his opponent. This unique skill was supposed to defeat the tower's master. A heavenly pillar appeared where the monster had stood just moments before, and the creature's piercing screams echoed throughout the area. Soon the huge stone pillar split in two. Yoshito was completely exhausted and could not even stand on his feet. He sat down on the roof, unable to do anything. A notification appeared. The master of the heavenly demon tower, unique weapons and magic stones had been added to the player's inventory. Soon Thor's tower would disappear completely. At that moment, the branch manager Fuyun was walking down the corridor when suddenly the phone rang. She was informed of an emergency and the girl's gaze immediately became alert. Fuyun received complete information and learned about the disaster that had occurred. She gave orders to immediately block the passage to the Surth Tower and relay instructions to all employees. Outsiders had to leave the area immediately, and the Ice Flower Squad was urgently convened to discuss the current situation. Konatsu watched what was happening with surprise. She had never before been present at such an important event. Before the players' eyes, the demonic Tower of Thor disappeared after Yoshido's victory. Konatsu saw this with her own eyes for the first time. Yuri noted that the girls had hardly participated in the destruction of the tower boss. When he left the room, they were powerless. Indeed, they had only glimpsed Yoshi's battle against the devil Gorgulia through the hole. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and for a while the girls couldn't understand whether it was good or bad. Perhaps their comrade had died. Mona couldn't even imagine how Yoshito had survived such an epicenter of the explosion, since he was in close proximity. At that moment, Yoshido approached and said that he was upset, but he certainly did not have the same foolish expression on his face as Mona. The girls greeted him with enthusiasm, looking at him with equally admiring eyes. Passers-by also began to pay attention to the guy. The news had already reported on the great player who had defeated the master of Thor's tower. Such popularity was burdensome. It was impossible to go about his business without attracting the attention of strangers. Yoshido didn't want to brag. But on the other hand, defeating the boss single-handedly deserved praise, and that felt good. It was especially nice when unfamiliar girls started telling him how much they adored him and had been following his life for a long time. To distract attention from Yoshido a little, Konatsu went out to her fans who were admiring their favorite idol. Unexpectedly, the director of the Fuyun branch appeared on the street and congratulated the guy on his victory and conquest of Thor's tower. She immediately got down to business, announcing that she had not come by chance, but because she was looking for Yoshido. The branch manager recounted the latest events, and everything was so terrible that Yoshito felt as if there was no one left in the world. Hearing the story, he was shocked and agreed. The situation was indeed catastrophic. There was a serious problem with one of the demon towers. A spatial distortion had been detected around the heavenly demon tower of Surt. At the moment, the entire surrounding area of the city was under its control. It was hard to believe, but it turned out to be the terrible truth. The entire area had become part of the tower's space as a result of large-scale spatial erosion. The spread of erosion has been slowed down, but it has not been completely stopped. If the process does not stop, the entire city will be swallowed up and become part of the demonic space. Under no circumstances could this be allowed to happen. Otherwise, the remaining monsters would scatter throughout the city. Yoshido understood perfectly well what this meant for the inhabitants, and what responsibility lay with the conquering players. The root of the evil and the main problem was the Surth Tower. The essence of the plan was simple: get inside and destroy the boss. Fuyun contacted the other members of the department, who were already on their way to the tower. Accompanying them was the Ice Flower group, which would also take part in clearing the tower. The leader asked Yoshito to cooperate with the department and work together with his group of players. Yoshido couldn't refuse. He understood the importance of clearing the tower, and his group wasn't strong enough for such a mission. At moments like this, the young man felt the absence of Okimomi, who had not appeared for several months, particularly keenly. It turned out that Okimomi had moved to his native area when the Red Demon Towers began to appear there, and now he lives and works there. In fact, he does almost nothing there, just preparing to move, because all the important events take place in the city. Yoshido understood that such anomalies could occur not only in the demonic tower of Surt, but also in other towers. Fuyun reported that she had already contacted Okimomi and asked him to return to the city as soon as possible, because the main task now was to defeat the mid-floor boss. Yoshido honestly admitted that he didn't think he would have to conquer 2 demon towers in one day, but there was no choice. For the sake of the peace of the city and its ordinary citizens, sometimes you have to work overtime. And so, the group led by Yoshito, consisting of 4 girls, appeared on the territory of the demonic tower of Surth. They were moving forward when suddenly Mona, who was walking at the back, collapsed to the floor for no apparent reason. The girl lay on the floor, tears streaming from her eyes, and confessed that the second battle of the day had been too much for her. Her friends began to lift Mona, trying to figure out what was wrong with her and where it hurt, as there were no external signs. Mona understood that it would sound strange, and explained the problem had started in the previous tower, but she didn't want to spoil the team's mood. It turned out that the girl had twisted her ankle and injured her ankle. Her foot was swollen and caused severe discomfort when walking. Yoshito was upset that Mona hadn't admitted it earlier and hadn't told him about the injury. She simply didn't want to dampen the team's fighting spirit before going to the Cert Tower. But now in this condition, she could die because she couldn't even defend herself. Fuyun, who possessed healing skills, put on a glove and began to diagnose the injury. She examined Mona's leg, checked her temperature and other vital signs. The department employees who had been sent earlier should have already set up first aid tents in safe areas. Mona needed to be taken to the healers nearby. Yoshito picked up the girl. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed herself against him with immense gratitude. He carried Mona, while Fuyun created a cooling effect to relieve the pain in her injured leg. The whole group slowly made their way through the tower, giving the impression that they were simply strolling through a park. Finally, the players reached the first aid tents, where healers were ready to provide treatment. The tents were set up right inside the tower, which was convenient. The injured could receive immediate assistance. Other players were walking around the area, also receiving support and treatment. Incidentally, Rudo still hadn't regained consciousness. 2 players were fighting monsters in the dungeons, looming over them like ghosts. The player realized that no matter how many of these creatures he killed, they would still reappear. Moreover, the ghost monsters were rebelling in even greater numbers than before. The 22nd floor of the Cert Tower was terrifying. Konatsu was very worried about the injured Mona, who was unable to participate in the mission. High-level healers were working with the girl, and her best friend Yuri remained by her side. If the injury wasn't too serious, Mona would soon join them, so it was too early to get upset. Yoshito tried to support the newcomer. Now he suggested clearing the way to the tower's owner while they had the chance. Besides, the young man was sure that this would cheer Mona up. At that moment, a group of ghosts appeared in front of the players. With swords in their hands, the ghosts rushed to attack. Konatsu used her sword and managed to fend off the attacks of 2 ghosts at once. Then she struck, and the ghosts were forced to retreat. The next wave of ghosts armed themselves with bows and fired arrows at Konatsu. Yoshito intervened, parrying the attacks with his sword and protecting his partner. Konatsu activated her powerful sword and shouted, "Evil Cross! First kata!" The blows were precise and deadly. Several ghosts were instantly destroyed. Yoshito wasted no time. He crept up on one of the ghost leaders and delivered a fatal blow. In this way, the room was cleared of monsters in just a few minutes. Fuyun literally crashed into the center of the ghosts, and they froze, their mouths open in amazement. The girl found herself in the thick of the enemies, but they did not have time to harm her. She masterfully swept them away with a single swing of her weapon. It was an impressive attack, and all the players recognized Fuyun's leadership and strength, an example for everyone. Fuyun suggested splitting up to clear the floor faster. Yoshito stayed with Konatsu, and she went with another player. Yoshito wasted no time and suggested starting the sweep immediately. To reach the room of the tower's master Surth, they decided to work in pairs. Thus, the path to the tower master was divided into sections, each of which had to be cleared by a separate pair of players. All the pairs gradually advanced through the corridors, trying to destroy all the ghosts they encountered. Yoshito understood that there was no boss room on the lower floors, so it made sense to clear them in small groups so that all players could participate in the battle and not stand idle. The monsters on the lower floors were harmless, mostly ghosts. They posed no serious threat, so Yoshito destroyed several of them with a single swing of his sword. Together with Konatsu, he encountered another pair of ghosts and was about to deal with them without any problems. Indeed, they quickly dealt with them, cutting the ghosts down without even feeling any difficulty. At some point, the young man experienced déjà vu. After each battle, he was left with a strange feeling. He turned to Konatsu and asked if she had noticed anything unusual during the mop-up. At that moment, one of the ghosts with a magic ball in his hands suddenly attacked the players. Yoshito cut it down with a single blow, leaving it no chance, but his inner unease did not leave him. The feeling came back again. It seemed like he wasn't fighting this ghost for the first time. The faces of the ghosts he had destroyed recently came to mind, and something about it seemed strange. Finally, Yoshito caught the thread. All the ghosts had a scar on their left eye. He was glad that he finally understood what was happening. As a result, one of the ghosts managed to strike him, but it didn't matter anymore. He understood the mechanism of their behavior. The player died again, but at the cost of death, he gained knowledge and understanding of the situation. All this time, they had been fighting the same monsters, which were endlessly respawning. Konatsu, losing her vigilance, rushed to the young man, still not accustomed to his regular deaths and resurrections. A group of ghosts took advantage of this, ready to attack the lone player. It would have ended tragically for Konatsu, but Yoshido managed to revive and cut off the heads of 4 ghosts with a single swing of his sword. After all, it wasn't just ghosts that could come back to life, but he himself as well. Konatsu was saved again and thanked Yoshido, but that's what real partners do. They were together again, preparing for their next attack. The ghosts had risen once more. Their resurrection process turned out to be identical to Yoshido's. They did not hide or appear somewhere else. The young man figured out their ability to resurrect, which should help him figure out how to deal with them. He knew that infinite resurrection came with a price. Ghosts could not resurrect indefinitely without effort. He needed to understand the principle behind their resurrection. Konatsu rushed into the attack while Yoshido analyzed the situation. The girl was able to repel the archer's attack. It felt like her skills were growing with every battle. The next wave of resurrected ghosts appeared, and Konatsu used her talisman sword to destroy them. She raised her sword high and activated the first seal, removal of restrictions. As a result, her speed and attack power became astonishing. Even the ghosts were surprised. A few strikes and the group of ghosts was cut in half. Konatsu analyzed her stats and was disappointed. Her level had barely increased, even though the hero skill was working properly. It was necessary to stop the ghosts from resurrecting. Otherwise, the players would not gain experience. First of all, it was necessary to understand the mechanism of their resurrection. Ultimately, the player's strength was not infinite, so Yoshido decided to avoid combat until they figured out the ghost's weaknesses. The ghosts resurrected again and began to chase the players, trying to wear them down and prevent them from reaching the next floor. Yoshido noticed that, unlike his infinite resurrection, the ghost's stats were not affected by debuffs. It was simply pointless to kill them over and over again. He and Konatsu ran through the corridors, fleeing from the ghosts, when suddenly something flashed ahead and instantly disappeared around the corner. Konatsu confirmed that it was something incomprehensible, and Yoshido suggested rushing after it to track down the object. However, a new group of ghosts caught up with them, and there was no way to escape. They had to fight. Yoshido fought the ghost but noticed something new in this battle. The ghost became more ferocious, active, and powerful. It could no longer be destroyed on the first try. Yoshido was still stronger and made an effort to defeat his opponent. At that moment, a pair of ghost archers fired arrows at the players. Once again, it was clear that the ghosts were attacking more fiercely than before, and Yoshido struggled to fight back. Konatsu also joined the battle, activating the power of her sword. As soon as the group was destroyed, a new batch of ghosts appeared before their eyes. It was noteworthy that the ghosts appeared all at once. Unlike the previous waves, when they were scattered throughout different parts of the room, Konatsu guessed that the ghosts were trying to block the player's path and prevent them from advancing further down the corridor. It seemed that they were afraid that the players would find what had just disappeared from this corridor. This something was very important to the ghosts, and now it was up to the players to find out what it was. Yoshido realized that whatever had escaped down the corridor was the main and only weakness of these ghosts. The young man rushed to attack the group of ghosts with great enthusiasm. Knowing the enemy's weakness gave him a great advantage. He moved at incredible speed, destroying the ghosts so that the players could advance. The ghosts had to give way. Having instantly cleared the passage, Yoshido called out to Konatsu, and together they rushed to search for the unknown object. They ran through the corridors, turning right and left, but encountered no one. It seemed that the unknown had simply vanished. Finally, a huge empty hall opened up before them. A strange room with no windows or doors. It seemed that this room was a dead end. If it really was a dead end, then where had the thing that had escaped from the corridor gone? Yoshido understood that it must be here. And at that moment, a new ghost with a completely different energy appeared behind the young man. Yoshido managed to react and deflect the ghost's attack. The players realized that this was the ghost that had escaped. It was distinguished by a different color aura. Not only was the aura a different color, but it also looked more powerful. The ghost clearly had a special role. Konatsu suggested that if they defeated this ghost, the others would stop resurrecting over and over again. Yoshido also noticed that the other ghosts clearly panicked when the red one appeared. Perhaps Konatsu was right. In any case, the enemy had to be destroyed, and the young man began to fight. The red ghost was faster and more active than the previous ones. It easily dodged Yoshido's attack and let out a battle cry, aiming its sword at the player. The cry worked. The ordinary ghost reappeared before Yoshido. He understood that it was useless to defeat them as long as they had the ability to resurrect. Yoshido decided to put himself in their shoes to figure out what they feared most. A brilliant idea came to the young man's mind. He had to do something about the ghost's weapons. He rushed between them and knocked the blades out of their hands. Without their weapons, they were disarmed but not killed. This tactic was useless against Yoshido. He had many weapons in his inventory that could be replaced instantly. The ghosts, however, had only one weapon. Without it, they were powerless to resist. Yoshido shouted to Konatsu to take the weapons from the ghosts. His order was heard and his partner instantly set to work. She was doing a great job. Yoshido watched Konatsu and noted how quickly she was progressing. When all the ordinary ghosts were disarmed, Yoshido rushed at the special red ghost. The young man planned to tear this leader to pieces. But then the ghost archers appeared and fired arrows at the young man. Yoshido managed to dodge them without losing sight of his main target. The exhausted ghosts felt like newborn babies and cried out in shrill voices. He noticed that they were trying to protect the red ghost, even without weapons. Konatsu was shocked and shared her impressions with Yoshido. Before their eyes, the ghosts pierced themselves with arrows so that they could be reborn. It was a terrifying and at the same time impressive act of self-sacrifice. It was very important for the red ghost to survive. The ghosts understood their task and began to stab themselves with arrows. In a moment, they were resurrected, armed, and ready to carry out orders. It was a wise strategy. This way, the ghosts saved time on movement. Yoshido understood that it was unpleasant to watch, but he himself had once done the same thing. In order for the movement to continue, it was necessary to eliminate all the ghosts, the swordsman, the archers, and the leader. Otherwise, meaningless deaths would accumulate. The ghosts defended themselves and their leader with all available means and lives. Konatsu rushed into the attack with her sword, while Yoshido was slightly distracted by the ghost's actions. The girl was skilled enough to destroy all the swordsmen, but the archers loomed over her. Konatsu already felt confident and even jokingly commented on her opponents, calling them ugly and unfashionable. Yoshido took advantage of the distraction and rushed through the archers, destroying them all at once. Finally, the red ghost was left alone. There was no one to defend him. The villain with the blade rushed to attack, opening his mouth and letting out a call to arms. His blow was successfully parried, and Konatsu joined the fight, attacking the red ghost with her sword. The girl struck the monster's blade with all her might, weakening her opponent. The blow was so powerful that the red ghost flew into the far corner of the hall, crashing into the wall and raising clouds of dust and debris. When the dust cleared, the ghost was lying on the floor, clearly in pain, but still alive. By this point, the ordinary ghosts had recovered, ready to defend their master and carry out his orders once more. The red ghost directed them to attack the players. Yoshido realized that by acting decisively, they could destroy these monsters, and rushed at the resurrected ghosts. He knew that it was pointless to kill them over and over again if the player remained weak and died. A few seconds later, the situation repeated itself. The red ghost once again confronted the players alone. He was not going to give up and resisted just long enough for his defenders to recover. Yoshido suggested that the ghost not waste his strength in vain. Soon the players would become stronger. In the young man's experience, even the ability to resurrect did not relieve the pain that pierced the body. After several more cycles of death and resurrection, it became clear that the ghosts were no longer appearing. Probably the red ghost had the ability to resurrect the entire flock, and at some point simply gave up, taking pity on his subordinates. Konatsu was glad that it was all over, although she herself had performed very well. Yoshido and Konatsu had not yet recovered when a girl with pigtails and glasses ran up to them and said she had been looking for them for a long time. The girl was with the leader, Fuyun. They had found the mini-boss's room 3 floors above, but now she was looking for Yoshido to ask for help. The girl said that Fuyun had been fighting the ghosts every time they resurrected, ignoring them and moving forward with extraordinary force. Leader Fuyun had gathered Hyoka's squad, who continued to explore the room in pairs, and was now preparing them to face the mini-boss. Fuyun invited Yoshido to join their team. Yoshido asked Konatsu if she was ready for the new mission, and she said yes. They decided to head out right away. Fuyun gratefully welcomed Yoshido and Konatsu. She announced that the team was assembled, and it was time to set out to defeat the mini-boss. The Sky Tower of Surt had a separate room for the mini-boss. The players entered, looking around carefully. They did not know what monster awaited them. Yoshido noted that there were no special mechanisms in the room. A blue glow appeared at the far end, radiating energy in all directions. It soon became clear that this was a huge portal that had appeared right in front of the players. A monster fell out of the portal face down, probably the local mini-boss. It was a mixture of a wolf and a boar, pig ears and a snout, but overall resembling a wolf. The players studied their opponent, mesmerized, until Fuyun was the first to come to her senses and call everyone to prepare for battle. Weapons were activated and the players took their positions, trying to predict the course of the battle. The huge mini-boss towered over the players. They rushed to attack to test its endurance and abilities. Blows from different sides struck the monster. It was slow-moving, and the players managed to cause it almost no damage. One of the players managed to inflict a painful wound, which caused the mini-boss to become more aggressive. The monster prepared to attack with a fist of tremendous power. The player did not have time to dodge and raised his sword above his head. The blow fell on him. It was impossible to withstand such a blow, and the young man fell. At that moment, the other players attacked the monster. The girl with pigtails accurately struck the mini-boss in the forehead, causing bleeding and partially covering his eye. The monster was distracted and its vision was impaired. The players with swords took advantage of the situation to attack, but the pain and injury provoked a counterattack from the monster, and it scattered the players who had not managed to dodge. Several participants had already lost their lives in this battle. Leader Fuyun personally rushed to attack the mini-boss. The girl delivered several powerful blows, distracting the monster from the vulnerable player. Without pausing, she continued her attack, realizing that she had to defeat the boss as quickly as possible. Her blows were extremely powerful and aimed directly at the enemy. The monster was fast enough to avoid a direct hit and jump back. Watching the aftermath of the blow, Yoshido and Konatsu prepared to attack together, now with complete coordination. The partners rushed at the mini-boss at tremendous speed so that it would not realize what was happening. They ran and struck, but the space in the room began to shake, as if the tower had been attacked from outside or hit by an earthquake. The players were confused, looking around. The mini-boss remained motionless, taking no action. At the same time, a strange sound appeared, which seemed to hypnotize everyone present. This sound came from deep within the room. Even the mini-boss looked in its direction with fear and anxiety. Looking at the huge mini-boss, frightened and tense, it became clear that this strange sound would not bring anyone any good. And indeed, something unusual happened. One of the walls of the room shattered into pieces, showering those present with stones. What happened in the next second was beyond comprehension. The mini-boss was killed. The players tried to see who could have accomplished this feat with horror and surprise, trying to understand who it was. The new monster that destroyed the mini-boss with a single blow looked truly demonic and terrifying. The monster lifted the mini-boss's body with one hand and growled something at him, although the dead enemy didn't care. Then the monster spun the mini-boss around in its hand and threw it across the room without the slightest effort. Leader Fuyun, standing with her sword in her hands, was outraged. Someone had broken into the hall during the battle and destroyed the door. This monster was clearly an irregular, one that did not recognize the law. All players knew that an irregular monster was a first-class threat. This was the kind of enemy they were about to face. The monster held a giant hammer in its hands, similar to a meat cleaver. Yoshido was genuinely indignant. The players needed to get through the tower quickly, and now this obstacle had appeared. Fuyun explained that Hyoka's squad was originally created as a specialized unit to combat confirmed threats. Now their leader was absent, and the players needed to prove their effectiveness. In addition, Ryudo was still between life and death. Leader Fuyun gave the order to prepare for the upcoming battle. The target was a first-class monster that had to be eliminated. The players immediately joined the attack, trying to inflict damage, but their efforts had little effect. Fuyun rushed into battle using all her strength and abilities. Her blows had little effect on the monster. It remained unharmed. The villain himself came to his senses and, armed with a hammer, went on the attack against Fuyun. Without pause, the other players joined the fight. Yoshido and Konatsu attacked the monster together. Their blows were almost useless. It felt like hitting a wall with peas. The villain activated the magic stones on his chest and stomach, raised his arms, and swung his hammer. Yoshido estimated the distance. The threat seemed minimal. The hammer was too far away. But the monster struck the floor with his hammer with great force, causing a powerful wave of energy. It felt as if the room had been shaken, and the energy waves rushed towards the players. Konatsu didn't have time to dodge and was thrown into the far corner. The monster raised its arms again, preparing to strike several opponents. Yoshido rushed to the point of the supposed strike. He covered his comrades with his sword, trying to protect them from the hammer. It was an act of self-sacrifice, but the forces were unequal. Soon the monster's hammer fell on Yoshito. After a while, the young man revived and stood before the monster again, surprising it. Death was painful. The bones in his legs seemed to be shattered, and the sensations did not disappear even after his resurrection. Fuyun suggested that Yoshito retreat if it was too difficult, but that sounded unconvincing. Why call him then? The monster continued to strike with its hammer, creating energy waves and damaging the players. Yoshito knew the attack would happen again. Sure enough, the hammer struck again with full force. But this time the players were ready. Yoshito and Fuyun withstood the blow without hiding. As soon as the waves dissipated, they attacked the monster from both sides, and the monster barely had time to defend itself. Yoshito noticed that the trajectory of the blows had changed. He shouted for everyone to dodge urgently. The monster was attacking atypically. Not everyone managed to hide. Several players' clothes caught fire from the magical energy. The guys started to panic, jerking around, trying to put out the fire, but only fueling it. While they were distracted, the monster launched its hammer at them at tremendous speed. The players had almost no chance of escaping, but the foggy ice skill was activated. Deploying the skill allowed the players to slide across the room, changing the trajectory of the hammer's blows. Fuyun took advantage of this and rushed towards the flying hammer. The girl managed to knock it down and protect the players who were busy putting out the fire. Fuyun not only protected the team, but also sent the hammer back to the monster, who managed to catch it but couldn't stay on his feet on the slippery ice. Approaching the enemy, Fuyun continued to analyze. She noticed that the previous fire attack had changed the trajectory of the hammer. This meant mana manipulation. The flame itself was a special magic that burned mana. It was called Demonic Flame. By this point, the monster was fully prepared for the next round of combat. At first glance, it seemed that the monster relied on brute force, but in reality, it used magic. It was a first-class threat with a wide arsenal and mana manipulation comparable to Fuyun herself. The girl put her hand out, preparing to use her abilities. Fuyun now acted on the same principle as the monster's change in the trajectory of the demonic flame. The misty ice, reinforced by mana, instantly froze certain areas. The monster was immobilized, its leg could no longer move. Fuyun addressed it, saying that its efforts were in vain. The ice was reinforced with her mana. The girl rushed into a direct attack on the monster, which could no longer dodge. Then she activated the maximum deployment of mist ice, but it was impossible to maintain it for long. Therefore, all attacks had to be carried out lightning fast. Just a few seconds were enough. It was one of those cases where a moment was enough to destroy the enemy.